What if Anakin Skywalker didn't jump up to the high ground when Obi-Wan told him not to try it? That is our story for today. Hope you guys enjoy, and please do subscribe. We're so close to 70,000 subscribers. We'll be doing giveaways at 70,000, so hit the subscribe button. Thank you a ton, and let's get right into it. Our story begins on Mustafar as Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, is battling Obi-Wan Kenobi as their shared platform floats through the raging river. The two of them had their blades locked together, staring at each other as if the other person was a complete stranger. Master and apprentice, brothers, now fighting for the fate of the galaxy as enemies. The river ahead of them went from a raging but smooth lava flow to dangerous and rocky very soon, so Obi-Wan took the opportunity, flipping up to the high ground and looking upon Anakin. Anakin now used the Force to hold the platform in place against the rocks, and Obi-Wan yelled down at him that it is over, he has the high ground. Anakin yelled back that Obi-Wan underestimates his power, and as Obi-Wan told him not to try it, Anakin wanted nothing more than to prove Obi-Wan wrong. But as Anakin prepared for the jump, something happened. A vision entered his mind, and Anakin now saw himself getting cut down, burning in the lava, only to be placed into a dark suit while Padme died, and Obi-Wan was holding his children. For Anakin, the vision lasted only a minute, but to Obi-Wan not even a second went by. But Anakin's demeanor suddenly shifted. This wasn't the way, Anakin thought. The Force was trying to show him something. Anakin decided he would not try it. He looked around, needing a way to get Obi-Wan down without risking his own platform. And Anakin just decided to reach out, unleashing a powerful Force push to send a wave of lava and molten rock up at Obi-Wan's position. The Jedi Master was forced to leap over it, and when Obi-Wan landed back on the rocks, they were covered in lava, forcing him to leap all the way back to the platform that Anakin was floating on, which was now floating away. Anakin readied himself, and as Obi-Wan landed, Anakin swung at him, reigniting the duel. The two of them once again locked their lightsabers together, as Obi-Wan told Anakin that this has been going on for long enough. Anakin sliced away, growling at Obi-Wan to stand down and accept his death. But Obi-Wan, through his own deep breaths, held his blade back up, and told Anakin he simply cannot do that. He holds the galaxy in his hands. The galaxy he is protecting from Anakin. Their small platform hit a series of stable rocks, and Anakin backed up onto it, blade held at the ready, waiting for Kenobi to circle around before going back in with aggression. Anakin swung with more power, more hatred, and more fury than ever before, and now Obi-Wan realized something. Anakin was trying to compensate for a lack of real anger. Something shifted when Obi-Wan jumped to the high ground. He gave Anakin a chance to surrender, a chance for mercy. Even after everything, Obi-Wan wanted to save Anakin, not kill him, even though Obi-Wan knew Anakin may be gone for good. And Anakin was trying to prove to himself that he was gone. Only Vader remains, he told himself. Anakin swung, and the two of them spun around each other as Anakin flipped into the air to kick Obi-Wan in the chest. Obi-Wan stumbled backwards, back towards a new lava river, and a large chunk of rock broke off, sending Obi-Wan into the river on the rock. Anakin jumped after him, and the two shared a new series of strikes as their rock platform floated into a cave that was completely dark, illuminated now only by their blue sabers. There was an eerie silence as the two of them got used to this. Their faces, both determined, were lit up by the blue blades as they held them up before Anakin swung high again and again, aiming to overwhelm Kenobi with his physical strength. As Kenobi blocked each strike, and he used his own strength, and Anakin spun around, striking at the ground, but Obi-Wan leapt up, kicking Anakin's saber away, and it crashed hard into the cave wall, lodging into their rock platform. Anakin was off-balanced, trying to override his remaining connection to the light, and it was making him lose. Once again, Obi-Wan had Anakin at his mercy as he told Anakin to surrender. It's over. He doesn't want to have to kill him. He held his blade to Anakin's face, and Anakin looked for a new way out. The end of the cave was approaching, and Anakin had an idea. He would trap Obi-Wan in here, let him suffocate and burn. He will prove that he is a true Sith. So Anakin floated backwards a few steps, reaching out with the Force to grab the rocks holding the cave together, and he tried to pull them down. But Obi-Wan turned, reaching up, holding the cave together, yelling at Anakin to stop. But of course, Anakin didn't listen. He continued trying to rip the cave apart, while Obi-Wan held it together, and the two of them countered each other in the Force until the cave exploded in upon itself from the Force. Rocks flew everywhere, and it felt as if the ground itself was shaking from the sheer power that they used. But before Skywalker and Kenobi could do anything, they were both hit hard by rocks, being knocked unconscious by the rocks flying all around. As Obi-Wan was hit, he saw Anakin become buried. He reached out to help him, but the rocks covered Obi-Wan and everything went dark. Sometime later, Obi-Wan Kenobi slowly woke up, and he felt his strength slowly return to him, as he did use the Force to lift the rocks off. He crawled out onto a series of hot rocks, and his robes were so burned up, but he quickly realized the ground was still shaking. Something was going on. As Obi-Wan looked around, he sensed something, and a second later, a giant molten rock crashed hard into the ground just a few meters from Obi-Wan. And even in the fiery Mustafar weather, a chill ran down Obi-Wan's spine as he realized what was happening. The tunnel he and Anakin were floating under and destroyed was a tunnel directly under a volcano that he and Anakin just set to erupt with their Force blast. Obi-Wan looked behind him, and he finally saw it, the tip of the volcano hidden above the tunnel cave, and it was beginning to erupt. Lava and heavy magma rocks were spewing from the top, and Obi-Wan realized that Anakin was nowhere to be found. Part of his mind whispered that he should just leave Anakin, get out of here, save Padme, but he just couldn't do it. He remembered seeing Anakin be hit with the rocks, and Obi-Wan now looked around, digging everywhere, slicing into rocks with his saber, until he finally saw Anakin, buried under heavy rubble from the tunnel. Obi-Wan was ripping the rocks away now, doing his best to save Anakin, until finally he heard Anakin coughing, gasping for breath. Obi-Wan lifted him up into a sort of hug and told him they need to get out of here. Anakin looked around, and he too saw the volcano that he and Obi-Wan set off. And now Anakin saw that his own anger, his own lust for power, could be his own destruction. Padme's destruction as well, if they don't hurry and get out of here. Anakin put his arm around Obi-Wan, pulling his saber back to him as he limped away, right as a series of molten rocks crashed right where they just were. The ground beneath Anakin and Obi-Wan trembled violently as the Mustafar volcano erupted with a deafening roar, spewing more and more molten lava and ash into the air as it was spreading further across the planet. The sky was darkening with smoke. Fiery rocks rained down around them. Both Jedi used the Force to numb their bodies from their injuries, and now they were running at full speed, helping each other cross the fiery surface. The heat was still unbearable. Sweat was pouring down their faces as they leapt over the rocks, narrowly avoiding streams of searing lava. As they navigated the Mustafar terrain, the ground was buckling, splitting open, sending shockwaves through the unstable surface. Anakin's agility and Obi-Wan's patience kept them just one step ahead of the disaster, but every single move they made was a gamble. They dodged falling debris. Their instincts were being sharpened by the years of knowing each other, working with each other, and their only focus was survival. With each heartbeat, the intensity of the volcanic eruption grew, and it was threatening to consume them in its fiery wrath. Amidst the chaos of it all, they found fleeting moments of unspoken coordination as Anakin would throw Obi-Wan over the raging lava river, and Obi-Wan then lifted Anakin across. They scaled jagged rock faces, sprinting across narrow ledges, the roar of the volcano drawing out all other sounds. But luckily, the two of them had hand signals to use with each other. The air was thick with ash, making it very difficult to breathe, but they pushed forward, driven by their sheer willpower. Finally, the two of them reached the landing platform, and a rock from the volcano was flying through the air, right towards the ship. And Obi-Wan reached out, grabbing it just in time. He was yelling out as he strained to hold the large rock from destroying the ship, and he called out to Anakin to help him destroy it. Anakin looked from the rock to Obi-Wan. He could easily cut down Kenobi now, but for what? Instead, he used a force push to help send the rock away, and he grabbed Padme, loading her onto the ship with Obi-Wan as they prepared to leave before the volcano completely blocked them off. But in space, the Emperor's shuttle sat above the planet. The clones in charge of piloting the ship were telling Palpatine that the surface was too dangerous to go to right now. They were detecting heavy volcanic activity. Sidious held a look of pure concentration as he closed his eyes, searching the Force to feel for Vader. He felt only a tiny feeling of him in the Force, and Sidious knew how important Vader was to establishing strength in his empire. So he ordered the shuttle to descend to the surface. The clone commander turned to express his disagreement, and Sidious warned the clone not to disobey him. And so the shuttle flew down, entering the atmosphere and having to fly through the heavy ash in the sky. Sidious still had his eyes closed. He was guiding the clone pilot through the air to avoid any molten rocks spewed into the air. And on the landing platform, Anakin was working on taking off, while Obi-Wan was getting Padme settled into a bed in the back. And as Anakin was working to take off, he saw something emerge through the ash in the sky. It was a ship, the Emperor's shuttle. And inside the shuttle, Palpatine now sensed Anakin, breaking his concentration with the skies around the shuttle, and a volcanic rock slammed right into it. Almost immediately, all of the clones inside were killed, as Sidious grabbed the wall, bracing as the shuttle descended down, spinning through the air, crashing hard into a series of rocks next to the lava. And inside of Padme's ship, Anakin was now fighting with himself. He basically turned away from the dark by this point. All he saw was the destruction it caused, from angrily choking his own wife, to his brief vision under the high ground, to fighting Obi-Wan, literally causing a planet now threatening a volcanic eruption. He saw that darkness was not the way. It couldn't save Padme. It could only destroy her. But Anakin knew that for as long as Sidious lived, he would never be able to fully rid himself of the dark. And he knew that even with the shuttle crash, Sidious was still alive. Anakin knew he had to finish this, or Sidious would escape and torment him forever. So Anakin leapt up from the pilot seat, lowering the ramp, and he ran out when Obi-Wan called out to him. Anakin told Obi-Wan to tell Padme she was right about him. Obi-Wan nodded as Anakin leapt off of the landing platform. Obi-Wan decided to take off now, flying low and having R2-D2 scan for Anakin below the ship. They were much further away from the volcano now, but they certainly were not safe from its dangerous effects. Obi-Wan flew around until they spotted the crashed shuttle, and he thought no one could survive that. But of course, inside of the shuttle, Darth Sidious did crawl out of the fiery mess, his robes on fire, as he stepped out, using the Force to extinguish the flames, before looking up and seeing him. Anakin Skywalker stood in front of Sidious, with his blue blade ignited, ready to end this, once and for all. Sidious ignited his red blade, and he walked towards Anakin with pure rage. This situation was an absolute mess, and he was ready to discard of Skywalker for his failures, and just move on. Build his empire with the Inquisitors if he must. He would find a way out of here. The clash of their sabers echoed through the dangerous environment, each strike adding to the already explosive terrain as they clashed with their immense power. Anakin's attacks were fueled by raw emotion, his movements swift and aggressive, using the same technique he used to defeat Dooku, while Sidious countered with calculated anger, his mastery of the dark side evident as he ripped through the air to try and bring Skywalker down. As the ground trembled beneath them, lava was spewing dangerously close, their duel intensified. They moved with inhuman speed, their sabers a blur of light in the darkened area. The heat from the erupting volcano singed their robes, and the ground shifted beneath them, threatening to swallow them in molten rock. Amidst the chaos of it all, Anakin summoned the Force to enhance his battle, but Sidious responded with powerful bursts of lightning. As the duel was raging on, Obi-Wan flew low with the ramp open, holding out his hand for Anakin to jump to him. The environment became increasingly unstable, and Anakin looked at Sidious, stumbling back up towards him. Then up to Obi-Wan. Anakin knew he had to finish what he started, and he force-pushed Obi-Wan back into the ship. Lava flows surged closer, forcing both Sidious and Anakin to leap up onto precarious platforms of rock, their duel now spanning the collapsing landscape. In the ship, Obi-Wan understood what Anakin needed from him, so he ran back to the controls, putting the ship's thrusters into full force, blasting through the air as the ash was threatening to trap them in the planet. But Obi-Wan did what had to be done, getting to space and knowing Anakin was fulfilling his prophecy. On the surface, Anakin could see the ship escape, and he could feel Kenobi and Padme were safe. This was good. It gave him balance and calm, while Sidious was beyond angry, and Anakin was accepting the moment. As the lava and molten rocks crashed down upon them, Anakin struck down Sidious as he died under his own terms, destroying the Sith once and for all as the lava and rocks did consume him. Obi-Wan would fly Padme to Polis Massa to meet with Yoda and Bail Organa, and Obi-Wan would reveal everything. The horrors of Mustafar would forever haunt him, fighting Anakin, saving Padme, forcing himself to leave Anakin, the volcano. It was horrible, but he forced himself to let it go for now, and focus on keeping Padme safe, as she would give birth to twins. Obi-Wan would tell Padme everything that happened on Mustafar, and how Anakin sacrificed himself just so she could get away. Now all of this could have been avoided if he never turned, but even so, he did sacrifice himself for her in the end. Padme would accept this, and upon giving birth, she forced herself to survive in order to honor the sacrifice. She would live on, and she would raise Luke and Leia in a new, safer, reformed galaxy. With Palpatine dead and gone, the Senate group called the Delegation of 2000, led by Padme, Bail Organa, Mon Mothma, and many others, was able to step into the Senate and denounce Palpatine's empire, exposing him for the evil man that he was, working only for himself all of these years. It wouldn't be easy, but this delegation would spend months working back Palpatine's declaration of an empire, and they would use the clone troopers to shut down resisting militaristic groups wanting to lead an empire with fear. The clones would have their chips removed and remain loyal to a republic, wanting to make up for what they did to their Jedi commanders. And after a year, the mini civil war would end, and the Republic would be back. The Jedi Order, now led by Kenobi, while Yoda was in more of a guiding role, would settle in on Lothal, where an ancient temple was hidden deep in the plains. It would be a good place to restart the Order and just get away from everything. And Obi-Wan would bring Ahsoka back to the rebuilding Order to help him eventually train Luke and Leia to help keep the peace in a newly peaceful galaxy. And folks, that is our story for today. What if Anakin went to Mandalore to help Obi-Wan save Satine in the Clone Wars? That's our story for today. Hope you guys enjoy this one, and let's get right into it. Our story begins inside of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, as the Republic-controlled planet Bandomir is suddenly under attack and calling for Republic aid. The Republic blockade above the planet is just not enough, as the separatists are overwhelming them. In the communications room inside of the temple, Yoda, Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and Luminara Unduli say they will send help, and then they discuss their options. Mundi suggested Kenobi in order to get his mind off of what is going on with Satine on Mandalore. Not long ago, Duchess Satine requested help from the Jedi as her planet was being overrun by Prime Minister Olmec and the group known as Death Watch. She asked specifically for Kenobi, but the Jedi could not interfere, as it was an internal matter rather than something involving the separatists. Yoda agreed that it should be Kenobi, but when he called for him, there was no answer. So Windu would run through the temple to Kenobi's quarters, and they were empty. And from the next door room, Windu could hear the sounds of machines whirring and being put together. Anakin was hard at work with his hobbies, putting together droids for fun in his own room. And Windu entered, then asked if Anakin knew where Obi-Wan was. With a sly smile, Anakin simply said that he let Obi-Wan borrow a ship. Obi-Wan, without the permission of the Jedi, went to Mandalore. And Windu shook his head. No wonder Anakin was so comfortable disobeying the Council. But now Windu said that Anakin must replace Obi-Wan on this mission to Bandomir. The Separatists are attacking, and coincidentally, the planet was right next to Mandalore. Anakin accepted, and he got his men ready for battle. On Mandalore, Obi-Wan Kenobi arrived a while ago, and was going through the steps to rescue Satine from her cell. Satine was arrested after Pre Vizsla, Maul, and Olmec took over Mandalore, using the crime families to assist them. Vizsla was now saying that Mandalore was free from the weak rule, and it would return to its warrior ways. But in her cell, Obi-Wan would find and free Satine, and the two of them were running through the prison now, down to their ship. As the two of them ran, Mandalorians loyal to the Death Watch chased them down, and Obi-Wan and Satine boarded Anakin's ship, the old, broken-down Twilight ship. As they rose into the air, Satine called her sister for help, and Obi-Wan accessed a Jedi signal that would send a message to any Jedi within a short range. He asked for help on Mandalore, as he and the Duchess are in grave danger, and then their ship was shot down. The two of them jumped out of it, slamming into the ground, and Obi-Wan slowly looked up to see Maul. Above Bandomir, Anakin, Ahsoka, and the 501st were showing why they were the best of the Republic's Grand Army. The Separatist surprise attack was failing quickly as Anakin weaved in and out of squads of Vulture droids. He and Ahsoka spun across each other, firing on the engines of a separatist capital ship without shields, destroying it, flying through the explosion together. Anakin would call over to Ahsoka, saying she's doing excellent work, and a moment later, R2-D2 said that he's received a coded message from Mandalore. Anakin blew up another group of droids, then told R2 to play it. The message was of Obi-Wan, and he was going down in Anakin's ship, asking for help. Anakin heard this, then considered his options. He knew what he had to do, so he called to Rex, Ahsoka, and Yularen, saying they'll have to finish this battle without him. And as a parting gift, Anakin cut through another huge ship before jumping through it to hyperspace for Mandalore. And in hyperspace, Anakin would come up with a plan. He had R2 record a message that he would play to whoever was holding Kenobi captive. It was Anakin trying to just be intimidating, hopefully buying enough time for him to break through a window or something unexpected. He would help Obi-Wan and his girlfriend. Inside of the palace on Mandalore, Obi-Wan was being held by two of the Death Watch Mandalorians as Maul was speaking to him, and then he suddenly lifted Satine into the air. Obi-Wan gasped, and suddenly he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. In the building just outside of the palace, Obi-Wan could see Anakin climbing it. Obi-Wan had to stifle a relieved laugh, and instead he decided to buy time for whatever plan Anakin was using. Outside of the palace, Anakin was climbing, and he finally got to a rooftop that he could see inside of the palace from, and he saw Obi-Wan, Olmec, Satine, and a group of Mandalorians, but also Maul and Savage. Obi-Wan was right to call for help, Anakin thought, and now he just waited for R2 to show up and play his message, put fear into the hearts of those holding Obi-Wan captive. And Anakin looked to the palace door as R2 rolled in, but he got caught on the side of the door and spun around before falling flat on his droid face. Anakin sighed, then prepared to leap into the palace. This distraction would be good enough. And in the palace, everyone stopped what they were doing as this astromech flopped to the ground and beeped with embarrassment. Maul ordered a couple Mandalorians to go check it out, but a moment later, the window behind Maul shattered as Anakin crashed inside, lightsaber ignited, and Anakin cut through the stomach of Savage. The Zabrak gasped before falling in two pieces to the ground. Maul was distracted and in disbelief, so Obi-Wan called the Darksaber to his hand and cut down all of the Mandalorians around him as Satine fell to the ground and began taking Olmec in hand-to-hand combats. Maul screamed out in rage, then ignited his red saber and jumped for Anakin. The two of them began dueling now, as Obi-Wan called his own lightsaber back to him and began taking on all of the Mandalorians in here with the Darksaber and his blue saber. Satine landed a punch on Olmec, then pulled out her pistol and shot him with a disabler, and he was knocked out. She then looked to Anakin, now dueling with Maul, then to Obi-Wan as he cut down the last of the Death Watch reinforcements, then moved towards Anakin and Maul. Maul broke off from clashing with Anakin, then stared down both him and Kenobi. There were fires all throughout the room. The Death Watch warriors were dead. Olmec was knocked out. Savage was just cut in half, just like Maul was on Naboo. Anger burned inside of Maul, and he had to center himself, focus on the anger, control it, use it to defeat these Jedi. He ignited the second side of his saber, and he growled before hurling himself at Skywalker and Kenobi. Maul swung at the two of them with pure strength, moving with speed born of years of hatred for the Jedi. Anakin flipped over Maul, striking for his head in the air, but Maul blocked it and elbowed him before swinging at Kenobi. The Jedi Master swung high and low, but Maul was ready, pushing Obi-Wan backwards as Anakin rejoined the fight, jumping over a quick strike, then having his attacks blocked, before lining up once more with Obi-Wan. The three fighters regained their composure as Maul bared his teeth, then moved back in with lethal swings. Far from Mandalore, in the capital city of Coruscant, Chancellor Palpatine was overlooking the traffic of the great city as he closed his eyes, feeling a sudden vergence in the Force. It was Maul. Up to this point, Darth Sidious refused to give Maul his attention, but he could feel his unlocked power now, and so he decided it was time he take care of this loose end. He had his ship readied and prepared to take off to Mandalore, not as Palpatine, but as Sidious. Only he did not know that Skywalker and Kenobi were also there. Back on Mandalore, the three warriors, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Maul, were now fighting outside of the palace. Maul drew them out here, thinking his Death Watch Mandalorians would come to aid him. But instead, the three of them found a reborn civil war, as Bo-Katan was leading those loyal to Satine against those loyal to Maul. Mandalore has become a battleground reminiscent of old times, and Maul was beginning to falter under the strikes of the two Jedi. He'd heard stories of Skywalker and Kenobi together, a lethal duo that could do anything together. Maul didn't understand how true those stories truly were until now. It was like two Jedi fighting together to become one. Their lightsaber styles perfectly meshed, as Kenobi would take the defensive, wearing down Maul until Anakin jumped in with his own offensive strikes, pushing Maul backwards as Kenobi jumped back into the duel. This would continue into the fray of Mandalorians fighting each other, and finally, Anakin cut into the lightsaber of Maul, sending half of it tumbling away. Maul stumbled backwards himself, and a stray missile from the Mandalorian battle landed nearby, and Maul was knocked to the ground. As he looked up, two blue lightsabers were in his face, and Satine ran up to them, handing Obi-Wan a pair of ancient handcuffs, used in the old Jedi Mandalorian war days, to restrain the force of anyone wearing them. Maul was placed in the cuffs, and Obi-Wan noticed for the first time now that Satine has put on her old Mandalorian armor. She was an excellent fighter when need be, she just didn't ever want to be. But now she asked Anakin and Obi-Wan to help her take back Mandalore. The two Jedi agreed, and they ran into battle alongside Satine and Bo-Katan, as Maul was taken back into the palace, placed into a cell with a group of Mandalorian loyalists guarding him. Back in the new Mandalorian Civil War, Obi-Wan Kenobi stood back-to-back with Satine. She fired her pistol while Obi-Wan defended her, and their chemistry from years together was better than ever. Anakin Skywalker quickly met Bo-Katan, and the two of them quickly worked well together, as they weren't exactly afraid to do what was necessary. Anakin's blue lightsaber was a blur of strength, as Bo flew around him, firing amidst the chaos. The battle raged across Mandalore's surface, blaster bolts, lightsaber clashes echoing through the city. Joining back together, Obi-Wan and Anakin displayed their brotherhood in combat, their lightsabers flashing as they cut through waves of Death Watch soldiers. Satine and Bo, sisters together again, utilized their knowledge of Mandalore's terrain to lead their forces on the attack, keeping the Death Watch forces off balance, unable to truly fight back. And in the end, after a long fight, the two Jedi and the Mandalorian resistance had the Death Watch scrambling to escape and go into hiding as the people of Mandalore began to rise up from their homes, pushing the Death Watch away. Seeing Satine herself rise up and fight back against these terrorists proved to the people who the true leader was. And when the battle was over, Anakin and Obi-Wan re-entered the palace to confront Maul. They were going to bring him to Coruscant, show the Jedi Council why going to Mandalore was necessary. And as the two Jedi got to Maul's cell, he sat in the corner, clearly heartbroken over the loss of Savage and his failure to rise up using Mandalore. Anakin and Obi-Wan were about to grab him when Anakin suddenly paused. He felt a dark presence, darker than anything before, more evil than Ventress, Dooku, and Maul combined. And both Obi-Wan and Anakin saw Maul suddenly look up in fear and say, "Master." From the other side of the palace, Darth Sidious slowly entered with his hood up to see Maul, but he was in captivity with two Jedi. Of course, Anakin and Obi-Wan were here. Sidious knew now that this was not the time to fight, and he quickly turned to leave, hoping that he was not noticed. But both Anakin and Obi-Wan heard Maul say that his master was here. That meant Darth Sidious, the hidden Sith Lord, was somehow here, and they saw a hooded figure quickly leaving the palace. Before the two Jedi could chase him down, Maul said they will need his help. Obi-Wan said he doesn't think so, but then Maul decided to reveal the truth. He said that Sidious is Palpatine, and he wants revenge against Sidious more than anything else. Anakin and Obi-Wan could barely believe it, but they sensed no deception within Maul. Obi-Wan decided it was worth it, they would need him. He cut off Maul's cuffs and handed him the Darksaber, saying that if he does anything stupid at all, he will be killed without hesitation. Maul said he expects nothing less, then told him to hurry before they lose Sidious. Anakin and Obi-Wan did not trust Maul at all, but defeating Sidious meant ending this war. This was a chance worth taking, and so Kenobi, Skywalker, and Maul knew that they could take Sidious together. The three of them sprinted after Sidious, who moved like a shadow through the city, getting onto a turbo lift. Skywalker, Kenobi, and Maul got onto one as well, and chased him through the tunnels of Mandalore. Anakin closed his eyes, feeling into the Force, and to his dismay, he could sense Palpatine, if he truly put his mind to it. This meant that the leader of the Republic also led the separatists, and no matter how much Anakin previously thought of Palpatine as a friend, he knew that today he has to die. The turbo lift would come to an end, and Sidious ran to his ship, but before he could board it, Anakin's lightsaber flew through the air, slicing through the engines, causing the ship to slowly explode and fall off of the edge of the landing platform. Now, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Maul looked at the back of Sidious. His hood was blowing in the wind as both of his hands reached out and two red lightsabers ignited. Anakin and Obi-Wan wanted to end this war right here, while Maul planned to kill Sidious and then rise to power in the chaos that was to follow. Sidious didn't want to have to do this, but he was left with truly no choice. These three would have to die or surrender today. The air was filled with tension as Anakin, Maul, and Obi-Wan circled the Sith Lord, preparing for the galaxy-changing duel. The sudden clash of lightsabers would echo off of the stone walls as the fight quickly moved into the Mandalore tunnels. Sidious moved at his rivals, his red blades clashing with all three fighters with ease. Anakin was fighting with a mix of anger and confusion, as he still could not believe that Palpatine was Sidious. His movements were laced with intent to defeat the Sith, end this war once and for all. Obi-Wan was countering Sidious's moves with his own defensive style. It was no secret that Sidious was stronger than him, but if he could just stay alive, then he knew that the three of them could win. Maul was driven by his own thirst for vengeance. He unleashed his own fury upon his former master. The darksaber clashed again and again with the double blades of Sidious, as he wanted nothing more than to strike him down. The battle raged on through the tunnels, lightsabers clashing against lightsabers, sparks were flying into the darkness as Jedi and Sith fought. The battle continued, with no one winning, until Maul got overly aggressive, falling for Sidious's bait, and a strong swing caused Maul to be off balance, as Sidious then laughed, twirling his two blades, stabbing him through the chest of Maul. The former Sith gasped, then looked down as Sidious continued laughing. But with anger like never before, Maul used his last bits of strength to grab the lightsabers in his chest, holding them in place. Sidious tried to pull away, but he couldn't, and Maul used a force push, sending Sidious back before he fell dead on the cold ground. Now Anakin and Obi-Wan moved in on Sidious, who no longer had his lightsabers. Sidious shot lightning at them, but they deflected it, then moved in swinging at the Dark Lord, and Sidious flipped over them, but Anakin reached up, cutting Sidious through both legs and an arm as he flopped to the ground with a scream of pain and anger. Obi-Wan looked to Anakin, saying that they need to bring Palpatine back to Coruscant for questioning, but Anakin twirled his saber, stabbing it through the spine of Sidious, killing him immediately. Obi-Wan sighed as Anakin turned and began walking away towards Palpatine's ship. Obi-Wan would eventually follow him, and inside of Palpatine's ship, they would find recent messages to Dooku. Palpatine was too overconfident to delete the evidence on his ship. It was his downfall. And they learned that Dooku and Grievous were at the prison spire on Stygian Prime, waiting for Sidious to deliver Maul. Sidious originally came to Mandalore intending to kill Savage and capture Maul for later uses, but now Dooku and Grievous were sitting ducks there. The Jedi would contact the Jedi Council and tell them everything, and the Council would decide that they need to launch an all-out attack on the prison spire, kill Dooku and Grievous before the war gets out of hand without Palpatine around anymore. There was no time for debate, and so every council member available would gather a fleet and go to Stygian Prime. They knew that if Dooku learned of Palpatine's death, he would take the full forces of the separatists more than ever before, and the Republic could still lose this war. And as they did that, Anakin and Obi-Wan returned to the palace to find Satine waiting for them. She told Obi-Wan that the fight for Mandalore has turned in their favor, and then she said the word, asking Obi-Wan if he would stay with her. Obi-Wan smiled, and Anakin patted Obi-Wan on the back, telling him to follow his heart. Obi-Wan looked to Anakin with joy, and he too told Anakin to follow his heart, then winked as he went and hugged Satine. Anakin wondered what this meant, but deep down, he knew that Obi-Wan knew about Padme. So with a smile, Anakin would leave Mandalore, and upon returning to Coruscant, he would learn that the Council was successful in destroying the prison spire, completely catching Dooku and Grievous off guard, and the war could soon hopefully come to an end. Ultimately, the Clone Wars would go on for another couple of months, as the Separatist Council did not want to surrender, but without Dooku, Sidious, and Grievous, the Separatist planets would ultimately rejoin the Republic in a peace treaty proposed by Chancellor Padme Amidala. After the events on Mandalore, the Jedi said that Dooku and Grievous assassinated Palpatine, and so they attacked Stygian Prime and blew up the spire to get revenge for Palpatine. The Republic was content with this, and it helped them to end this war and promote Padme to Chancellor. When the war would finally end, Anakin would leave the Jedi Order and become the personal security leader for Padme, and the two of them would soon travel to Mandalore to visit with Duchess Satine and her personal protector, Obi-Wan Kenobi. With Anakin and Obi-Wan both out of the Order and with their loves, this was an extremely happy meeting that would see Mandalore having peace under Satine's rule, while the four of them would share a celebratory dinner. Within years, both Anakin and Padme and Obi-Wan and Satine would have children. These children would be Force-sensitive, but they would not initially join the Order, at least not until Anakin and Obi-Wan deemed them ready. They didn't have any ill intent towards the Jedi, it just wasn't the path for them. So when their children were ready to be trained, Luke, Leia, and Obi-Wan's child, Jin, named after Qui-Gon Jinn, would go to the Jedi Temple and they would begin training, to be trained under masters like Plo Koon, Mace Windu, and Ahsoka Tano. And folks, that is our story for today. What if Anakin Skywalker was framed for the temple bombing instead of Ahsoka? Our story begins inside of a Republic prison, just days after the Jedi Temple hangar was bombed. Inside of one of the most secure prison cells was Anakin Skywalker, former Jedi Knight, now Republic prisoner for a crime that he did not commit. And as Anakin sat in the cell, he reflected on everything that happened leading up to this moment. After Letta Turman turned herself in and began describing what happened, she called for Ahsoka alone in order to confess what was truly going on. But Ahsoka was sent off-world after Letta was arrested to go fight on Cato Nemoidia alone. Anakin was getting ready to join her, but he went to visit Letta instead. And when Anakin arrived inside of the cell, Letta was choked from somewhere. Security recordings made it look like Anakin did it, and then the recordings were cut out as Anakin was pushed against the wall and knocked out by someone in the vents. Anakin remembered when he woke up and left the unlocked cell. The hallway was suddenly littered with dead clones, including Commander Fox, all of them slain by a lightsaber. Alarms were blaring, and Anakin began running away, trying to figure out what was going on, but outside the halls, he saw his own lightsaber stabbed through another clone. Anakin pulled the saber back to him, but as he did this, a new squad of clones, led by a group of commandos, ran in, seeing Anakin standing over the bodies with his lightsaber in hand. And Anakin was shot with stun blasts as he tried putting his hands up to say that this wasn't him. When eventually he did wake up, Anakin received the terrible news. He was not only now being accused of the temple bombing, but also accused of murdering Letta and around 50 clone troopers. The process would go quick from here because of the evidence being so reliable, and while Anakin was knocked out, Tarkin and the Republic government basically ordered that Anakin be expelled from the Jedi Order immediately. The Council saw the evidence, the murders that Anakin was under trial for, and they had no choice. Though the Council was not in total agreement about this, Obi-Wan and Plo Koon especially tried arguing for Anakin, saying that none of this makes any sense. But Windu and Mundi led the other side, saying that Anakin has been more vocal than others about the Jedi being in this war. He's always carried a darkness around him, and they just didn't trust him. It seems now that Anakin snapped, and this all came not long after Obi-Wan faked his own death. Perhaps this was Anakin's way of showing the Jedi that he would not stand for it any longer. Obi-Wan completely disagreed, but was overruled, and Anakin was no longer a Jedi. On Cato Nemoidia, as Ahsoka was about to enter into battle, Senator Padme Amidala contacted her, telling her what was going on. Ahsoka couldn't believe it. Anakin was obviously innocent, but it didn't matter. The Republic had their scapegoat, and they were riding with it. So Ahsoka would immediately return to Coruscant, leaving Rex in charge of the battle, and within hours, both Ahsoka and Obi-Wan would meet with Padme, learn that Anakin wouldn't even be getting a trial. He was deemed too dangerous, and was being set for immediate execution, but the three of them would come up with a plan. In all of this, Palpatine was putting together his own plans. He would be in attendance for the execution, and he would use his powers to free Anakin. From there, Anakin would have to make a choice: kill or be killed, join the dark side or die. This did accelerate plans quite a bit for Palpatine, but he felt he had no choice. Anakin got himself into a terrible situation. And so, within hours, Anakin was being escorted to the execution area by a group of 6 commando clones, when suddenly an astromech came rolling in, crashing into the wall. R2-D2 crashed into a pipe, and steam went everywhere, blinding Anakin and the clones momentarily. And suddenly, stun blasts rang out from the vents as Ahsoka and Padme took down the commandos. and Anakin felt his handcuffs dislodge as his saber was slipped into his hands. Obi-Wan cut a hole in the floor, revealing the sewer system, and he told Anakin to go. May the Force be with him. When the steam cleared, Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Padme were nowhere to be seen. Down in the sewers, Anakin was sprinting through them as he heard the distant prison alarms begin to sound off again. He felt in the Force that Padme, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan helped him, and he hoped they would be alright, but for now he had to fight for himself, free his own name, and then he could see his friends again. Anakin leapt down into the Coruscant underworld, diving hundreds of levels down, before finally landing on a worn-down area and hiding away. Anakin would spend the next few days alone here on Coruscant, waiting for the searches to end. He wouldn't be able to investigate anything, as he knew he'd be shot on sight. Shot to kill, not stun blasts this time. So for a few days, he wouldn't eat, sleep, or relax at all. He was on high alert, until he began making his way back up the levels, knocking out a clone, stealing his armor, before climbing all the way back up to the top level. And in the clone armor, Anakin would sneak away to a Republic fighter and begin flying through the air. Almost immediately, it was noticed that this ship was not authorized for takeoff, but once Anakin was in the air, nobody would be bringing him down. He flew around 2 squads of clone fighters before making his way into space, jumping to hyperspace for Malastare. Anakin was going to need a better ship, and in order to buy a ship, he would need credits, and he knew that Malastare had the perfect opportunity for him. Days would go by from here, and the Republic would turn its attention away from finding Anakin to focusing back on the war. Inside of the Jedi Council, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka were suspected of freeing Anakin, but the matter was settled for now. There was no clear evidence of them doing this, with the steam getting in the way of the cameras. They were needed back on the battlefront, but both Ahsoka and Obi-Wan swore to investigate this whenever they were back on Coruscant. Padme desperately missed Anakin, but she knew that he was out in the galaxy, doing what he has to do in order to clear his name. Palpatine was both frustrated and curious as to how this was all going to play out. In his mind, Anakin would either find a way to clear his name, or he would resent the Jedi, or he would die trying, proving to Palpatine that he was not worthy of the Sith title. And on Malastare now, Anakin was going to win a ship in order to return to Coruscant unnoticed, giving him all of the time he needs to figure out what happened. And so, within days, the contestants for the Malastare 100 pod race were being announced one by one. There were 10 contestants from around the galaxy lining up: Bry Andozer from Ryloth, Raz Need from Fondor, Og Lindare from Jakku, Samber Lin from Lannik, Karler Kupsan from Ringo, Lois Ruiz from Salonia, Bebron Jamis from Veros, and then the big 3 racers: Ben Quadraneros from Tund, Sebulba from Malastare itself, this was his home planet race, and the final new contestant, Anakin Skywalker from Tatooine. Both Sebulba and Quadraneros couldn't believe it. Anakin hadn't raced since Tatooine, but the two of them have practiced every day since losing to the boy, and they would not let it happen again. Anakin was borrowing a pod from a local rental place. He knew he could win it all here today. So as everyone started their engines, he confidently smiled to Sebulba, and the race would begin. Engines roared to life, propelling the racers forward into a sudden blast. As citizens from around the galaxy were gathered here, cheers erupted as it all began. Anakin Skywalker was a pod racing legend, and he was back to face his rivals. Sebulba would waste no time, employing ruthless tactics, muscling his way to the front, leaving chaos and collisions behind him as Need and Lin came crashing down. Anakin's reflexes were honed through countless hours of Jedi training, and he weaved through the chaos with a blend of skill and a bit of luck, determined to prove himself once again against the now seasoned veterans. Ben Quadraneros struggled to keep pace, his unconventional pod racer jerking, sputtering around as he was maintaining control. He was nervous going against Anakin and Sebulba again, but before long, he caught up. Unlike Tatooine, his pod racer was actually moving. The dangers of the race were constant. Debris was littering the tracks, rival racers were vying for position with reckless and dangerous movements, knowing that if they beat Skywalker, they will forever be a legend. Pod racers careened around perilous turns as they entered into a mountain. Sebulba slowed down, began relentlessly targeting everyone, but Anakin, undeterred by the danger, pushed his pod to its limits, spinning over Sebulba and taking the lead. As the race wore on, tensions reached a boiling point, as Sebulba, Anakin, and Ben found themselves locked in a fierce battle for the lead. Ben was redeeming himself, each maneuver a calculated risk, with pod racers narrowly avoiding collisions as they jostled for position. Only 5 pods were even left on the track at this point, and as they darted through the planet, 2 laps were now complete, and there was still basically a 3-way tie. In a corner where there were no cameras, Sebulba threw a manufactured grenade at Anakin, and Anakin used the Force to slam it into the ground. As it exploded, it hit only Quadraneros, and his pod slammed into the ground. Ben flew forward, landing on Anakin's pod now, and in a fit of rage, Ben tried to sabotage Anakin's pod, but Anakin spun around, leaving Ben tumbling away into the sands. And now as the race hurtled towards its conclusion, the tensions reached a new high, as Sebulba and Anakin raced neck and neck to the finish line. Each twist of the track was a test of their skill. Victory was in the balance, and in a heart-stopping moment, Sebulba made a daring move, attempting to sabotage Anakin's pod in a last-ditch effort to secure his lead. He moved in to slam into Anakin's pod, but as he did this, Anakin slammed on his own brakes. Sebulba hit the side of a cavern, and Anakin sped right past him. But as he did, Sebulba perfectly threw a wrench into Anakin's engines. Anakin's pod began sputtering to a stop, and through the smoke, Sebulba was laughing to himself. He did it. But through the smoke, Anakin backflipped out of it, landing right in Sebulba's pod and kicking him out of it to the ground. Anakin now sped through the finish line, and once again, Anakin Skywalker was a pod racing champion. He would go on to gather thousands of credits upon winning, and purchase a simple ship that would get him back into Coruscant unnoticed. By the time Anakin arrived back on Coruscant, it had been weeks since he left. He missed Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Rex, and especially Padme, but Anakin knew that he had to clear his name before contacting them, or everyone could be at risk. So Anakin would spend days in the Coruscant underworld retracing his steps, trying to find evidence of someone else building the temple bomb. But instead, Anakin would find someone else. A clone trooper, running for his life. And Anakin would secretly follow this clone through the underworld into a warehouse. And soon Anakin recognized him to be Fives of his 501st Legion. What was he doing here? And Anakin would see nearby that Rex, the Coruscant guard, and Ahsoka Tano were chasing after him. So Anakin acted, lifting Fives to the top of the warehouse with the Force and escaping through a window. Fives was extremely confused as to what was going on, but Anakin would soon hide him away, telling him to quiet down. Once the clones took their search elsewhere, Anakin asked Fives what was going on, and Fives revealed everything he knew. He recently discovered the true purpose of the inhibitor chips, and Palpatine himself revealed the truth to him. Anakin asked Fives if he trusts him, and Fives said yes. Anakin said this would be painful, but he could get the truth this way, and Fives said he would do whatever it takes. So Anakin reached his hand out to Fives' mind, sifting through his memories. It was a darker power, but Anakin was using it today. And quickly, he would see Palpatine in Fives' memories. The Chancellor smiled at Fives, knowing the clone was injected with a psychosis drug, and Palpatine revealed his true plans, causing Fives to basically go insane. Anakin broke off this connection and nearly fell to the ground. Palpatine is the Sith Lord, and he's going to turn the clones against the Jedi? Anakin considered his options now, and he decided he would be taking an eventual risk. He gave his ship to Fives, telling him to get off-world, at least until the war ends, and later that night, Anakin would sneak through Coruscant, stealing a speeder, jumping down into Padme's apartment. He had to sneak in through the window, as clone security was now always watching the balcony, thinking Anakin may return here. Anakin snuck in, and he woke up Padme. The two of them shared a long embrace, and Anakin then told her everything. He told Padme that she must go to the Jedi, tell them about the inhibitor chips, investigate the Kaminoans, and there they will find Palpatine's true plans. Padme agreed to do this, then asked Anakin what he was going to do, and with a smile, he said he was no longer held back by Jedi or Republic restraints, so he was going to go find and bring down Dooku. Padme said that Dooku and Grievous were reportedly on Utapau, and the Jedi Council dispatched Kenobi and Ahsoka with the 212th and 501st, so this would be perfect. The plans were set in motion. Padme would help bring down Palpatine, while Anakin helps bring down Dooku. On Utapau, the following day, Dooku and Grievous were inspecting a giant kyber crystal found on the planet when the Republic commenced their attack. Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and the two clone armies rained down an attack, but Dooku was prepared. He had his escape ship ready just over a cliffside. He had no need or want to fight, but as Dooku was about to get into his ship, a rusty old one with modified blasters came out of nowhere, blowing up Dooku's ship just before Dooku could escape. As Dooku watched this happen, he then saw Anakin Skywalker jump from the rusty ship, landing right in front of him. Ahsoka and Obi-Wan just began dueling with Grievous, but they saw Anakin arrive and couldn't believe it. They were ecstatic to have him here, of course. A lot of the clone troopers that saw Anakin arrive would turn with confusion. He was a criminal sentenced to death. But Rex and Cody yelled that they were not droids. They act on their own accord, and today, Anakin is with them. If they want to attack Anakin for what is accused of him, then so be it. But anyone who has fought with Anakin should know he is innocent. And all of the clones would turn back to their own fights with the battle droids. And now on the Utapau platform, Grievous was swinging at Ahsoka and Obi-Wan, while Dooku was smiling at Anakin, telling him this was going to be fun. Anakin wanted to end this once and for all. Up until this point, he managed his anger and rage so well, despite everything being against him. But he decided now to use it, act on it, embrace the feelings he was keeping hidden away. And so Anakin would run in at Dooku, clashing sabers in the Utapau plains. As the two of them swung at each other with immense speed, Anakin thought about the Jedi Council abandoning him, and quickly he was pushing Dooku backwards. He thought about Palpatine being a traitor, not only to him, but to the Republic, to the Jedi, to Padme. He ordered assassination attempts on her. This rage continued to help Anakin push Dooku backwards. He was using his dark emotions for good, and he remembered this entire war. All of it was pointless. All of it was created by Dooku and Palpatine to secure power for the Sith. Anakin decided that would not happen. He struck Dooku on both sides, then sliced into his shoulder, and Dooku now only had his left hand available. Anakin spun his saber behind his back, then cut into Dooku's knee, and he fell to the ground. Dooku looked up at him. He was amazed. He knew Anakin could unlock this power with the dark side, but he thought it would consume him, not help him. And now Anakin swung his saber for the kill, but stopped at the last second, and instead, he cut off Dooku's hands before knocking him out. He would stand trial. And Anakin looked to see Ahsoka and Obi-Wan finishing off Grievous once and for all, before coming to him, having the clones officially arrest Dooku, securing him in a Republic transport to go back to Coruscant. And almost at once, all three of Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Anakin looked to each other. Something just shifted huge dramatically in the Force, as if a great battle has begun. On Coruscant, after Padme told the Jedi that Anakin came to her with information about the inhibitor chips, the Jedi investigated this heavily, soon confirming the truth. The chips were designed to kill the Jedi, so Yoda, Windu, Fisto, Kolar, and Tin moved on the Chancellor, telling him he was under arrest. For Palpatine, this was excellent timing. He would kill these Jedi, and then he would convince the Senate that not only did the Jedi try to assassinate him, but they also framed Anakin for bombing the temple. Palpatine would say that Jedi framed Anakin on purpose, hoping to rid themselves of this wildcard Jedi, and Anakin could once again be his right-hand man in his new empire. And Order 66 would be more than acceptable to the galaxy. But as the duel began, Palpatine quickly realized he underestimated the Jedi. Although he was able to quickly discard of Kolar and Tin, the other three were quite powerful together. Yoda and Windu were an elite duo, while Kit Fisto remained alive, providing an annoyance to Palpatine, as the three of them fought through the office, cutting down furniture, slicing through his desk, until eventually Yoda was able to cut through Palpatine's saber. Windu jammed his own purple blade into Palpatine's chest, killing him here. While this battle was going on, the rest of the council was dispatched to investigate and find anything they could on the treasonous Palpatine. Among their discoveries, Plo Koon would soon find an underground tunnel from the Chancellor's home all the way to the industrial sector. Plo would find the Sith lair, and in the lair, he would find Barriss Offee, who went missing soon after Anakin escaped Coruscant. She was imprisoned here, and Plo would find records of Palpatine investigating her to find out that she was responsible for the bombing of the temple. Palpatine found this out and was keeping her here, planning to use the isolation and the hatred to turn her to the dark side. With Palpatine, Dooku, and Grievous dead, the Council would bring all of their evidence to the Senate, and they would convince them that Palpatine was working with Dooku with a plot to destroy the Jedi and take control of the Republic. And during this, Plo Koon and his wolf pack of clones would bring in Barriss Offee with the records of Palpatine's investigation to prove that she bombed the temple. Anakin was proven innocent. When it was all settled, Anakin would never return to the temple. He was not a Jedi any longer, and both Ahsoka and Obi-Wan would leave the Order as well. Fives would return to Coruscant, reuniting with his 501st brothers, thanking Anakin for the help, and in time, Anakin, Padme, and Ahsoka would get a large home on Coruscant together, living out their time helping people away from the Jedi Order. The entire ordeal with Anakin made all three of these former Jedi lose faith in the Council, but while they thrived away from the Order itself would also survive, continuing to serve the Republic, now led by Chancellor Bail Organa. Padme and Anakin would soon go on to have twins, and they would be part of the new Order of Jedi that Obi-Wan and Ahsoka were part of, a small but happier group that was serving the people of this Republic. And folks, that is our story for today. What if Anakin and Padme joined the Separatist Alliance? Our story begins inside of the Galactic Senate of the Republic, as everyone is waiting for Bail Organa to speak. Padme Amidala waits anxiously in her pod. She remembers everything about the last few days leading up to this moment. Days ago, the Senate began debating about a bill to deregulate the banks, allow for millions more clone troopers to be paid for and created. Padme saw this as a terrible idea. She wanted peace in the galaxy. So Padme and Ahsoka secretly flew to Raxus, capital of the Separatists, and began negotiations with Senator Mina Bonteri of the Separatist Senate. Mina and Padme agreed to each motion a petition to their respective senates to begin peace negotiations. Things were looking good for a change, as the Separatist Senate actually voted in a majority to commence peace talks. Even Dooku supported this publicly, saying that if this is what majority wants, then peace talks can begin. But when Padme brought this to the Republic, something terrible happened. Before peace talks could be voted on, the Republic power grid was bombed. Dooku and Grievous secretly did this, and the Republic Senate immediately voted not to have peace talks, but instead, the bill for 5 million more clone troopers was reintroduced. The next couple days were spent with senators being threatened to vote in favor of this new bill, and Padme was waiting for Bail to speak against it, but her aide came to her with tragic news. Bail Organa was assassinated by Separatist bounty hunters before he could arrive. Padme couldn't believe it, but she refused to let this bill pass, so she called Anakin Skywalker for help. Please go to her office, grab the copy of Bail's speech that she had, and she would give the speech. She would grieve later. Today, she must honor Bail by giving this speech. Anakin agreed to do it, and he now snuck through the halls of the executive building, making his way to Padme's office, when he heard something familiar. The voice of Dooku. It was a pre-recorded message, and Dooku was speaking to Lot Dod of the Trade Federation, Goom Sam of the Techno Union, and Nix Card of the Banking Clan. Dooku told them that he has assurances from the Chancellor himself that Bail Organa will die, and the bill for 5 million more clones will certainly pass. All three of their corporations will get a heavy payday. Anakin didn't really think about the best path from here. He just followed his instincts, cutting the door lock, quickly running in to knock out all three of these terribly corrupt senators. Anakin found the message was still on their console, and he quickly downloaded it, sending it to Padme, telling her this was vital for her cause. Anakin couldn't believe it. Dooku and Palpatine were working together to prolong this war, and he decided to go to the Senate. Things could get messy from here. Padme would quickly receive Anakin's transmission and play it herself. Dooku speaking to the Corporate Alliance senators, telling them Bail is dead and the bill for more clones will pass. Dooku admitted he is working with Palpatine. This can end the war immediately. Padme would call her pod to the center, demanding to speak for Bail Organa, as he has been assassinated by bounty hunters. The Senate erupted in confusion as Padme plugged in the recording from Dooku. It quickly played, revealing to the Senate that Dooku and Palpatine together are working to pass the bill to continue the war. As it played for everyone to hear, Padme stared up at Palpatine, not breaking eye contact. And when it ended, Palpatine gave her a subtle but chilling smile. Palpatine waited for the Senate to calm down, and with a somber voice, he said that his worst fears are indeed realized. Dooku and Padme have been working together to sow division in the Republic, and he's been building up a case file to prove it. This video is the final evidence his security team needs to prove Padme is directly working with Dooku. Padme tried to protest, but Palpatine called for clone security to arrest her immediately, and Padme turned to see 10 clones now running right at her. But before she could be arrested, Anakin Skywalker jumped from a hidden area, landing in front of Padme, quickly throwing these clones backwards before igniting his lightsaber. Padme grabbed his hand as they ran into the halls, deflecting blaster fire, sprinting away. Anakin didn't kill any clones, but he was knocking them out, dismembering them if need be, keeping Padme safe as they ran to the main hall doors. Anakin used his comlink to call for Ahsoka, asking for immediate help, and Ahsoka said she would be there, not truly knowing what was going on. Anakin would guide Padme out of the door, where around 100 Coruscant Guard clones were suddenly waiting for them. Commander Fox ordered them to surrender, or they will have to fire. Anakin saw Ahsoka flying in the distance though, so he put his saber away, putting his hands up, and within seconds, he grabbed Padme, leaping into the open ramp of the Twilight, as he and Padme were now safe, and he ordered Ahsoka to get to space, jump to Raxus, capital of the Separatist Senate. Once they were gone, the Jedi Council was immediately made aware of what happened. Padme was accused of treason against the Republic for accusing Palpatine of working with Dooku, and Jedi Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano helped her escape. All three of them were fugitives of the Republic, and any contact with them will be deemed as treason as well. The Council, mainly Obi-Wan, simply could not believe this. He knew Padme. She would never betray the Republic unless she had a real reason to. So Obi-Wan and the Council were on high alert to find out what was really going on here, and if the truth was revealed, they would make a move. While in hyperspace, Anakin and Padme apologized to Ahsoka. She was now complicit in whatever they were doing, and Anakin asked Padme what exactly they were doing. With a determined look, she said they were joining the Separatists. She sees now that the Separatists are right, and while Dooku and the corporate alliance of the Separatists may be corrupt like Palpatine, she knows that the people in the Separatist Senate, the ones like Mina Bonteri, they truly want peace, while those in the Republic only care about profit. They are draining the galaxy of its resources and their money in order to fill their own pockets. Ahsoka asked, truly for the first time, what is it that the Separatists actually want? Padme said it's very complicated, but laid out what she knows. The Separatist Parliament, aka the Separatist Senate, truly just wants to secede from the Republic and create their own new completely separate government. But the Republic doesn't want this to happen, and the corporate alliance of the Separatists, consisting of Newt Gunray and the Trade Federation, Wat Tambor and the Techno Union, and the others of that alliance, basically are greedy psychos with members in the Separatists and the Republic. Dooku and Grievous both lead the war effort, but not in the interests of the people. The people of the Separatists, the ones who started this movement, never wanted it to be about war. They just wanted to be separate of the corrupt Republic. So Padme basically said they'll be taking the side of those people who want out of the Republic, and she has a plan, but it's very risky. And she contacted an old friend, now Separatist Senator Avi Singh. On Raxus, Senator Singh set up a discreet meeting location, and he would soon welcome Padme, Anakin, and Ahsoka to Raxus, and to the Separatist Alliance. Anakin and Ahsoka were very weary about all of this. As Jedi, they've been fighting Separatists constantly, but they did just learn that the Republic is not who they should be fighting for. And Padme would play the recording of Dooku for the Senator Singh, where Dooku admitted to directly be working with Palpatine. Senator Singh was taken aback. Most of the Separatist Senate truly believed that Dooku was a good man, but turns out he has become just as corrupt as anyone else. Singh asked if there was anyone out there who still wanted what was best for the people, and Padme said yes, the people of the Separatists, not the droids, not the Techno Union, not the Trade Federation, not Dooku, no. The only people who want what is best for the people are the Separatist senators, and now Padme, Anakin, and Ahsoka. Singh said that they need the corporate alliance to pay for battle droids though. Without them, they can't fight the Republic. And Anakin jumped in now, saying that maybe the path to freedom is to stop fighting completely. Singh, Ahsoka, and Padme all looked at Anakin with confusion, but he told them to think about it. The Jedi and the clones are not mindless soldiers. They're good men and women. If the droids are shut down, and suddenly the defenders of the Separatist planets are actual people, then the Republic forces will stand down. Ahsoka said this is risky, but Anakin could be right. If the Jedi and clones don't have any droids to fight, and they're instead faced with the reality of fighting the people, Anakin's right. They may just stand down. Perhaps they will even switch sides. And upon learning the war is just one big play by Palpatine and Dooku, this was their best shot. Padme wished they could just go to the Jedi Council, tell them everything, but right now the three of them were labeled as traitors. The Jedi would be siding with the Republic until they had true reason not to, and if contacted, Anakin, Padme, and Ahsoka would be immediately arrested. So, Anakin told Senator Singh he needs all the information they have on the droids so he can find a way to shut down the entire army. Having access to all of the Separatist information was proving valuable already, not surprisingly. And while Anakin and Ahsoka researched through all of the classified information on the droids, Padme and Separatist Singh went to the Separatist Senate, where everyone was gathered as Dooku was speaking to them via hologram. Dooku was saying that the Republic has unfortunately declined their efforts for peace, and thus the war must continue with more battle droids. But Padme entered, exclaiming to the senators here that Dooku lies. She told everyone who she was, and then described what she saw. Although Dooku accepted the peace offerings from the Senate, he hired bounty hunters to intimidate Republic senators into declining the peace talks, while working directly with Palpatine to continue this war. Dooku demanded that no one believe her, but Padme had the proof, playing the recording of Dooku admitting to killing Bail and purposely continuing this war. Eruptions in the Separatist Senate began as Dooku's feed was suddenly cut, and they were all in complete shock. Their great leader was a traitor. He was just like the rest of them. But Senator Singh brought Padme to the front, and they laid out their extremely risky plan to the senators here. Separatist Jedi Anakin Skywalker is going to shut the droids down, and the Separatists will show their true strength, the loyalty and the will of the people. If the Republic still chooses to fight once the droids are shut down, then the galaxy will see who the real savages are, and more planets will join their cause. The plan was risky, but it was better than continuing the war under a known corrupt leadership. And soon, Anakin and Ahsoka had the information from Separatist records on where the droid shutdown command could be accessed from Mustafar. So the two of them would take a Separatist ship to Mustafar, gaining access through the Separatist blockade using the chain code from Senator Singh. Things were almost going too well. The two of them descended down into the planet, landing the ship in a hidden cavern on the side of a smaller volcano, and they made their way through the planet, soon finding the Mustafar control center. Luckily, they had R2-D2 with them, and R2 had the schematics of the building downloaded, so they made their way inside, destroying the droid security in here, and R2 would plug into the console. R2 was searching for the shutdown command, and things were too quiet. Ahsoka turned to Anakin, saying she has a bad feeling about this. R2 beeped that he can't find the shutdown yet, but he did find something else. A protocol called Order 99 that can cause all droids to immediately shift alliances, firing on their leaders, and then themselves until they are all destroyed. Anakin realized this was much better than just a simple shutdown. This could cause the droids to turn on Dooku, Grievous, and all of the Separatist military leaders. Anakin told R2 to do it, and the droid said it would take some time. And suddenly, a loud clanking could be heard all around the facility. Anakin and Ahsoka couldn't place where it was coming from, but the clanking, which sounded like footsteps, suddenly came to a stop. Anakin looked to Ahsoka as both of them ignited their sabers, and the floor from under Ahsoka was ripped away. She barely moved before falling, and General Grievous entered the room, laughing as he ignited 4 sabers. Anakin told R2 to finish hacking into the signal, send Order 99 to the droids, then he and Ahsoka ran into battle against Grievous, pushing him away from R2. Grievous spun his sabers, deflecting the strikes from the Jedi as they quickly moved to a bridge over the lava. Grievous was very aggressive, but Anakin and Ahsoka were strong together as they continued fighting him, keeping him away from R2, trying to gain an advantage as Grievous used all 4 sabers with extreme strength. Inside of the control room, R2 finally had the signal ready. He was about to send the Order 99 command to the droids when 2 Magna Guards entered, stabbing their staff right through the ground where R2 was. He was able to spin away, just barely avoiding the Magna Guard, and R2 sprayed them with fuel before putting his console back into the machines and activating Order 99. Right as it was activated, he was able to escape the 2 Magna Guards, with his jets flying over the lava back to Anakin and Ahsoka's ship. And now, back on the bridges above the lava, Anakin and Ahsoka still fought Grievous, and neither side was gaining ground, but Grievous managed to kick Anakin, sending him crashing to the ground. He had Ahsoka alone, and he was hungry for the kill. But now, from around every corner and every building on Mustafar, every available battle droid began running out and targeting Grievous. R2 did it. Order 99 was activated. Grievous was focused on the Jedi when blaster bolts suddenly hit him in the legs and shoulder, allowing the Jedi to cut him down, and Grievous fell into the lava with a final angry scream. Anakin and Ahsoka watched as the droids all now turned on each other until none of them were left. This happened across the galaxy on countless battlefronts. Jedi and clones in battle suddenly realized what was happening as the droids turned on their leaders, and then on each other. On Cato Nemoidia, Newt Gunray was killed by his droids. The same happened to Wat Tambor and the other leaders of the corporations. On Sereno, Dooku was meeting with Sidious via hologram, when the separatist ships in space all turned from being a blockade, aiming down at Dooku's castle, firing down on it, obliterating it with him inside, and then all the ships turned on each other, blowing them up in space. Sidious could only watch through the hologram, couldn't believe what was happening. The separatist senators were in no danger, as they had no control of the army, and so as Anakin and Ahsoka returned to Raxus, every last battle droid was gone. The Republic was sending a message to all of them. Senator Ryo Chuchi and Jedi Master Mace Windu called the Separatist Senate and said now that the droid armies, Dooku, Grievous, and the corporate leaders are gone, they are expecting an immediate surrender. But together, Padme and Anakin told Windu and Chuchi that no, the Separatists do not surrender to the corrupt Republic, the corrupt Chancellor. Instead, they demand that the Republic stop the fighting and allow the Separatists to officially be their own state, completely separate of the Republic, a new government. Windu tilted his head, saying they have no army, no leadership, no leverage for these demands. Padme said it simply doesn't matter. They have the people, and the people of the thousands of Separatist planets will not back down. The Separatists were never meant to be a group for war. They're now asking for peace, and now the Republic must choose whether it will honor these requests or kill innocent people in their crusade to keep the broken, corrupt, evil Republic together. The feed was cut without an answer, and now the Separatists could do only one thing: wait. And inside of the Jedi Council, the Masters all discussed this, and for the first time, they really wondered what side to choose. They were able to access a feed of the Republic Senate, where Palpatine was giving a speech to the senators. For Palpatine, the recent events were simply not good at all, but he could still win in his favor. He just needs to eliminate the Separatists' hope for a peaceful solution, and when they eventually start fighting back, he can wipe them out, become Emperor of the Galaxy. And so Palpatine began immediately dispatching clones and Jedi generals to all of the Separatist planets. The mission was to begin an immediate occupation, force these planets to rejoin the Republic, or their supplies would be completely cut. As the Council heard this, they knew they were indeed on the wrong side. The people they were sworn to protect were about to suffer mightily, while they were supposed to just enforce this suffering. No, this was not the way. The Chancellor has gone too far. The Separatists willingly shut down their armies and have proven to the galaxy they only want peace and separation from this corrupt Republic. The Jedi could finally see that they were blindly serving a Senate that consistently fails the people they were sworn to protect. So once more, Windu and the Council contacted Raxus, asking for Anakin and Padme, and for the first time, they decided to trust that perhaps the Separatist senators were the good people, while the Republic was not serving the people. Padme was accused of treason for accusing Palpatine of working directly with Dooku, but today the Council sided with Padme and Anakin, and the Council informed the Separatists that they are on their side, and they're going to move on Palpatine. Anakin said this is dangerous, the Jedi Order will be targeted next, and Obi-Wan told them that half of the Council will be focused on mass evacuation for the Jedi, while the other half moves on Palpatine. Senator Singh spoke up, telling the Jedi to go to the forests of Onderon. The Jedi who are unable to fight will be hidden there. It's safe. The Council thanked Senator Singh, and the Jedi Council began its new moves. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, on many Separatist planets, Jedi and clones were beginning their occupations, but it would quickly go from willingly doing all of these things to realizing they were wrong. One by one, the clone troopers saw that when they weren't fighting mindless battle droids, they were only causing the suffering of innocent people who wanted better lives than what the Republic offered. Countless planets in both the Republic and Separatists had electricity, food, water, education, other necessary public services stripped away to pay for more clones and droids. The people they fought for were suffering, and so the Jedi and clones would turn from strictly ruling over these Separatist citizens to trying to actually help them. And in Palpatine's office, he was beginning to go a bit insane. Order 66 was perhaps his only option left, but before he could activate the order, Yoda, Windu, Kenobi, Plo, Shakti, Satine, and Anakin Skywalker entered, igniting their lightsabers, telling Chancellor Palpatine his rule is now coming to an end for continuing this war without peace negotiations. Palpatine said this is treason. The Jedi Order will pay for this. But still, Windu told Palpatine to come with them. He is under arrest. And Palpatine screamed out in anger, igniting two blades, spinning at the Jedi. Anakin Skywalker and Shakti were cut down immediately, while the other Jedi quickly had to begin fighting Palpatine. Within a few strikes, Satine also felt Sidious's blade, but the other Jedi stood strong. Yoda and Obi-Wan moved in on one side, while Plo and Windu attacked from the other side, and quickly they were able to overwhelm Palpatine, as Mace Windu got the final strike, killing the Sith Lord. Upon entering, the Jedi didn't know that Palpatine was Sidious, but now the Sith were gone, and the Jedi boarded one of the evacuation ships, as Coruscant was left behind by the Jedi. With Palpatine gone, the Republic would quickly begin to crumble. The Jedi Order and clone armies would abandon their posts, instead using their abilities to provide relief aid to planets across the galaxy. In the Separatist Senate, Padme was made the unofficial leader of the new government, and every single day, hundreds of new planets would declare they were leaving the Republic to join the Separatists. The Republic Senate would become nothing more than a power vacuum, with only the most corrupt politicians choosing to remain in office. And over the weeks, as the Separatist government began to prosper with help from Padme, the Jedi, clones, and the senators who truly cared about their people, Coruscant quickly became home of scum and villainy. The new government gave people safety, security, food, water, electricity, and true peace as, although they technically lost the fighting war, the strength of the people became unified. As Coruscant became a wasteland for the worst kinds of people, the new Jedi Order prospered by living on various planets in the Mid and Outer Rim, becoming keepers of the peace, while leader Padme and her two top security aides, Anakin and Ahsoka, would guide the galaxy to peace, welcoming countless planets into the new government and creating a new unified galaxy. And folks, that is our story for today. What if Anakin Skywalker was trained to be a Sith acolyte? Our story begins shortly after the death of Qui-Gon Jinn, as now Obi-Wan Kenobi and Grandmaster Yoda are discussing the fate of the young Anakin Skywalker. Obi-Wan was telling Yoda that he promised Qui-Gon he would train Anakin, but Yoda was shaking his head, saying the Council has come to a final decision. They've decided the Force is guiding them away from Skywalker. He is dangerous, and one Jedi Master has already died since the discovery of Skywalker. Obi-Wan winced at this, asking then what the Jedi will do with him. Yoda said they're going to send him back to Tatooine, but they've put together more than enough credits to free Anakin's mother and give the two of them a nice life together off of that sandy planet. Obi-Wan would decide that if he was not allowed to train the boy, then this was the next best option. And Obi-Wan asked the question everyone seemed to be avoiding: what if the Sith find Anakin? Yoda stayed silent for a moment, then told Obi-Wan that if the Sith find Anakin, they will surely feel that ripple in the Force. He's too dangerous to be a Jedi. Obi-Wan was pretty angry about this, but he allowed himself to calm down, and that same night, a group of 5 Jedi would escort Anakin back to Tatooine in a Jedi transport. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Yarael Poof, Depa Billaba, and Mace Windu. The Jedi sent 5 of their best with Anakin, just in case any of the Hutts or other crime lords tried to protest the freeing of another slave from Watto by the Jedi. Luckily, it all went smoothly, and before long, Obi-Wan was apologizing to Anakin, giving him a ton of credits, telling him to get off-world, go somewhere nice with his mother, live a happier life. Anakin said he does still wish to be a Jedi, and Obi-Wan said he does too. The two of them said goodbye, and Anakin was now freed with his mother. Anakin and Shmi were very happy to be back together, and Shmi helped Anakin see the positives of not being a Jedi. He could now live his life as he chooses to, rather than his path being chosen for him by the Jedi. They could live together and have a happy, peaceful life. The two of them would purchase a fine ship and take off into space with R2-D2 helping guide them. The little droid was just another parting gift. R2 would take them to Sorgan, a planet Shmi heard about in her years on Tatooine. It was a small green world full of peaceful villages, and before long, Anakin and Shmi were there, and they were welcomed into a village with a community full of people wanting to help them adapt to a new life. and over the first couple of years, everything would be peaceful. Anakin would quickly become an expert hunter in the forests, bringing home lots of food, as he and Shmi were truly a part of this community. But far away on Coruscant, Jedi Master Pong Krell was dealing with thoughts of darkness for many years now. In his mind, the Sith were planning something, and he didn't think the Jedi would be able to stop it. And one night, as he slept, Krell had a vision. He saw Anakin when Qui-Gon brought him to the temple, and tonight his vision was of Anakin growing to become the death of the Jedi Order. He was truly evil, and when Krell awoke, he came to a dark realization. The only way to get rid of his dark side thoughts is to destroy where they come from. He was kind of going insane. The Force gave him a vision of the future, and Krell decided he must use this vision to save the Jedi Order. Krell would tell the Council of this vision, and how he wishes to pursue the vision to see if there is truly a darkness on the planet Sorgan. The Council would accept this, and they would send Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ki-Adi-Mundi with Krell to investigate. Back on Sorgan, it was late in the night when the Jedi landed in the forest and made their way. Krell was using his vision to guide him, and soon he laid his eyes upon a small hut. Ki-Adi-Mundi asked if Krell was okay, as the Jedi Master suddenly grabbed at his head, once more seeing Skywalker grow to become evil. It was another vision. He was slaughtering Jedi of all ages. Krell could not take it. The darkness in him was making him go insane again. He had to get rid of it here and now. Mundi and Kenobi watched as Krell suddenly ignited two double-bladed lightsabers, leaping far into the air. Kenobi and Mundi ignited their blades, trying to chase down Krell as he landed outside of Anakin and Shmi's hut, using the Force to throw a nearby campfire onto the hut. A fire suddenly erupted, quickly moving from the hut to the nearby trees, as Shmi and Anakin ran outside to see Pong Krell. He glared at Anakin, moving in at him, and Shmi got in the way. But Anakin could only watch as two lightsabers were stabbed through the stomach of Shmi, and she fell dead immediately. Krell once more glared at Anakin, and Anakin saw two other Jedi running up to him, screaming at Krell. Anakin felt all the fear, anger, hatred, and suffering the Jedi once warned him about, and he screamed out, creating a huge force pulse around him. It pushed the Jedi backwards as more fires were pushed into the other huts and trees, and within seconds, the village was on fire as the sound of screams echoed all around Anakin. Anakin went to his mother, but she was already gone. He looked up for the Jedi, and they too were gone. Anakin didn't know that Kenobi and Mundi were restraining Krell and bringing him back to the ship. From Anakin's point of view, 3 Jedi, including Obi-Wan, just came here and killed his mother, trying to kill him while burning down this village. Anakin realized now how much the Jedi fear him, and how it is the Jedi who are evil. The village and the forest were engulfed in a fire, as Anakin barely made it to a nearby river, diving into it as the fire chased him down. And from the river, he watched the Jedi ship leave the planet. Kenobi and Mundi were engulfed by grief and confusion, while Krell was screaming that he did what had to be done, and the ship jumped to Coruscant. As Anakin tumbled down the river, he finally came to a stop in front of a hooded man. And in a snake-like voice, the man said he's been watching Skywalker for a long time, and he has a new opportunity for him, if he so chooses. An opportunity to join the Sith and get revenge on the Jedi. Anakin Skywalker, now 13 years old and filled with the desire for revenge, accepted this offer. Darth Sidious used Pong Krell's dark emotions against him, using Sith alchemy to give him the vision of Anakin's future. And it all worked out so well. Anakin would be taken off-world, and Sidious would take his new Sith acolyte to Mustafar, where his training would begin. He was not a Sith apprentice. Instead, he was merely being molded into a weapon of the Sith. They would bring peace and order to the galaxy, bring an end to the Jedi, and all of it would come at the hands of Anakin Skywalker. His transformation into a true Sith acolyte under the tutelage of Sidious would be a grueling 6-year journey. Consumed by hatred for the Jedi, Anakin's training would dive into the darkest aspects of the Force, designed to forge him into the ultimate weapon for the Sith. Mentally, Anakin would undergo relentless conditioning to sever any ties to his former life and embrace the dark emotions of the Sith. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, one gains strength. Through strength, one gains power. And through power, you gain victory. Sidious would exploit Anakin's anger, his resentment, pain, using psychological manipulation to deepen his connection to the dark side. What would have been peaceful meditation sessions with the Jedi would instead be torturous moments reliving the Jedi killing his mother. Anakin would envision himself killing these 3 Jedi, then taking down the temple. He would focus on channeling his negative emotions, allowing them to fuel his power. The goal was to strip Anakin of any lingering compassion, replacing it with ruthless ambition, unwavering loyalty to the darkness. Physically, Anakin's training would be equally brutal. Mustafar's harsh, fiery environment would serve as a constant test to his endurance. Sidious would push Anakin to his physical limits with terribly rigorous combat training, but Anakin would be given only a heavy staff to fight with. He had to earn a lightsaber. The intense gravity and heat of Mustafar would forge Anakin into a living weapon, capable of withstanding immense physical strain. Each session would be a new brutal trial, as he fought droids and other Sith acolytes. Some of them would be fallen Jedi, others were just elite fighters, and Anakin would destroy or kill any acolytes in his training, except one. Asajj Ventress and him always matched up evenly, and even forged a connection through the dark side path together. The training would also involve mastering dark side abilities, such as Force Lightning, Choke, and brutal forms of telekinesis to break someone's mind. Anakin would learn to bend the Force to his will, manipulating it with true power. Sidious would teach him to use the environment to his advantage, turning the fiery landscape of Mustafar into his own tool for destruction. And over the years, Anakin's connection to the darkness would deepen, his power would grow exponentially, transforming him into a true Sith warrior. By the end of this 6-year training, Anakin would emerge as a Sith acolyte fully immersed in the dark side. His mind and body were honed to perfection under the ruthless guidance of Sidious. His hatred for the Jedi would be a burning force inside of him, driving him to seek their destruction and secure his place as a powerful Sith Lord all in due time. And when Sidious felt he was ready, the 19-year-old Skywalker was sent to kill the first Jedi involved in his mother's murder, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who was now on Mandalore after leaving the Order. Anakin was to kill him, take his lightsaber as his own. On Mandalore, Obi-Wan Kenobi was home alone, putting together a meal as he waited for his wife, Duchess Satine, to return home. They were in a royal house, and around a week after the incident with Pong Krell on Sorgan, Obi-Wan left the Order. He couldn't live with being a Jedi after what happened, so he came to Mandalore and was living his true, happiest life with Satine. They were planning on having a kid sometime soon. Obi-Wan still had his lightsaber, and he still used the Force, but not nearly as much, as Mandalore was a peaceful place. But today, there would not be peace. As Obi-Wan was boiling a pot of water, he heard the door open and close. He went to investigate, feeling something strange in the Force, and he gripped his lightsaber. He saw no one, but then he sensed it, ducking just in time as a vibroblade spun over his head. Obi-Wan turned to see someone, their face covered by a hood, holding another blade, and without a word, Anakin ran at Obi-Wan, lunging at him with speed, his eyes burning with fury. Obi-Wan calmly met his attacks as his blue lightsaber was ignited. He swung at Anakin, but Anakin's agility was truly unmatched as he flipped around the open room, looking for an opening. Using the Force, Anakin hurled artifacts from around the room at Obi-Wan, creating as many distractions as he could. A brutal kick would send Obi-Wan crashing into a pillar, momentarily stunning him. And Anakin seized the opportunity, delivering a series of true blows with his hands, disarming Obi-Wan, driving him back to the floor. Obi-Wan was able to hit Anakin with a Force push, and he managed to retrieve his lightsaber, pulling it back to him. But Anakin threw his blade once more, and he cut through Obi-Wan's wrist. Obi-Wan yelled out, grabbing at his now missing hand, and Anakin kicked him back to the ground. Anakin pulled his mask down. Obi-Wan immediately recognized him. Anakin pulled Kenobi's saber to his own hands, igniting it, and Kenobi only closed his eyes as Anakin cut through him. As Anakin left the royal home, he heard the door open, and Satine yelled out in horror. Part of Anakin felt bad, but most of him felt so powerful, with the first bit of revenge. He would return to his master on Mustafar with Kenobi's saber, now bled to be red. It would serve as Anakin's blade. Sidious would give Anakin a new mission very soon. Tensions were high between the Republic and separatists, and the Jedi just need one last push to begin fighting this war for the Republic. Ki-Adi-Mundi, one of the other Jedi that was present for the death of Shmi, was meeting with separatist leaders to discuss peaceful negotiations. Anakin was assigned to go find Mundi on Raxus, kill him, and the Clone Wars will finally begin. On Raxus, Mundi was meeting with Mina Bonteri, along with Newt Gunray of the Trade Federation. They were discussing peaceful alternatives to war in a small room in the Parliament building. As discussions were well underway, the lights were cut in the building and the blinds on the windows were shut with the Force. Mundi stood up, telling the others to get out of here as he looked around, igniting his lightsaber, and from one corner, a red saber slowly ignited. Mundi asked what he was, and Anakin simply said he was a Jedi hunter. The eerie illuminations of the red and blue sabers quickly would merge as the two of them faced off, only the hum and clash of their blades filling the silence. Anakin attacked him with unrestrained aggression, each swing of his red blade into kill. Mundi maintained his calmness for now, countering Anakin's strikes, hoping to use his dark emotions against him. The fight was a true clash of light and dark, red and blue against each other in rapid swings. Anakin called upon his deep need for revenge, strikes fueled by genuine anger and hatred. He remembered Mundi on Sorgan, complicit in his mother's death. Despite the many years of experience, Mundi did struggle to keep up with Anakin's onslaught. Anakin has been training to kill for years, but Mundi was patient, and he soon disarmed Anakin, knocking him to the floor. Mundi told Anakin to surrender, or he will have no choice but to kill him. Anakin could feel his anger rising up in him again. He would not fail. Mundi saw that Anakin would never surrender, so he stabbed forward. Anakin turned his body just enough so the saber penetrated into his side rather than a vital organ, and Anakin pushed himself into the saber in order to reach forward, grabbing Mundi by the neck, using his pain and hatred to crush Mundi's throat before the Jedi could slice further into Anakin. Mundi died in a heap, and Anakin pulled the saber from his side, falling to the floor and screaming out in pain. Days later, Sidious waited on Mustafar as Anakin failed to return. Sidious had to assume he failed, but now, moments later, Anakin's ship finally landed, and he limped out of it with a makeshift bandage around his abdomen. Anakin dropped Mundi's saber to the floor, then said the war can finally begin, before heading to the Bacta tank. Mundi's death at the hands of a separatist agent would spring the Jedi into joining the Clone Wars, with the clones fighting behind them. This conflict would go on for 3 years, as the galaxy was split into civil war, Republic versus Separatists. The Separatists were led in battle by Grievous, Ventress, and Skywalker, with Dooku and Sidious pulling the strings from behind the scenes. In battle, Anakin would lead the droid armies with Ventress by his side, in battle after battle. The two of them were close, very close. For Anakin, Ventress was his only real connection. Both of them were failed by the Jedi, and they felt they could win any battle together. Over time, their connection would get far closer than either of them ever truly expected. Many Jedi would fall at their blades, and they would be the true leaders of the Separatists in battle. The war was brutal, and the Jedi aimed to destroy or arrest Skywalker, but no Jedi powerful enough to do it ever came into contact with him. They would purposely dispatch Yoda, Windu, Plo Koon, or others powerful enough to fight Skywalker, but they always would miss him, as he would be reported to be on a different planet, killing Jedi who never stood a chance. The war was long and brutal, and in the 3rd year, Anakin was called back to the hidden Sith base on Mustafar. Here he would meet with his master Sidious, and his master told him that he must face one final test before the true revenge of the Sith can occur. Anakin knelt in an arena below Sidious, saying he would do whatever it takes. And from below Anakin, a hidden platform would rise up to meet him. Ventress was standing on top of it, and Sidious threw down a single saber in between them, saying that whoever walks out alive will be in line to lead his new empire with him. As the saber clattered in front of Ventress, she looked to Anakin, saying they don't have to do this. Together, they can defeat Sidious and take over this war. Together, they can do whatever it takes. Anakin felt a tear slide down his cheek as Ventress approached him, her hands open in peace, and Anakin closed his eyes, opening himself to Ventress. But before she could get to him, the lightsaber ignited through Ventress's back. Anakin used the Force to do it. He opened his eyes now, coldly apologizing, before grabbing the saber and ripping it away to kill Ventress. Anakin let go of all personal feelings, only feeling the dark side, and he knelt down again, telling Sidious he will truly do whatever is asked of him. Sidious smiled with glee, his laughter echoing around the arena. As his final steps began, the Jedi were spread throughout the galaxy. An attack was launched on Coruscant. Dooku would be arrested by the Jedi, and he would go on to tell the Council that Palpatine is the Sith Lord. this was all part of their plan. And so, naturally, a group of Jedi including Windu, Fisto, Kolar, and Tin went to Palpatine's office to arrest him. Sidious would slaughter Fisto, Kolar, and Tin while engaging in a duel with Windu. Anakin was waiting outside the office, and as Windu gained the advantage, Anakin would join the battle, and together, he and Sidious would kill Windu. The final steps would begin. Order 66 was executed around the galaxy, while Anakin marched into the temple with thousands of clone troopers. He moved through the halls with his red blade, eventually moving down into the temple prison and freeing Dooku, giving him his red blade so Dooku can join the final battle as well. As Dooku moved into the prison, Anakin felt a presence he recognized. He moved around the prison cells, and only one more was occupied. It contained Pong Krell, and he was in deep meditation. After killing Anakin's mother, Pong Krell went into this deep meditation over the last 10 or so years. He hadn't spoken or moved, choosing to live out his days here in isolation. Anakin looked upon him, anger burning through him, and he blasted Force Lightning into Krell. This awoke the Jedi for the first time in years, and he looked up to Anakin, red blade ignited, eyes gleaming yellow, and Krell saw what his visions showed him so long ago. Anakin Skywalker, destroyer of the Jedi, and it was all because he acted on the visions. Krell tried to apologize, but Anakin's blade cut off his head before he could do it, and Anakin marched back into the temple to finish the job. When it was over, the Jedi were dead with maybe 100 survivors scattered around the galaxy. Palpatine would declare himself as Emperor and convince the galaxy that the Jedi were always the evil behind the war. Dooku was the first to see this, and so Dooku was given a prominent role in the new Empire. He would be the face of it, while Sidious worked in the background to achieve eternal life. And Anakin would be made the leader of the new Sith Order. He would choose to spend his days not as a ruler, but as a warrior, going around the galaxy, recruiting former Jedi to join the dark side, and if they declined, they would be killed. Grandmaster Yoda would go into exile on Dagobah, but eventually Skywalker and a group of 10 new Sith acolytes would find and kill Yoda, officially getting rid of the Jedi Order. The new Sith Empire would be enforced by Skywalker, leading this new army of Sith. Sidious, Dooku, and Skywalker were a trio that were all satisfied in their new roles. Anyone who tried to take their place would die, and true order for the galaxy was in place under the Sith, as Sidious did achieve eternal life, thanks to Dooku handling the politics and Skywalker handling any budding threat of rebellion. Many senators would die by his blade, and no rebellion would ever be strong enough to bring them down. And that is our very dark side story for today. What if Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka were stuck on Mortis until after the Clone Wars ended? That's our story for today. Hope you guys enjoy this. It's always fun to mess with some time travel stuff, so yeah, let's get right into it. Our story begins on Mortis, as Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano are preparing to leave this mysterious planet. This place is between all space and time, and only those allowed by the Mortis gods are allowed to ever visit this place. But a few simple mistakes made by the gods can completely alter timelines, even if they attempt to fix it. What no one yet knows is that when Anakin Skywalker was shown visions of himself becoming Vader, the Force responded, the galaxy shifted, space and time moved around, so when the 3 Jedi leave this planet, it will no longer be the same moment in time that they disappeared in. No, instead, years have passed by without them, and they will have to adjust to it all. In the main galaxy, as the 3 Jedi spent a couple of days on Mortis, events in time played out for years. And to recap how it all went down, after the mysterious disappearance of Skywalker, Kenobi, and Padawan Tano, the Jedi Order and Republic searched for weeks on end with no luck whatsoever. And so the Jedi were determined to have been killed in space or in battle in a possible explosion, leaving no trace behind. It was terribly unfortunate, but the war had to go on. Palpatine would adjust, scouring the Jedi Order for his next apprentice to replace Dooku, while continuing to manipulate the war in his favor. For another year, the Clone Wars would go on, and Palpatine would slowly turn one council member to the dark side by having their home world continuously raided, their friends and family captured and killed. Palpatine found a vulnerable Jedi, and he used this darkness to slowly turn them, until one day in the final moments of the war, Windu was battling Palpatine, and he was winning until this specific Jedi came to Palpatine's side, killing Windu, proclaiming himself to the dark side, so long as his home world is kept safe. The Empire would reign strong for a couple years with Emperor Palpatine, his budding Inquisitorius, and a new apprentice by his side. The Jedi were gone, and it seemed as if all hope was lost. And one day, the three Jedi, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka, would leave Mortis determined to return to the war and help the Republic win. But as they left, the three Jedi left space, waking up and almost immediately realizing something has dramatically changed. The Force felt dark, almost completely devoid of light. They thought it has only been a few days at most. What could have possibly changed in this time? All of them agreed that perhaps the Sith revealed themselves while they were gone. So Obi-Wan patched into the Jedi Council comm signals and received nothing back except static. This was strange, but every single Jedi frequency they tried returned nothing except for static. The same even went for Padme's comms, which gave Anakin a great deal of fear. Luckily, Anakin had access to the Chancellor's secure frequency, so he patched in and tried to contact his good friend Palpatine. And finally, this worked. But the returning voice was not the kind, loving voice of Palpatine that Anakin knew. Instead, it was a gravelly, evil voice that asked simply who was contacting him. The Jedi looked to each other, ending this call without saying a word. Something was terribly wrong here. That was not Palpatine, at least not the one they knew. They decided to just jump to hyperspace, but their ship still needed a few repairs to the hyperdrive. The three of them took turns repairing it, while also meditating, searching for answers in this dark galaxy. On Coruscant, after being mysteriously contacted, Darth Sidious had a strange feeling about all of this. This contact came from a Jedi ship, and so he called to his new apprentice, along with the Grand Inquisitor, telling them to track this ship down. The apprentice and the Inquisitor said it will be done, then prepared a Star Destroyer full of stormtroopers before taking off into hyperspace. Sidious closed his eyes, wondering who this could be, wondering if it could be the Chosen One. Aboard the Jedi ship in the middle of nowhere, Anakin put the finishing touches on the ship, and they all wondered where to go from here. Coruscant seemed like the best place to start. Go to the Jedi Temple, ask the Jedi what is going on. But before they could jump, an Imperial Star Destroyer emerged from hyperspace right in front of them. They were contacted and told to board the destroyer, or they will be destroyed. The Jedi were out of options, so they flew the ship into the hangar. The first thing the Jedi saw was the two lines of stormtroopers lined up through the entire hangar, a lot of them Imperial commandos. It was immediately noticeable how different these troops were from clones, and how this was not a Republic Venator. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka quickly came to realize they may not be in the same place and time that they once were. They descended the ramp and soon came face to face with a masked Sith next to the Grand Inquisitor. They wondered if this was the legendary Darth Sidious they knew so little about. The Sith spoke on a comm to Palpatine, telling the Emperor that it is them. It's the missing trio of Jedi. So Palpatine became angry, telling them to kill the Jedi immediately. As Anakin tried to ask what was going on, a red blade was ignited and thrown at them. It spun through the air, barely missing all three of the Jedi, as they now dove into action, igniting their lightsabers, saying they don't want to fight. But it didn't matter. A rocket launcher was fired directly into their ship, and now things were looking terribly bleak. Blasters from the stormtroopers were firing at them as the three Jedi got back to back, and as the Sith and Inquisitor closed in, Anakin and Obi-Wan cut a hole in the hangar floor, falling down into the ship's underbelly. Their ship was destroyed. They had to find a new way out of here. They began running as the two red-bladed warriors chased the three of them. The Jedi could stay and fight, but their top priority was now to escape and figure out what was going on. None of this made any sense. They ran through the ship, fighting off squads of troopers, until eventually coming upon an emergency hangar with a few ships ready to leave. The blast doors were shut on them, and Ahsoka plunged her two lightsabers deep into the doors, trying to melt her way through them, while Anakin and Obi-Wan turned to face the warriors chasing them down. They didn't even speak, they just ran in at Anakin and Obi-Wan, fighting them head-on. Obi-Wan fought the Grand Inquisitor, while Anakin fought the mysterious Sith. The two duels were happening, and Anakin was recognizing this fighting style. Ahsoka was pushing harder. She was finally able to break down an opening for the Jedi to get through. She yelled at Anakin and Obi-Wan to follow her. Obi-Wan kicked the Inquisitor, while Anakin was able to spin his saber, cutting through the mask of the Sith, revealing green skin, tentacles spilling out of the helmet. Kit Fisto glared at Anakin with yellow Sith eyes. The Jedi couldn't believe it. They began running away together, getting ahead of Ahsoka as she stumbled a bit because Fisto threw his saber into the ceiling, causing a huge beam to break down as he slammed it into the ground. Ahsoka went flying, separated from Anakin and Obi-Wan, and Anakin frantically was looking for her as 100 or so troopers ran in, firing at them at once. Obi-Wan told Anakin they must leave now. They will get Ahsoka back once they learn what is going on. And Anakin saw now that Fisto was holding Ahsoka, red blade to her throat, and she yelled at him to leave. Anakin saw the rocket launcher troops run in, and he turned, boarding an Imperial transport with Obi-Wan, swearing to find Ahsoka. And together they flew out of the hangar, flipping around to avoid the missiles, getting to hyperspace, jumping to Naboo instead of Coruscant. They decided Coruscant would not be welcoming to them. Anakin and Obi-Wan spent the hyperspace trip in complete shock at what they just saw. It was clear now that mortis messed with their timeline. Kit Fisto turned to the dark side, clone troopers replaced by regular troopers, their Venator replaced by some Star Destroyer. Anakin swore he heard some of them say that this was for the Empire, but all he could think about was Ahsoka and Padme. He knew he didn't have a choice to leave her, but he had to leave or they would all die. Now he had to find Padme. His head was spinning. They would keep Ahsoka alive in order to draw them back in, Obi-Wan promised. They would get her back once they learn what is going on. And soon, they emerged from hyperspace above Naboo. They would land this stolen Imperial transport in the fields where Anakin and Padme once laid in before the war. And Anakin still wondered if Padme was even alive. He knew she would never stand for an empire, and that is why they were here. He and Obi-Wan would walk through the streets of Naboo, hoods up, and everything was so different. A black and white flag flew everywhere, stormtroopers walked the streets, hollow images would have Imperial propaganda asking people to join the military, along with one proclaiming support for Emperor Palpatine. Anakin couldn't believe it. Palpatine had all the power in the galaxy. Soon the two of them would come upon Padme's old home, and Anakin nearly fell to his knees. It was gone, completely burned down, and in its place stood the Imperial flag. As Obi-Wan assured Anakin that Padme was probably fine, a group of stormtroopers noticed Anakin's lightsaber, telling him to surrender or die. Anakin closed his fist, angry, flipping backwards and igniting his lightsaber, quickly cutting through this group of 8 troopers. Unfortunately, another couple squads noticed this, calling for reinforcements. Anakin and Obi-Wan saw 2 prototype AT-ATs stand up, along with 6 prototype AT-STs, and the Jedi took off, running through the streets and eventually into the Naboo forests. Obi-Wan told Anakin to get to the water. There's a Gungan community there, but before Obi-Wan could finish, the two of them were pulled down into the ground. As they rolled away into this secret hideout, the entrance was quickly closed back up. Anakin and Obi-Wan looked around as they were now in a massive hideout hidden underground. It seemed like hundreds of soldiers were in here, and they all moved out of the way as the leader of this rebel group came to the front. Anakin had to rub his eyes to make sure he was seeing this correctly. It was Padme. She ran up to Anakin, immediately giving him a huge hug before separating, demanding to know where he's been. She thought he was dead. Obi-Wan helped calm her by saying they weren't really sure what was going on. They were stuck on a mysterious planet created by the Force, and when they left, time had moved years ahead. It made no sense to anyone, but Padme would bring the two of them to an area where they could be alone, and she began explaining everything that has happened. After their disappearance, the war continued on after a long search for them, and after a while, it looked like the Republic was truly going to win. Dooku was killed in the battle above Coruscant by Windu and Yoda, and then Grievous was destroyed not long after. And from what she has learned, apparently the Jedi went to arrest the Chancellor after Grievous died, but they were stopped, and after this, the Jedi were wiped out. Obi-Wan asked for clarification. What does she mean the Jedi were wiped out? And Padme said that all of the clone troopers suddenly turned on their Jedi leaders without warning. Across the galaxy, all of the Jedi were killed. The Jedi Temple was raided and destroyed, leaving no one alive as Palpatine turned the Republic into an empire. Galaxy has desperately missed the heroics of Anakin, Obi-Wan, and... She paused, then worriedly asked where Ahsoka was. Anakin said she was captured by the Empire. They need to get her back. Padme put a hand on his shoulder, saying they will be able to. In fact, the Jedi had perfect timing, as the rebellion just received important intel on where the Emperor is going, and they plan to launch an assassination plot. Anakin couldn't believe who Padme had become since he left, and for the first time, he began to notice how different she was. She was battle-hardened, wearing tactical gear with dual pistols on either side of her, along with explosives along her chest. She had scars and wounds on her face and hands, and it quickly became clear to Anakin that Padme did not stand for this empire at all. She'd been fighting, and it apparently had cost her home and her planet under heavy security. Anakin asked about her family, and Padme shook her head sadly, saying the Empire killed them trying to find her. And so Anakin and Obi-Wan knew they must fight back. They asked about this plot against Palpatine, and Padme would call someone else into the room. It was former Admiral Yularen, now member of the budding Rebel Alliance. After Anakin disappeared, Palpatine took out a lot of anger on Anakin's Admiral-in-War, Yularen, for not knowing where Anakin went. This shattered their relationship, and when the Empire was created, Yularen was not given a place in it. So he decided to help take down the Emperor. He laid out what he knew from his spies in the ISB. Palpatine is personally going to Alderaan with his top agents in order to provide an example of what happens to rebel leaders like Bail Organa. Recently, the Empire discovered Alderaan funds going into creating ships for the rebels, and they intend to go to Alderaan and destroy them. So, the Naboo rebels of around 200 soldiers plan to meet Palpatine there, catching him off guard. Yularen and Padme both agreed that Ahsoka would be there, likely in a cell aboard Palpatine's Star Destroyer, as a way to hopefully lure the Jedi out of hiding. The two Jedi asked why now? Why haven't they gone at Palpatine before? Padme said they didn't have the Jedi with them to take him down. But now, they have Skywalker and Kenobi, heroes of the Clone Wars, and they would all spend a while longer getting accustomed to this new era with Anakin and Obi-Wan, but soon they would take off for Alderaan, landing in the mountains, preparing for the imminent arrival of the Empire. As they waited, Anakin and Padme would get a moment alone, where they discussed what life will be like if they can end this Empire today. Padme said she was not entirely sure. She felt she owes it to her family, and to the galaxy, to help restore the Republic even after the Emperor is gone. She would love to just run away and live happily with a family with Anakin, but she can't. Not yet. Anakin agreed, saying he will fight by her side for as long as it takes. The two of them did share a lovely moment together, and soon Palpatine's Star Destroyer emerged from hyperspace. 3 Imperial shuttles began descending down to the planet, and the rebel soldiers took aim, firing rocket launchers at them, blasting the engines, and the shuttles began to quickly descend to the ground. Obi-Wan and Anakin would share a final moment together, as Obi-Wan and a squad of rebels was taking a stolen Imperial shuttle up to the Star Destroyer. He promised Anakin to find Ahsoka and bring her back, and Anakin promised to take down the Emperor, no matter what it takes, and the two of them would go on their separate missions. As Sidious and his men crashed into the mountains, he smiled to himself. He was hoping this would happen. He knew the rebels wouldn't attack him unless they had the necessary reinforcements, and today he could decimate them. Anakin was here, and he would kill Anakin himself to show there is no chosen one. The Sith will rule forever. Long ago, he'd wanted Anakin on his side, but that time has long passed by. So he and his men, including a group of royal guards and commando troopers, walked through the forests, making their way to the city. When the rebels launched their surprise attack, they were behind the trees, hidden behind rocks, and there were more than the Empire anticipated. The rebel soldiers emerged, firing upon Sidious and his men, and Sidious quickly began firing lightning all around to discard of these rebels. He saw Padme Amidala firing her blasters at a group of Imperial soldiers, and Sidious targeted her specifically. But before the lightning hit her, it was blocked by a blue lightsaber. Palpatine cackled as he called his red blade to his hand, telling the Chosen One he should never have come back. Anakin moved in towards Palpatine, the man he once trusted, and he told him that his reign ends today. The two of them quickly clashed blades, moving through the forest as Imperials and Rebels fought all around them. Inside the Star Destroyer above Alderaan, Obi-Wan flew a stolen shuttle, claiming to the Imperials inside that he needed immediate repairs. His chain code checked out, and he was allowed to land. And as he did, stormtroopers came to investigate, as Obi-Wan ran out of the shuttle, cutting them down as a group of elite rebel soldiers followed him through the halls. The stormtroopers were no match for Obi-Wan, as he moved through different areas, shutting blast doors behind him, cutting down anyone in his path as he reached the prison hallway. The rebel troops spread out as Obi-Wan ran to Ahsoka's cell, only to now be confronted by Kit Fisto, Sith apprentice. Fisto ignited a red blade, telling Obi-Wan he should not have come back. The galaxy is at peace. And Obi-Wan said that this empire is not peace. It is built on fear and oppression. And Fisto, clearly engulfed by darkness, said as long as it works, what does it matter? He ran at Obi-Wan as the two of them now battled through the halls. Obi-Wan wondered what could drive the great Jedi Master to fall so far, but it didn't matter right now. Right now, he had to defeat Fisto and save Ahsoka. Back on the grounds of Alderaan, Sidious cut through a tree, and Anakin barely dodged it as it fell to the ground. The crash allowed Sidious to spin through the air, kicking Anakin into a rock wall, and Anakin ducked barely in time as Sidious plunged his red blade into the rocks. Anakin spun around, cutting into the robes of Sidious, and he laughed, saying Anakin is powerful, but it is a shame that power must be wasted like this. He moved back in on Skywalker, stabbing forward, flipping around to try and find a weakness in the Jedi. But Anakin stood strong, using his power in the light side to try and make Sidious angry or unbalanced. The Sith Lord stabbed forward again, and Anakin was able to grab his wrists, elbowing him in the face before slicing around, barely missing Sidious's chest. Anakin was more powerful than ever, using the fall of the Jedi and the Republic as motivation here. There was no conflict, there was only balance, and the need to fulfill the prophecy, as he moved back in on Sidious, creating a sudden flurry of moves that caught the Dark Lord off guard. Sidious spun in for a surprise attack, but Anakin dodged, plunging his own saber through the back of Palpatine now. The Sith Lord gasped, firing lightning into Anakin, sending him crashing to the ground, and Sidious fell to his knees, gasping for air. Anakin moved back in on Palpatine as he fired more lightning, but this time Anakin blocked it, spinning his saber around, decapitating the Sith Lord. And Anakin looked to the sky, hoping Obi-Wan was having the same success. In the halls of the destroyer, Fisto was ripping the walls apart, throwing all sorts of things at Obi-Wan to defeat him. Obi-Wan was hit by a metal pipe, but he dodged a console thrown at him, before lunging at Fisto, slicing into his leg. Fisto stumbled away, but this allowed Obi-Wan to use the Force to unlock Ahsoka's cell, without Fisto noticing. As Fisto recovered, Obi-Wan threw his saber at him, and Fisto dodged it, smiling as he moved in on Obi-Wan. But he didn't realize that Ahsoka was free, catching Kenobi's saber, and she sprinted at Fisto, cutting him across the back as he fell to the floor in a dying crash in front of Obi-Wan and Ahsoka. Fisto was able to look back up, asking the Jedi to just make sure that his home planet is protected, and he died on the floor. Fisto turned in order to protect his people, seeing it as the only way to avoid the Empire's wrath, and now he was gone. Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and the remaining rebels on this destroyer regrouped, each of them taking an Imperial fighter to the ground, and they helped take down the final Imperial reinforcements on the ground. While Obi-Wan fought Fisto, the rebels rigged the destroyer with explosives, and together this group of rebels watched as the destroyer exploded, marking the beginning of the end of the Empire. When the Battle of Alderaan was over, the rebel cells around the galaxy would unite, coming together, no longer fearing the Empire. It lost the head of the snake, and without Palpatine, the galaxy could unite in knowing it would only take a year to restore order. In this year, the three Jedi would continue fighting off the Imperial remnants, but they would also search the galaxy for exiled Jedi, hoping to someday restore the Jedi Order. They would travel to various temples, eventually able to communicate with Master Yoda, who was very happy to see them alive. Yoda was retired as Grandmaster, but he would live his new life as a guide, helping any survivors find Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan as they made the new Jedi camp on Lothal. Surviving Jedi would take down the Empire, and after a while, Padme would step in as the new official ruler of the New Republic. She was heavily respected now, not only as a political leader, but as a warrior. In the Battle of Alderaan, it was rumored that she fought 4 royal guards alone, and only she walked out alive. She became a rebel legend, restoring this new republic all in due time. She and Anakin would still be together, but they would both have new great missions to the galaxy. So while they were together, it was not often they would see each other, and that was fine with them. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka were the inspiration for a new Jedi Order, as they were making up for lost time, and within years, the galaxy would be freed from the Empire, in the hands of the new Jedi and New Republic. And folks, that is where our story comes to an end today. What if Anakin Skywalker truly embraced the Chosen One prophecy? Hope you guys enjoy this story. It might go down a different path than you think, but I hope you enjoy, and let's get right into it. Our story begins on Coruscant, as Anakin Skywalker is heading to Palpatine's office to inform him that Obi-Wan has engaged General Grievous, and as Anakin flies through the Coruscant traffic, he reflects on his purpose in life and what he wants from his future. Ever since Anakin was brought to the temple and he began to learn the ways of the Force, he would have vague visions of the future, and in these visions, Anakin would see a burning Jedi temple, a galaxy suffering under terrible rule, and a hooded man sitting on a throne. Anakin always believed these visions to be about the Sith, and so, the more he grew, the more he began to embrace the prophecy of the Chosen One. He would kill the Sith and restore peace, no matter what it takes. The prophecy was a part of him, and it often threatened to consume him, so he wanted nothing more than to fulfill it. And in the recent years, Anakin has become more and more intent on bringing down the Sith, spending extra time training in the Force and in combat for when this day arrives. This extra training caused him to drift away from Padme a bit, but Anakin vowed that once there is peace, he will be with her all the time, raising their child. He must kill the Sith, though. It is his destiny. It is why he was born. Anakin wanted nothing more than to prove that he truly is the Chosen One. So as he entered Palpatine's office, and the Chancellor began to unravel the truth, Anakin could feel the need to be the Chosen One rising within him. Palpatine told Anakin that the Jedi were going to try and kill him soon, and that it is not Anakin's destiny to be a Jedi. Palpatine said that Anakin's nightmares about Padme dying could only be stopped by embracing the darkness. So Palpatine asked Anakin to join him, learn the ways of the Sith. But there was one big issue here for Palpatine. Anakin spent years thinking of bringing down the Sith, convincing himself that the Sith were the root of all of his problems. So when Anakin began to have these nightmares of Padme, he convinced himself that the best way to save her was to bring down the Sith once and for all. Once he does that, he can focus on saving his wife. So as Palpatine stared at Anakin, he could see a fire burning in his eyes, and instead of putting away his lightsaber, Anakin lunged forward. Palpatine moved away, but Anakin cut deep into his shoulder as he ignited his red blade. Palpatine told Anakin this was a mistake. If he does this, everything he loves will die. But Anakin screamed that he was a liar, and ran at him again, Palpatine's shoulder searing with pain. The two clashed blades, moving through the office, as Palpatine was trying to stay with him, but still, his right shoulder was causing him crazy pain. He tried to use this pain to fuel his attacks, but Anakin had him backing up now. Sidious was honestly taken aback by how strong Anakin has become. For years, he watched Anakin grow, but as Anakin fought Sidious today, he was more focused than ever before, even more so than he was against Dooku. Because this was the culmination of everything for Anakin. He blamed everything on the Sith. Qui-Gon dying? The Sith. Padme assassination attempts? The Sith. The war itself? The Sith. Everything that brought him pain came from the Sith, and Anakin vowed now to fulfill this prophecy and end them once and for all. And as they reached the window, Anakin cut Sidious's saber away, and then he barely ducked a swing from Anakin, then luckily managed to hit Anakin with a quick burst of lightning. As Anakin recovered, Sidious smashed through the window and said that they will meet again before leaping high into the air and landing upon a speeder. And Anakin watched Palpatine escape, the wind flowing through his robes and hair as he stared at the Sith Lord. He would find him, and he would destroy him. Anakin could feel the rage burning inside of him. He failed, but he would not fail again. He would do whatever it takes to find Palpatine, whatever it takes. But first, Anakin cut all communications on Coruscant, then took off back for the Jedi Temple. The capital city was in chaos with communications cut, and Palpatine was angry that he could not execute Order 66 without communications. But Anakin soon found Windu and told him that Palpatine is the Sith. He escaped, so he cut off comms to limit his power. Windu told Anakin that he has done well, and they must inform the Senate of this revelation. But Anakin asked Windu if he could lead the charge of finding Palpatine. His 501st Legion is already here on Coruscant, and they can be ready to begin their search within the hour. Windu considered this, then granted Skywalker the mission to find and bring Palpatine to justice. And so, as Windu took to the Senate, Anakin ordered all of his men to gather in the Republic hangars and wait for him. And in the Senate, Windu began presenting the security recordings from Palpatine's office, and the evidence was clear as day. He was behind everything, and he was formally removed from office. And luckily, this came at the same time that Palpatine got to his hidden ship and reached the atmosphere, so when he called for Order 66, the clones instead informed him that he was no longer in command. The inhibitor chips were designed to only work if the Chancellor or someone in the Chancellor's group executed it. With Palpatine out as Chancellor, no executive orders could be executed. So instead, Palpatine frustratedly went into hiding, determined to soon have his revenge. And as Windu was telling the Senate that at last there can be peace as they search for Palpatine, Anakin reached his men and began speaking to them in a booming voice. Anakin told the clones that each and every one of them were betrayed by the leader they've been serving this entire time. Anakin said that it is Palpatine who orchestrated this war, causing millions of their brothers to die pointlessly. Anakin was passionately rallying his men, saying that it is now their duty to bring down Palpatine, and only then can there be peace. And in order to bring him down, they must close their fists so tightly around the separatists, so that Palpatine has no choice but to show himself. Anakin finished by saying that they have all been too easy on the separatists. This war has been orchestrated to bring down the Republic from the inside, and now they must show that the clones and the Jedi will not back down. Anakin had never been so passionate. Losing Palpatine ruined him a bit. He failed to kill the Sith, and it was consuming him. He would do anything to find and eliminate Palpatine. He was a traitor. This was his destiny. Anakin would simply not be denied. And as the clones were listening to Anakin give this huge speech, they decided to rally behind their Jedi leader. Anakin fought with them in every battle, leading the charge while the politicians that ordered them around were the very ones that created this war. So the clones were with Anakin. It was their time to show that they were not simply tools to be used. They would bring peace to the Republic, no matter what it takes. So Anakin raised his lightsaber into the air, igniting it, saying that they are the sword that will finally end this conflict. The clones united behind him, and the 501st Fleet was prepped for takeoff. They were going to Mustafar first, as inside of Palpatine's office, there was a ship tracked from Utapau to Mustafar. The separatist leaders were there. And so this crusade, led by Anakin and the 501st, would take them to Mustafar. The separatist leaders never stood a chance, as Anakin stormed into the building with a squad led by Commander Appo. Within seconds, the room was cleared, and the leaders were not arrested. No, they were killed. Anakin and the 501st no longer trusted the Republic to hold prisoners. Everyone could be corrupt. And on Mustafar, Anakin was able to find the battle droid shutdown command and shut down the entire droid army, effectively ending the war once and for all. But still, with the droids dead, Anakin got back into the Republic Venator and considered the next moves for him and the 501st Fleet. And while doing this, he was informed that Ahsoka, Rex, and the other half of the 501st returned from Mandalore, and they were waiting for new orders. Maul was captured and imprisoned. Anakin instructed them to remain on Coruscant for now, and he informed Appo and this half of the troops that in order to find Palpatine, they still may have to take drastic measures. Anakin was beginning to go a bit insane in his quest to find Palpatine, but he was convinced that this was his purpose. This is what he was meant to do. He must find the Sith and destroy them. So Anakin and the 501st would continue this crusade, first going to Cato Nemoidia, finding the Separatist base here and invading it. Plo Koon and his army had recently basically overtaken Cato Nemoidia, but Anakin didn't care. His orders were to kill any Separatist ally, and so they invaded the planet, mercilessly carving through Nemoidians, trying to get them to reveal where Palpatine was. No one knew, and they would die because of this. These actions by Anakin were not right, but he had convinced himself that this was the only way to peace. Destroy anyone who stood in his way of reaching the Sith, anyone who aided the Sith, anyone who could aid the darkness ever rising again. So when Cato Nemoidia was basically rid of the Separatists, Anakin and the 501st took off from Monolith, doing the same to the Banking Clan, then doing the same to Skako Minor to kill the allies of Wat Tambor. Still, no information on Palpatine. The Jedi and the Republic were desperately trying to get in contact with Anakin, but Anakin ordered his troops to not answer, not until they have the answers they're looking for. They were going rogue. And on Geonosis, Anakin would do the same thing to the Geonosians, finding a group of scientists, but this time he would purposely let them escape, then throw a tracking device on their ship. And as these scientists took off into space, Anakin and the 501st Fleet would track them through hyperspace. The Separatist worlds were falling one by one, and inside of the Venators, there was very little conversation between the clones. All of them were beginning to see that what they were doing was not right. They'd killed so many innocents now on Cato Nemoidia, Monolith, Skako Minor, Mustafar, Geonosis. This was a crusade of violence, all in search of Palpatine. They knew the war was over. They weren't even fighting capable fighters at this point. They were just blindly following Anakin. But they trusted Anakin. How could they not? And they would continue to follow him into battle. For now. and as they continued tracking these scientists, Anakin alerted the men that they were about to come out of hyperspace on the planet Wayland, and soon enough, they did. The 5 Venators that Anakin and the 501st were using for these missions descended into hyperspace, finding a mountain that seemingly had a base built in it. Appo asked Anakin for orders, and Anakin closed his eyes on the bridge, feeling into the Force. He sifted through the Force and soon felt Palpatine's dark presence. He was here. So Anakin opened his eyes and ordered all 5 ships to rain fire down on the mountains. Appo hesitated, telling Anakin that they're not sure who is inside that base, but Anakin turned swiftly, saying that anyone associated with Palpatine must die with him. Appo could see a fire in Anakin's eyes, unlike anything he'd ever seen before, and so he nodded his head, saying it will be done. And Anakin looked to another clone, ordering that a shuttle be ready for him and a squad of clones, then took off through the ship as the firing began down on the mountain. Deep inside of the Tantus base, Darth Sidious was with Dr. Hemlock, discussing new contingency options now that Order 66 in the Empire is on hold, when suddenly the entire mountain began to shake. Alarms began to blare throughout the entire facility, and Palpatine's Red Guards told him they must leave immediately. The Republic has tracked them here, and they're destroying the base. Sidious scowled. Another failure, and the Republic was having no mercy. He didn't want to believe it, but he had no choice. So he, Hemlock, and the Red Guards began running through the base, trying to stay on their feet as the base began to quickly explode. But finally they were able to reach the emergency exit. No one else inside of the base would be getting out alive. And as Sidious exited the base, the air outside was full of smoke, and he could barely see in front of him. He turned, looking behind him, to see through the smoke that Tantus had become a mountain of fire, and it was collapsing in on itself, as the firing never stopped from the Republic Venators. And as Sidious turned to go into the forest and find a hidden ship, a blue lightsaber lit up deep inside the smoke, illuminating the face of Anakin Skywalker. And from behind Anakin, an elite group of 501st clones ran from the smoke, firing now at Hemlock and the Red Guards. Sidious blasted lightning at Anakin, but it was caught with his saber. Then he leapt into the air, slamming his fist into the ground as he landed. Sidious went flying into a tree, but as he was getting back up, his breath was suddenly caught in his throat. Anakin was choking him, lifting him into the air, and as Sidious tried to blast more lightning, his hands were cut off. Sidious gasped in horror as Anakin then plunged his saber through his heart, killing the Sith Lord. Anakin flung his body into the mountain fire, then turned swiftly to get back to his ship. The power that was coursing through his veins was unlike anything ever before. He could do anything. Finally, he'd brought peace, but still he wanted more. He needed more. And although Anakin had killed the Sith and, in his mind, done what was necessary for peace for now in the galaxy, everyone around him was starting to see the cracks in his plan. Once back in the ship, Anakin was alerted to a HoloNet broadcast from the Senate, and he turned it on to see Obi-Wan Kenobi and Padme Amidala speaking to the Republic. The headline on the screen read, "Republic Senators and Jedi respond to the massacre of innocents by Anakin Skywalker," and Anakin couldn't believe it. Since leaving Coruscant, Anakin avoided all communication with the Jedi and went rogue, going from planet to planet, doing what was necessary to ensure that this darkness, this separatist threat did not rise again. And now he was being painted as the bad guy? Padme and Obi-Wan said that Anakin is not acting as a member of the Republic, but rather he's acting on his own personal crusade, and they are doing everything in their power to find him. Anakin could feel something rising inside of him, a darkness, born of anger, betrayal, rage. He closed his eyes and considered his options. Within days, he'd become a true war criminal to the Republic. He was just doing what no one else was able to do. And Anakin ignited his lightsaber, began slashing through the control panels with heavy swings, screaming with rage. All he wanted to do was fulfill this prophecy that everyone has been giving him since he was discovered. But now, as Anakin fell to his knees, perhaps he saw the real truth of everything. It is not only the Sith who are a danger to this galaxy. No, the Senators and the Jedi also participate in this. They allow the darkness to rise up. They don't do enough to stop it. And Anakin realized now that in order to truly fulfill the prophecy of the Chosen One, perhaps a new leader of the galaxy must take over the Republic. And so, Anakin was going to prepare his troops for an attack on Coruscant itself. But the clones would not be siding with Anakin. Down on the surface of Mount Tantus, Oppo and a squad of clones took a shuttle down to investigate the ruins. Oppo just had a strange feeling about all of this. There was more to this place than just Palpatine, and he had his suspicions that would be quickly confirmed, as Oppo and his squad would discover hundreds of clone troopers that were being kept here for experiments of some sort, and they were alive until Anakin ordered them to fire on the mountain. They could have saved these clones and still taken down Palpatine, but Anakin was blinded by his need for victory. And so, as Oppo looked around to the squad of clones behind him, they all came to an agreement. They called Rex to these coordinates, and then readied themselves for battle. It was time that they bring down Anakin Skywalker before he kills more innocents. They've followed his personal Jedi crusade for far too long. And so as Anakin Skywalker was on the bridge of his Venator, looking down on the destroyed mountain, Oppo entered with a large squad behind him, and Anakin told them to prepare for a jump to Coruscant. It was time they take the corruption down from the inside. But suddenly, Anakin heard blasters lift into the air and charge up, as Oppo said that he was sorry, but that will not be happening. And Anakin tilted his head slightly, once more feeling the darkness rise in him that he was considering to be the power of the Chosen One. And Anakin told Oppo that if they are not with him, then they are his enemy. Oppo said that they will do what they must. And suddenly, all the clones began firing. Anakin turned immediately, igniting his saber, blocking all of the blasts, being pushed back to the window, then diving out of the bridge window, floating down into the forest below, and he slammed into the ground, trying to gather his thoughts. He wondered if maybe Obi-Wan or Padme spoke with Oppo, saying that he was a traitor. Anakin simply was not thinking straight at all. He thought he was on the right path, but instead he was becoming the very thing he swore to destroy, and he looked up to the Republic Venators to see at least 10 shuttles descending down to find him and bring him down. And a moment later, a new Republic Venator emerged from hyperspace, this one carrying Rex, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and many other 501st members sent by the Republic after Oppo contacted them. And Anakin moved into the shadows, readying himself to take on his own men. Deep in the forest, as the sun was setting, Commander Oppo was now leading his men on the pursuit of Anakin. Rex, Kenobi, and Ahsoka would be down shortly, but for now this was up to them. The air was thick with tension. As they moved through the shadows, their senses very heightened, anticipating danger at every turn around all the trees, as they all knew how well Anakin was as a fighter. As Oppo and the clones soon split up into squads, the silence of the forest was soon filled with blaster fire and screams. One by one, the clones began to fall, their cries of pain echoing through the darkness, and Oppo's own breath caught in his throat as he would see the distant glow of a blue lightsaber, but every time he turned to see it, it disappeared, and Anakin disappeared with it. Anakin was moving like a ghost, striking swiftly and silently, leaving no trace of his presence behind, determined to take down everyone that he thought was against him. Oppo's grip tightened on his blaster. He struggled to maintain his composure. He could feel Anakin watching them, but from where? The forest was seeming to close in around them, and suddenly, a clone dropped to the forest ground with a thud, his helmet rolling away, to reveal the lifeless eyes beneath. And as Oppo looked up into the trees, the sound of a saber was again heard behind him, cutting through more clones. And in the end, it's only Oppo left standing, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his own men. He knew that he's failed them, that he's led them into a death from their own trusted leader. And Anakin's voice rang out, saying that he should never have betrayed him, and he leapt from the shadows to strike down Oppo, but right before he could, a force push sent Anakin sprawling across the ground, and Anakin looked up to see Rex, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka emerge from the trees. Obi-Wan yelled at Anakin to stop this madness, come back with them, come back to Padme, to his children. Ahsoka said that Padme gave a safe birth to twins, while Anakin was out here on this insane mission. She said that Padme needs him, but Anakin was pacing back and forth, saying that he sees through the lies of the Republic and the Jedi. They're weak, and it is his destiny to reform everything to create a peaceful galaxy. Obi-Wan felt defeated, and he softly told Anakin that he was the Chosen One. But Anakin reignited his saber, and with a loud, booming voice, he told Obi-Wan that he is the Chosen One, chosen to bring peace for everyone. And Ahsoka ignited her own sabers with Obi-Wan, preparing to stop Anakin from continuing down this path. And with a sad sigh, Obi-Wan moved forward, his blue lightsaber slicing through the air against his former apprentice. Ahsoka followed behind him, moving at her former master. But Anakin was ready, and he met their attacks head-on. His anger was growing as the three of them began their fight, connecting lightsabers back and forth, fueling his every strike as he unleashed his full strength against his friends. But while Obi-Wan and Ahsoka may not be as strong as Anakin, no fighters in the galaxy knew him better. They now fought not just for themselves and for the Republic, but for who Anakin was before this insane path he went down, thinking that this was the right Jedi path for him. But even so, Anakin was stronger, he fought well, and he was able to disarm Obi-Wan with a quick strike, sending his saber into the trees. Ahsoka moved in to stop Anakin from cutting down Obi-Wan, and the two of them now locked lightsabers. And with another set of moves, Anakin kicked her, cutting through both sabers. And now, Anakin lifted his sabers for a killing strike on both Obi-Wan and Ahsoka. But, at this point, he'd forgotten about Rex and Utapau. The two clones were watching from the trees. But as Anakin lifted his saber, Rex knew they had no choice. He fired his twin pistols through the back of Anakin, and Anakin's eyes went wide as Obi-Wan suddenly called his own saber back to his hand, then stabbed Anakin through the gut. Rex didn't want to do this. He couldn't believe that Anakin was incapable of coming back to the light fully. But, as he saw Obi-Wan and Ahsoka about to fall, he'd made his move. And as Anakin fell to the forest floor, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka caught him, and with sad, teary eyes, Anakin began to see what he'd become. And now, Anakin died here, feeling the terrible weight of his actions. The prophecy of the Chosen One consumed him, and completely took over, making him think that everyone was an enemy. And in the end, Anakin would have a funeral in the Jedi Temple, with many in attendance, including Padme, the children, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka. Many Jedi blamed themselves for putting this weight of the prophecy on Anakin, while others simply blamed Anakin for his actions. He did kill Dooku and Sidious, but in the end he became a threat just like them. When it was all said and done, Anakin was laid to rest, as Padme decided that Luke and Leia would be trained from birth, while she was elected as the new Chancellor of the Republic. And with her as the leader, she was able to bring peace and prosperity that Anakin had only dreamt of. And folks, that is our story. What if Anakin Skywalker was given a new padawan after Ahsoka left the Order? That's our story for today. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. I think it's going to be a bit long, so strap in, have some fun, and let's get right into it. Our story begins inside of the Jedi Temple, as it is a big day for a group of Jedi younglings. This group standing in front of many Jedi Knights and Masters, as they will be chosen as Padawans to be trained. It is the middle of the Clone Wars, and Jedi training has become very untraditional, as Jedi are now training Padawans to fight and become peacekeepers. And the ceremony would soon begin. About 5 minutes after everything started, the doors opened and Anakin Skywalker begrudgingly walked inside, taking his place among the Knights and the Masters, right next to Obi-Wan Kenobi. As Anakin entered, there was a noticeable excitement increase from the younglings, and Anakin even heard one of them whisper, "The Chosen One," to which Anakin shook his head in annoyance. Sure, it fed his ego to be seen as this symbol, but it was also so strange sometimes. He didn't want to be looked at as some hero. Anakin's former Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, left the Jedi Order roughly a month ago, and Obi-Wan was urging Anakin to come to these Padawan selections ever since. Anakin hated it, as no one could replace Ahsoka. He was still hoping that she would soon return, but every day it seemed less likely. Obi-Wan told Anakin the night before that in order to become a Jedi Master, he must train a new Padawan, and so Anakin was here. In order for a Padawan to be selected, the Knight or Master Jedi must feel a call or connection from the Force, and the bond can then form. And so the ceremony would go on, with youngling Katuni going to Master Darnola, youngling Biff to the Knight Jarol, youngling Zat to Knight Herolin, and youngling Gungi to Knight Krat, and the youngling Ganodi would go to Master Garoda. But there was one youngling that had gone unchosen, a boy named Petro, and Anakin would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't feel a connection. The youngling Petro was known for being too arrogant, too excited for adventure, and not selfless enough to be trained. He was powerful, but many Jedi, especially after hearing Obi-Wan talk about how tough it was to train Anakin, did not want to train Petro, someone very similar to Anakin's personality, at least at that age. And as Pedro went unselected, Anakin could feel eyes looking at him from many, many masters around, but he simply turned and went to leave. As he was leaving, Petro pushed through the crowd of Jedi and tugged on Anakin's robes. Anakin looked down and saw Petro, tears in his eyes, begging Anakin to train him. Petro had heard all about Anakin, and he even worked with Anakin's former Padawan, but Anakin said that he couldn't. Petro said that the Jedi were going to send him away. But Anakin again simply said that he just couldn't do it. He couldn't just let go of Ahsoka, no matter how much the Force was pushing him to this boy. And so, Anakin left. Petro was going to be sent to the Agricultural Corps, where he would spend a few years learning to maintain different temples across the galaxy, learning patience and discipline, and maybe then he can try to become a Jedi once more. But down in the temple yard, Anakin Skywalker was standing in front of the great tree. He always loved this tree. It was one of a kind, yet so unique and powerful. It reminded Anakin of himself. And as he was here, Yoda walked up to behind Anakin, and the Grand Master asked him what was on his mind. Anakin said it was Ahsoka, his padawan, and Yoda said that Ahsoka made a choice, letting go of being his padawan. But Yoda said that he should feel the connection between himself and Petro, saying that Anakin must listen to the Force. But now Anakin admitted that he was afraid. He felt like he failed Ahsoka, like the Jedi failed Ahsoka, and he isn't ready for a new padawan. Yoda smiled and said that Obi-Wan was not ready for a padawan when Qui-Gon died, yet here Anakin is, a great Jedi. And so Yoda said it is not always easy to know when you are ready, but when the Force calls, they must answer. He also told Anakin that he must learn to let go in life. People will die, they will leave, and Anakin must eventually learn to move on. Anakin considered all of this. He didn't love it, but he decided he had to trust Yoda. He just couldn't shake the look of sadness on Petro's face, as Anakin denied him. Anakin knew the feeling of not being wanted, especially by Jedi, so he thanked Yoda, and he ran through the temple. Petro was sitting in a Jedi shuttle as it prepared for takeoff. He just watched all of his friends be chosen to be trained, and he was just cast away. He felt terrible, but as he looked out the window of the ship, he saw Anakin Skywalker skid to a halt and begin arguing with the droid pilots. Anakin eventually just pushed the droid aside and ran onto the ship, finding Petro and saying that he will be his master. Petro was beyond elated, but Anakin told him to not get too excited. This wasn't going to be easy. But Petro ran off the ship with a huge smile. He was going to be trained by the Chosen One. And so the bond of master and apprentice would be formed between Anakin and Petro. The first few days would be spent in the meditation rooms, as Anakin needed to teach Petro to be calm. His desire for action and excitement was a liability, and so they would spend hours in complete silence, listening to the Force. This wasn't exactly Anakin's strong suit either, but he was getting better, and he would try to teach Petro that the Force is not simply a power. It's the energy between all things, the balance that binds the universe. And Anakin would teach Petro to feel the light, the dark, the Coruscant traffic, the trillions of beings here, the Jedi in the temple, and how the Force connects all of it together. Petro tried extremely hard to listen and to understand, but he couldn't help but tell Anakin that this was a waste of time. They should be out fighting in battle. There was a war going on. They should be taking on Grievous and the droids, helping the Republic. But Anakin snapped at him, saying he was not ready, that he would die in his first battle with this mentality. And Petro was taken aback by Anakin's frustration, saying that he has fought in a battle with Ahsoka, but Anakin didn't care. You couldn't just go out and fight. So Anakin would take Petro to the training room and have the Padawan ignite his real saber. Anakin instructed Petro to strike him, but Petro looked confused, saying that he would kill Anakin, as this wasn't a training saber. Anakin laughed, and again told Petro to strike him. Show that he is ready for battle. Show that he's ready for Grievous. Petro moved forward, swinging at Anakin, but Anakin held the saber in place with the Force. With a smirk, Anakin pushed Petro back, and then he got into a stance. Petro smirked as well, running in again, swinging, but Anakin ducked, stepped back, then flipped over Petro and pushed him again. This would go on for a bit longer, until Petro finally gave up, realizing how far he truly was. Anakin said that he can feel his strength, but he lacks patience, discipline, and a true form. And Petro would finally realize how much he has to learn. So for the next few weeks, Anakin and Petro would rotate between meditation and combat exercises, until Petro started to blend the ability to be calm with the ability to fight. Anakin would have him fight 6 training droids with his eyes covered, forcing him to use his other senses to remain calm in battle. And Anakin would even pull out something that he used long ago. It was a hologram of Darth Maul fighting, and it would allow Petro to simulate a real duel, rather than a fake training scenario. Petro would continue to grow stronger, but he wished his connection on a personal level with Anakin was stronger. Anakin was an excellent teacher, but he was very reserved, or just hesitant to really form a connection with Petro. The young Padawan would go talk to Obi-Wan about this, and Obi-Wan would say he would talk to Anakin. Anakin would admit to Obi-Wan that he was avoiding a connection with Petro, as he just couldn't risk another situation, like with what happened to Ahsoka. And Anakin admitted that although he does enjoy teaching, his guilt over replacing Ahsoka is back. Obi-Wan told Anakin that his heart is what makes him special, and Petro is in need of some of that heart, more than just a master. And Anakin said he would try, that he would consider it. But in reality, Anakin would only get more distant over the next few weeks, as the war really started to ramp up in the Outer Rim. He would be sent out to the Outer Rim with Obi-Wan, and he would have to take Petro with him, though he did refuse to let the young Padawan go on to the battlefield. Petro and Anakin would soon get into a big argument over this, where Petro said he was reading old mission reports, and he found out that Ahsoka was allowed on the battlefield right away. But Anakin snapped at him, saying that he will never be Ahsoka. He immediately regretted this, but Petro turned and ran to his quarters on the ship. Anakin felt terrible, and Obi-Wan pulled him aside again, saying he was being overprotective of his Padawan. And so Anakin would go apologize, saying that he was just having a tough time lately with the war, and he told Petro that every day he teaches Anakin how to be a better Jedi. This made Petro excited, and then Anakin said he could join him and Obi-Wan on their next mission. They were tracking a separatist spy on Tyth, and this spy was rumored to have information on the separatist battle plans, including their strategies if they were ever to invade Coruscant. If this spy was captured with his data, then the Republic would have a huge tactical advantage, and the plan was simple. Anakin, Petro, and Obi-Wan would fly to a small ship down in the caverns of Tyth. Then, Anakin and Obi-Wan would sneak into the cave, get the spy, and alert Petro to come pick them up. A simple mission for the Padawan's first mission, and the plan would go into action as Petro watched the two Jedi disappear into the separatist base. He waited anxiously for the alert to pick them up, but the longer Petro waited, the more he feared something went wrong. And as Petro looked to the entrance of the cave, he saw separatist droids begin to leave. And so he decided to make a move. Inside the cave base, Anakin and Obi-Wan were taking their time, and as the separatist droids were clearing out, they was leaving the spy alone and vulnerable. This was good. But right as the Jedi were about to make their move, alarms began to blare through the tunnels, the emergency doors shut all around Anakin and Obi-Wan, and toxic gas began to be poured into the vents. So the Jedi cut a hole in the door, and they began running back to the ship. Somehow they were caught. The two Jedi ran through a horde of droids, cutting them down as more droid reinforcements were coming down from the command ship in space. As the Jedi reached the entrance, they saw Petro up against his own group of droids, taking them down, but it was clear that Petro was the one who tripped the alarm. Anakin helped him take down his droids, then ordered the young Padawan to follow them. Before long, their ship took off, barely evading the droid reinforcements, and once they were in hyperspace, without the separatist intel at all, Petro was sitting silently, anxiously, as Anakin stared into space. Anakin wanted nothing more than to end this war once and for all, and the intel on Tyth could have sped up that process. But instead, he was stuck with this kid who ruined the mission. Anakin got up, and Obi-Wan told him to remain calm, be patient. But Anakin brushed him off. He walked over to Petro and said that the Padawan would be going back to Coruscant without him. Petro apologized, but Anakin went back to the pilot seat, and they soon landed in a Republic hangar. Anakin sent Petro to Utapau, and the Padawan would be sent back to Coruscant, while Anakin focused on his own fights without this distraction. He was frustrated with himself and the Padawan, but he needed to end this war. He said he would train Petro when it was all over, and he just let go of it for now. Obi-Wan, once again, would talk to Anakin about this, saying that Petro reminds him a lot of Anakin growing up. Anakin shot back that he understands that Petro only wants to help, but they are in a galactic war. It's no place for Padawans. Obi-Wan honestly didn't have much of an argument for this, and from here, Petro would return to the temple and focus hard on his studies, while Anakin and Obi-Wan would be dispatched to the Battle of Urbana. In the middle of this battle, the two Jedi were actually called back to their ship, as Ahsoka Tano was contacting them. Ahsoka was with Bo-Katan, and they were looking for help to drive Maul out of Mandalore. When Ahsoka arrived on the Republic Venator, she noticed something was very off with Anakin, and she asked Obi-Wan about it. Obi-Wan talked about Petro, and how Anakin was having a tough time training him, while letting go of Ahsoka. Ahsoka did think this was sweet, but she did feel terrible for Petro, and so she would soon talk to Anakin, telling him to focus on Petro, basically giving her blessing for Anakin to train a new Padawan. For Anakin, this meant a lot, and as the two of them talked, Anakin began to see how unfairly he was treating his Padawan. The kid was strong, but Anakin was holding him back, the same way he always thought the Jedi held him back. And so Anakin tried to contact Petro to apologize, but there was no response from the temple. This was strange. But seconds later, an alarm rang through the ship, and Obi-Wan got to Anakin, saying that Coruscant was under attack. And so it was decided that Anakin and Obi-Wan would return to Coruscant, while Rex and half of the 501st go to Mandalore with Ahsoka. On Coruscant, droid ships poured into the atmosphere, as Jedi Masters and Knights ran through the temple, telling everyone what to do. Windu and Yoda were out in battle protecting the Senate building and the Jedi Temple, while Satine was leading the defense from the air. The Republic was doing everything they could to hold the separatists back, and in the temple, Petro was with Shaak Ti and a group of Padawans, hiding in the archive room. Shaak Ti responded to an order from Windu to go find and protect the Chancellor, and Petro overheard this. Shaak Ti left, leaving the children with Sindrelic. And Petro would wait here for a long time, but eventually he just couldn't wait any longer. He would sneak out to the temple entrance, and he would look at the battle going on over Coruscant. He thought to himself that he should be out there, fighting, protecting the people, but his master assigned him to be taken off the battlefield. This was so frustrating for Petro. Why was Anakin holding him back? But as he hid behind a temple pillar, watching all of it unfold, he saw something in the distance. A separatist shuttle descended down to the ground, and Petro followed it with his eyes to see General Grievous dragging Chancellor Palpatine to the shuttle. Petro remembered his assignment, but then asked himself, what would Anakin do? And he wanted to make Anakin proud. He could save Palpatine, and then maybe Anakin would finally want to train him. So Petro took off to the Jedi hangar, getting into a Jedi speeder, and he followed Grievous's ship through the air. Petro did get behind it, and the ramp was still open on the shuttle, so he stood on his speeder, then jumped through the sky, landing on Grievous's shuttle. The droid general turned around and began laughing, telling Petro he is a fool, and he ignited his 4 lightsabers. Petro ignited his 1 blue saber, and told the general he made a mistake taking the Chancellor, and Petro ran at Grievous, who slammed all 4 sabers down on him. Petro was quickly pushed back, but he held his own against Grievous, moving with unreal speed to deflect strike after strike. The shuttle continued to rise through the air, and Petro saw an opening, cutting one of Grievous's arms away, then slashing his torso. But this only made Grievous more angry. He grabbed Petro's face with one of his legs, slamming him into the wall of the ship, and Petro slowly got back up to his feet, deflected another strike, but then Grievous cut right through Petro's sabered arm, and his saber and his arm fell down to the Coruscant ground. Petro screamed in pain. Grievous laughed, and he went in for the kill, but Petro made a choice. He ducked and rolled off of the ramp, falling forever down to the Coruscant ground. He slammed into a speeder, then slid off the roof of a building, falling and falling, until eventually he fell into a trash container, terribly injured, and he went dark, thinking he might die, fainting, scared and alone. From here, the Battle of Coruscant would continue, with Anakin and Obi-Wan finding the Chancellor, killing Dooku, and landing half of the invisible hand on Coruscant. Anakin would find Padme, learn about the pregnancy, and he would be ecstatic. But moments later, Master Windu called Anakin back to the temple. Anakin would say goodbye to Padme, and was now excited to go find Petro. He was going to apologize once more, and really focus on his training. But in the temple, Anakin was hit with the terrible news. Petro was last seen engaging Grievous on his shuttle, and he has not been seen since. The Jedi Padawan was presumed dead, as Coruscant security and police found no sign of him anywhere. Anakin fell to the ground, crumbling into one of the Jedi Council seats. His Padawan was either dead or alone and scared somewhere, and Anakin wasn't here to protect him. Windu told Anakin that the search is being called off, so security teams can focus on the citizens protesting the war. But Anakin said he wouldn't need the help of anyone but himself, and he took off into the Coruscant underworld, determined to find his Padawan, and he wouldn't be returning until he did. He owed it to himself and to Petro. Anakin would begin searching every street, asking the people down here if they've seen the young Jedi, but everyone denied it. Anakin could tell these people also didn't love the Jedi, so things were tough, but Anakin didn't care. He was going to find Petro. He needed to. He would search for days and nights without sleeping, barely eating, and making time to only contact Padme, but that was about it. He spent every minute searching, determined to find his padawan. And during these days, Palpatine, aka Sidious, was beginning to run out of time to execute his grand plans. He tried to influence the Force to give Anakin nightmares about Padme, but Anakin literally was not sleeping. The Chosen One was also completely out of contact. He wasn't responding to him or to the Jedi. And Palpatine remembered Grievous cutting down Petro on the shuttle. Who knew this would begin to ruin his plans? But Grievous was now on Utapau, and the Jedi Order had just found out about this, thanks to Republic spies. It was only a matter of time until Grievous was destroyed, and the Jedi come to remove him from power. And so Palpatine decided that Anakin was not a necessary part of his plans. Inside the Jedi Temple, the Jedi Council was becoming increasingly worried about Anakin, as he hadn't returned or made real contact in days. Obi-Wan had vaguely heard from him, but that was it, and it was 2 days ago. The Council, especially Obi-Wan, knew how connected Anakin would become to those close to him. Obi-Wan described to the Council how Anakin sent Petro back to Coruscant, and he now blames himself for the Padawan being missing or possibly dead. This was disappointing, but the Council decided they must move on to different plans. Originally, Yoda and the Council was deciding between two paths to take. The original one was going to have Anakin spy on the Chancellor, while many key members of the Council would disperse into the galaxy. This would be hoping that the Sith Lord would reveal himself while the Jedi were away. Without Anakin anywhere to be found, the Council would choose a new option. Until Anakin could return to spy on Palpatine, Coruscant would need to be at full strength, so Yoda stayed on Coruscant. Plo Koon, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and Depa Billaba were recalled to the temple, and instead of a Jedi Master going to kill Grievous on Utapau, the Jedi would send Obi-Wan's 212th Clone Legion along with half of the 501st that wasn't on Mandalore. A group of 5 Jedi Knights would go with them, while all the Masters stay on Coruscant. Without Anakin to spy on the Chancellor, they wanted to be at full strength in case the Chancellor makes an unsuspecting move. In the Coruscant underworld, Anakin Skywalker continued his search, eventually running into a man that Obi-Wan once introduced to him, Dexter Jetster, and Anakin asked Dex if he knew anything. Dex didn't love the idea of giving information to the Jedi, as many of his customers didn't like the Jedi, but Dex just couldn't help himself from helping a friend of Kenobi, so Dex told Anakin that he has heard something, that the local gang known as the Raptors was auctioning off some important citizens, and it's possible the young Jedi may be there, so Dex gave Anakin a location, but told Anakin that he didn't get the information from him, and Anakin began running to this place. He finally had a lead. Inside the great city of Coruscant, though, General Grievous was just destroyed on Utapau, and Palpatine knew that he was out of time. Anakin could be dead or alive. It didn't matter. He was a lost cause. If Palpatine didn't act now, the entire council would be entering his office to destroy him. So Palpatine decided it was time, and he walked to his communicator and began telling all of the clones to execute Order 66. And across the galaxy, Jedi died in minutes. Knights, Padawans, Masters, thousands of Jedi were dying to the clones that they trusted. But Palpatine was much more concerned with the temple, as basically the entire council was there, and the 501st was still on Utapau. He would use the Coruscant Guard, around 100 clone commandos, plus Plo Koon's 104th Clone Battalion, and he, Darth Sidious, would lead the attack. Inside the temple, the Council Masters all felt this dark wave at once. It was a terrible feeling, and they soon looked to the stairs to see thousands of clones marching up, and so the Jedi prepared. They would not be ready for evacuation for a long time. They would have to defend this temple. Yoda, Windu, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, Depa Billaba, Kelleran Beck, Kit Fisto, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The temple was ready to be defended. And within minutes, the clones poured in as the Jedi defended the temple with their lives. At the entrance, a group of 5 Jedi Knights that basically grew up together were defending the archives, where a group of Jedi younglings was hiding. And the 5 could literally do nothing, as a dark shadow wielding a red lightsaber flew at them, cutting them down in seconds. Darth Sidious was here, and he would take down the temple. Down in the Coruscant underworld, as Order 66 was being executed, Anakin entered a warehouse that was the home of the Raptor gang. As Anakin entered, an auction was going on, and in the middle of it all, Anakin saw his Padawan. Petro was suspended in a ray shield prison, and he was beaten badly, missing his right arm. Everyone, including Petro, looked up to see Anakin entered. And at once, the humans, Trandoshans, Biths, and Rhodians in this gang lifted their blasters, telling Anakin to get out of here. But Anakin used the Force to slam all of the doors shut. His hood was covering his face, and he ignited his lightsaber. Without a word, Anakin moved through the room, absolutely destroying everyone in here. He deflected blaster bolts back at the criminals, sliced them in half, force pushed them into the walls, and overall just left the room with no one alive within minutes. No one except for Petro, who Anakin helped down and put his hand on Petro's forehead, giving him enough healing to feel good again. Petro hugged Anakin, saying that he was sorry and that he could never be a true Jedi without an arm. But Anakin said that he was the one who needed to be sorry. He never should have sent Petro away. And Anakin removed his own glove, revealing his robotic arm, telling Petro that he has the perfect master to help him recover. Petro smiled, and the two of them would walk out of the building together as master and apprentice. But as they reached the city, Anakin soon couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Jedi Temple was on fire, and Anakin realized that while he was away, the Sith must have made their move. Anakin looked at Petro and told him it was time to be strong. So Anakin handed him his lightsaber that he'd found on the streets and gave Petro a mission. Go to Padme Amidala's apartment and protect her. If the Sith have made their move, it is likely they know about the child of the Chosen One. Petro had a million questions, but there was no time. Anakin told him that he trusts him, and Petro took a speeder to Padme, while Anakin took his speeder to the temple. Inside the temple, Sidious was laughing, embracing the darkness as he cut through Jedi after Jedi, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. The Council Masters were spread through the temple, but Plo Koon, Mace Windu, and Yoda all began to converge together, trying to find the Sith Lord. Commando clones were the best of the best, and they were going from room to room, taking out the Jedi. The temple was falling quickly, and the Jedi knew that they had to cut off the head of the snake, Sidious. And as Yoda, Windu, and Plo tried to converge, they kept getting cut off by more clones. They had to protect the younger Jedi. Sidious was now dueling with Kit Fisto, Depa Billaba, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. He killed Fisto and Depa, then turned to kill Obi-Wan, but a violent force push sent him sprawling into the wall, and Anakin Skywalker ran up to Obi-Wan, telling his former master that to go take on the clones. He will handle the Sith Lord. Sidious stood up, his hood still covering his face, and he saw Anakin. The Chosen One was engulfed in the light side, ready to kill Sidious in order to protect the Jedi, Padme, and Petro. He looked to Yoda, Windu, and Plo, all who were trying to make their way to Sidious, and Anakin waved them off, yelling at them to protect the temple. He will handle Sidious. And Anakin ran at Sidious, lightsaber ignited, and the corridors were echoing with the clash of sabers and the booms of blaster fire as clones and Jedi fought around them. Anakin's eyes burned with intensity as he faced off against Sidious, their lightsabers clashing with ferocity, casting shadows across the walls. Anakin's attacks were aggressive and relentless, fueled by his desire to protect those that he loves. Sidious matched him move for move, his crimson blade moving with power. And as the battle raged on, debris littered the ground, the echoes of destruction reverberated through the temple. Anakin pressed forward, driving Sidious back, with a relentless onslaught of strikes. And suddenly, with a burst of energy, Sidious unleashed a force blast, sending Anakin hurtling backward, electrocuted, crashing into a pile of rubble. As Anakin struggled to rise, Sidious advanced, his eyes glowing with triumph. But Anakin would not yield. He drew upon the depths of his power, surging forward with a new determination. Their blades clashed once more, each strike resonating with their conflict. And in a moment of raw power, Anakin seized the upper hand, driving Sidious back with a flurry of strikes. With a roar, he unleashed a force push, sending the Sith Lord crashing into the nearby wall, crashing all the way through it. As Sidious tried to get to his feet, he saw an entire statue be lifted off the ground and thrown at him. Sidious shot lightning at it, but was still crushed underneath it. And as he tried to get it off of him, Anakin dove forward, plunging his lightsaber into Sidious's heart. As he did this, Anakin removed the Sith Lord's hood and stepped back in horror and shock. Palpatine? And the Chancellor, blood dripping from his mouth, smiled and said that his wife and child would now die because of this. Anakin said that he wouldn't be so sure, and Palpatine died, only wondering what he meant by this. In Padme's apartment, a group of Coruscant guard troopers landed on her balcony and began searching for her. Using their flashlights, one of the troopers found her hiding behind the couch, and as he received instruction to execute her, the clone was sent flying off the balcony with a force push. Padawan Petro jumped from his speeder, igniting his lightsaber in his one remaining hand, and he cut through 3 more clones. Padme gasped, and Petro said he was here to protect her. Padme was safe. And in the temple, with Sidious dead, the clones began to be pushed back as the Jedi gained the advantage. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Windu, Yoda, Mundi, Plo, and many others began taking out the remaining clones, forcing them to either fall in battle or retreat. And as the Jedi reached the entrance, the temple was soon cleared. But they all looked up at once to see 3 Republic Venators turn and aim at the temple. Aboard the middle Venator, Governor Tarkin told the clones they might fire on the temple when ready. Back at the entrance, Windu told the Jedi that together they can stop this, so at once, all of the surviving Jedi reached out, grabbing the Venator on the left with the Force, and they guided it towards the middle Venator. Before the Republic ships could fire, the Jedi caused a chain reaction of explosions, and the 3 Venators collided, exploding with Tarkin on board. From here, the Jedi would begin to evacuate the temple, heading to the planet Ahch-To. Within the hour, the temple was emptied, and Anakin found Petro on the evacuation ship, telling his young Padawan that he has done well. From here, the Jedi would land on Ahch-To with roughly 1,500 total survivors, including half of the Jedi Council. Rebuilding would take many years, but the Order was safe, while the Sith were dead. And on Coruscant, once the Jedi were gone, the Senate would unite around the Chancellor and Jedi seemingly disappearing or dying out, and they would come together to end this war. Within weeks, the Separatist leaders were found and executed, and the new Chancellor, Mon Mothma, would officially end the war. On Ahch-To, Anakin would soon return from being with Padme as she gave birth, to find Petro with a newly built arm. Anakin would take Petro to Naboo, where they would spend a few months together. Anakin would help Padme with the children, while also training Petro to get used to his new arm. Ahsoka was here as well, and she and Petro quickly became great friends. She did know Petro from their time taking him to Ilum, but this helped them get even closer. Anakin felt like he was training himself in some ways, and he would soon really embrace this training, helping Petro become a powerful Jedi. After a year or so, Mon Mothma would meet with Yoda, and the Jedi would be invited back into the Republic, as the truth about Palpatine was revealed, thanks to clones who removed their inhibitor chips, led by Rex. They revealed that the Jedi were not evil, Palpatine was, and so the Jedi would return home and begin rebuilding the temple. After 10 more years, Jedi Council Master of the Order Anakin Skywalker would be seated next to Grandmaster Plo Koon, as Petro was made a Jedi Knight. Petro had passed his trials and has become a great Jedi, following in the footsteps of Anakin. Anakin couldn't be more proud, and soon after he would see Luke be assigned to Ahsoka, who returned to the Order, while Leia was assigned to be the Padawan to Petro. There was peace, and Anakin was helping to guide in these new generations of Jedi. And folks, that's where our video ends today. What if Anakin Skywalker was born during the Imperial era of Star Wars? Now, how does this work exactly? Well, we're just gonna assume basically that the events of Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith still played out in Palpatine's favor. So everything, kind of happened, and he'll kind of explain it in this video as well from his point of view. So, hope you guys enjoy this. I really, really love this video. Been writing it a lot, one of my longer ones, so hope you guys enjoy as well. And let's get right into it. Our story begins on Coruscant, as Emperor Palpatine is overlooking the great city from his throne. For 9 months, he has reigned as Emperor of the Galaxy, and today something was off in the Force. It was as if the darkness that he always felt was being infected with a spark of light, born from nothing. As Palpatine meditated on what this could be, he remembered his life before the Empire. Years ago, he started it all with the invasion of Naboo. During this, he was elected Chancellor, and then killed his master, Darth Plagueis. Unfortunately, his prized apprentice Darth Maul was killed by Obi-Wan Kenobi, after Maul killed Qui-Gon. This was no issue, as Sidious adjusted to everything extremely well. He found a disgruntled Jedi, Dooku, and turned him to the dark side. For years, Sidious and Dooku worked together, sowing conflict in the galaxy, all while the Jedi Order stayed completely loyal to the Senate. Sidious was always searching for an apprentice to replace Dooku, but none was ever truly worthy. Obi-Wan Kenobi had an anger to him, but the light would always overcome it. Obi-Wan's Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, was also an option, but she was too young. In the end, Palpatine decided after Dooku and Grievous were killed off as necessary sacrifices that he would execute Order 66. Ahsoka was killed at the temple, having never left the Order, but Obi-Wan and Yoda were 2 of the only known survivors. They battled Sidious together at the end of it all, but ultimately they were forced to retreat thanks to clone reinforcements. Now the 2 of them were out in the galaxy, retired, exiled, dead. It didn't matter to Sidious. They were no match for him and the building Inquisitorius program. The Grand Inquisitor would be his new apprentice, but he would more so just handle the dirty work of the Empire, while Sidious learns to become immortal. The galaxy was his to rule, and he felt unstoppable, disregarding the touch of light that he felt emerge somewhere in the galaxy. At the same time, Grand Master Yoda, exiled on Dagobah, felt the light as well. Had this spark occurred before the Empire, it would have gone unnoticed, because the light side was overwhelming the Force, but with the shroud of darkness over the galaxy, Yoda realized that perhaps, in time, a new hope would emerge. And on the planet Stujon, Obi-Wan was too distracted to feel this emergence of light. After the war, he and Yoda separated, and while Yoda went into exile, Kenobi had returned to his home world for the first time, and he was aiding Captain Rex as he was trying to form a clone resistance. Rex served with him and Cody, but luckily removed his inhibitor chip before Order 66. Kenobi was deeply saddened over the Jedi massacre, especially his own padawan Ahsoka, and he distracted himself with this clone rebellion. And while all of this was going on in the galaxy, a boy was born without a father. When Palpatine wiped out the Jedi, the Force retaliated to this sudden shift of the Force, and the midichlorians created this boy. Anakin Skywalker was born on the planet Numidian Prime, to a woman named Pernilla Skywalker. Pernilla was a poor woman, stuck on this planet working countless hours as a mechanic, in a shop owned by a Rhodian that was rude and underpaid his employees. Pernilla was the only woman working here, and she didn't know what she was going to do once she was pregnant, but she recently met a nice young man named Nari, who Pernilla trusted to watch Anakin while she was at work. It was an unfortunate planet to live on, as Numidian Prime was full of the worst kinds of businesses and the worst people, but it was not easy to get off of without tons of credits. And Nari was secretly a Jedi that survived Order 66, but he was determined to continue fighting the Sith in time. After Order 66, he traveled to Numidian Prime and he found Pernilla, who was carrying young Anakin. Nari quickly felt the strength in the boy, and he befriended Pernilla, hoping that perhaps he can train Anakin someday. And so Anakin would grow as a little boy on Numidian Prime under Nari and Pernilla for 5 years, learning to walk and talk in a planet full of scum. During these 5 years, the clone rebellion led by Kenobi and Rex would fall short, and the two of them would go in separate directions, both into their own exile, as nearly every clone in the Resistance was killed. Kenobi would continue hiding out on Stujon, separating himself from everything, as he only continued to lose everything. And at 5 years old, Nari would convince Shmi to let him teach Anakin to use the Force, assuring Pernilla that it will not draw attention. After some arguments, Pernilla would allow it, and Nari would help little Anakin float objects, introducing him to the basics of the Force. At this point, Anakin and Pernilla were super well connected as mother and son, and Anakin began to recognize the terrible state of the galaxy, especially this planet. This would go on in extreme secret for 3 more years, as life would go on with Pernilla working to make just enough money to survive, while Nari would teach Anakin even more of how to use the Force. Nari and Pernilla would also emphasize every single day that Anakin was a good person in a galaxy of not-so-great people, and that was more important than any power. He was not evil, and the Empire nor anyone else could ever take that quality away from him. But every day, it became more risky, as the Empire was hunting down anyone who seemed to be a Jedi, and making an example of them. And one day, a group of bounty hunters including Bossk, Boba Fett, and Dengar were in the main town that Anakin lived in, and Dengar spotted Anakin using the Force, while inside of a food market with his mother. Bossk, Boba, and Dengar were tracking Saw Gerrera, and they stopped here for some intel, but now Dengar felt they could make some extra money off the Empire by turning in this boy as a Jedi. Bossk and Boba didn't like the idea, saying it would draw unwanted attention to them, and the Empire wasn't always so kind. But Dengar went behind their back and contacted the Empire, informing them of a possible Jedi. The next morning, Pernilla opted to let the young Anakin sleep in, and she went down to pick up some breakfast. Nari was next door, so she felt fine leaving Anakin for a bit to surprise him with his favorite fruit, Melu Run. It was her first day off in a long time, and she was excited to spend it with Anakin. And as soon as Anakin woke up, he heard the familiar sounds of commotion outside. Gamblers, scavengers, smugglers, hunters, Numidian Prime was home to the worst of the worst, but there was a mutual respect amongst many of them. They all did their illegal business, and no one got in each other's way. But today, Anakin heard something else as he was waking up. It sounded like a large ship descending to the ground, and Anakin looked outside to see a Phi-class Imperial shuttle. Although he was only 8, Anakin knew a ton already about ships, but it was very rare to see an Imperial ship around here. Anakin called out for his mother, but there was no response. And he looked out the window again to see the shuttle ramp descend, and within seconds, everything went terribly wrong. A battalion of stormtroopers ran down the ramp, and they began firing at citizens all around the market. They didn't care who it was. The troopers just opened fire, killing anyone in sight. Anakin hid himself, calling again for his mother, but there was no response. An explosion shook the house, and after another minute, the firing ceased. Anakin looked out the window again to see a Padawan man ignite 2 sides of a lightsaber. He used a sort of voice amplifier to make himself heard, and he told the people here that there were reports of a Jedi. The Grand Inquisitor said that a Jedi is the last straw for Numidian Prime, and it is time for all the crime here to be put to a stop. And with a wave, the troopers ran back towards the people, continuing their massacre, as the Grand Inquisitor and 2 other Inquisitors moved through the area. Homes, shops, markets, cantinas, everything was bombed, and Anakin ran through the house to find his mother. She was nowhere, but suddenly Nari appeared, telling Anakin they must leave. Nari grabbed Anakin's hand, guiding him outside, and once outside, in the chaos, Anakin saw his mother running back for the house, and he was so relieved. But from around a corner, the Grand Inquisitor emerged and ignited a saber through her back. Her eyes went wide, she yelled at Anakin to run, and she fell dead. Nari yelled out in despair, force pushing the Grand Inquisitor into the wall, not thinking about how this would expose him as a Jedi. Anakin couldn't move. Tears welled in his eyes as he stared at his fallen mother. Nari began pulling him away again, then told Anakin to get behind him. The Grand Inquisitor was smiling with malice as he ran towards Nari. Anakin got behind a trash can, the blaster bolts and screams still filling his ears as he watched Nari ignite a blue lightsaber and fight the Inquisitor. But he never stood a chance. After 3 parries, Nari had his saber knocked away, and he too was stabbed through the gut. Anakin couldn't take this. He couldn't lose both Nari and his mother. And from behind the garbage can, Anakin emerged, screaming out with rage, and he pushed the Grand Inquisitor so far that he flew over the nearest line of houses. Anakin looked at his hands. He couldn't believe what he did. But he knelt by Nari, telling him they must go. But Nari touched Anakin's face, then said it was too late for him, and with a soft smile, he died. Anakin was crying, and he looked around through the chaos. He needed to escape, and through it all, he saw a fire spray ship about to take off, and Anakin sprinted for it, jumping, barely climbing into the ramp before it closed shut. And Anakin hid behind the ramp, shaking, trying to calm himself, as the ship rose into the air and soon jumped to hyperspace. As Anakin took a deep breath, the owner of the ship emerged from his seat and pointed his blaster at Anakin. And the owner of the ship, Boba Fett, chuckled to himself. He couldn't believe it. The Jedi kid found his way onto his ship. And Anakin soon found himself in the co-pilot seat, sitting silently with Boba. The bounty hunter barely spoke, and he soon told Anakin they were going to Coruscant. The reward for Jedi was substantial, but he assured Anakin that the Empire wasn't so harsh to Jedi children. At least he didn't think so. And Anakin sat in fear, trembling from what he just witnessed. He tried talking to Boba, begging him not to bring him to Coruscant. Anakin said that he just lost his mother, and he's never been without her. He rambled on, saying he feels lost, confused, angry, and Boba looked over at Anakin, but he didn't see a young Jedi anymore. He saw himself. When Boba's father died on Geonosis, he felt the same, but he didn't have anyone there to help him. He grew up in a horrible environment, but perhaps, with the right teaching, Anakin could be an excellent partner, and that in the long run would bring Boba more money. So with a sigh, Boba said that Anakin can stay with him, for now. Anakin was determined to prove that he was not just a waste of space, and Boba would quickly realize how valuable Anakin could be. The two would spend the next 5 years together, as Boba was adopting the role of an older brother of sorts, training Anakin in the ways of the bounty hunter. This, along with Anakin's time training as a Jedi, would help him evolve his skills quite well. Anakin never forgot his mother, or the man that killed her. It was on the top of his mind, and he vowed that someday, somehow, he would kill him and get revenge. The thought of his mother fueled Anakin to improve his skills every day. He was an excellent tracker. He could almost always tell when someone was lying by feeling them through the Force, and he would even learn to probe minds. Though Anakin was only a teenager, him and Boba would quickly become a feared duo in the galaxy. Anakin would not wear Mandalorian armor like Boba, instead just regular clothing with his face mostly covered with a bandana. Boba would take Anakin on many missions, and also show Anakin how he leads his own syndicate that worked through the lower levels of Coruscant and on Tatooine, a planet that Anakin quickly grew to hate because of the sand. But Coruscant was different. The first time Boba took Anakin here, he was absolutely amazed by the great city. Boba showed Anakin the Senate building, the old Jedi Temple, now turned Imperial Palace, and Anakin wondered what it would have been like to grow up in the temple, and he fantasized about how if he did grow up there, perhaps he could have been the one to stop the Empire from rising. Eventually, when Anakin was 14 years old, he was on a mission to Koboh with Boba Fett to capture bounty hunter Kaj Vanda. As they came upon a cliffside, Fett and Skywalker looked down to see Vanda, and she was fighting a Jedi? This was the first Jedi that Anakin had seen since Nari, and Boba said this could get interesting. Anakin nodded and jumped down as Boba used his jetpack to fly down. And on the ground, Jedi Cal Kestis and Kaj Vanda stopped fighting as the two hunters landed beside them. Vanda was happy to see Boba, and Boba said it has been a while. Anakin stayed silent, as Cal asked if they knew each other. Vanda said they go way back, and then told Boba they should bring in the Jedi together and split the bounty. Boba and Anakin looked at each other awkwardly, and Boba said they weren't here for the Jedi. Vanda sighed, then suddenly pulled out a thermal detonator, throwing it at Boba, but Anakin reacted just in time, force pushing it away over the cliff. Boba shot Vanda through the heart, and it was over, and Cal looked to Anakin with surprise, asking who he was. Anakin replied that he was just a boy trying to make his way in the galaxy. Cal couldn't blame Anakin for not wanting to talk about the Force. The Empire was hunting anyone who used it. So Cal told Anakin to be safe, and may the Force be with him. Anakin nodded, and he left with Boba. From here, a couple more years would go by, and soon enough Fett and Skywalker would become the top hunters for Jabba the Hutt. The two of them were quite wealthy, and one day Jabba offered them a smuggling mission, with his top smuggler, Han Solo. Fett and Skywalker had never worked with Solo, but they accepted the job. They didn't know a Wookiee would also be coming along, and it was a mission to Stujan. They were smuggling heavy weaponry crates to a group of rebellion fighters. This crime syndicate didn't choose sides, rebellion, empire, it didn't matter, as long as either side was willing to pay the price for their assistance. It was also noted that there was an Imperial blockade above the planet, as it was thought that a powerful Jedi may be hiding out there. Part of Anakin wondered if he would finally see the Grand Inquisitor again, and he almost feared what he could become if he did. He was 17 years old now, and quite powerful with both the Force and bounty hunter tactics. So soon enough, Boba, Anakin, Chewbacca, and Han Solo would board the Millennium Falcon as they took off for Stujan. Anakin soon found that Boba and Han were not exactly a compatible match. Boba was extremely quiet, while Han was constantly yapping on and on about everything, and most of his witty remarks were cynical or laced with sarcasm. Anakin quietly enjoyed seeing Boba get annoyed, and he spent the trip playing Dejarik with Chewbacca, as Anakin and Chewie ended up getting along quite well. Before long, the ship would emerge from hyperspace and transmit the Imperial clearance code that Han was able to steal. They got past the blockade without much resistance, and flew down to the surface to meet these rebels. But as they flew down to the coordinates, they realized a battle was going on down below in the trees. Down in the forest, Rebellion General Obi-Wan Kenobi was defending a rebel base as the Grand Inquisitor led a large battalion of stormtroopers towards the base. The rebel fighters were led by Cassian Andor, and with the help of Kenobi, they were holding back the Empire as the evacuation process was beginning. Kenobi had become a key leader for the rebellion after the clone uprising failed. He simply couldn't stay out of the fight as much as he may have wanted to, and with the help of Bail Organa, Padme Amidala, Mon Mothma, and many others, the rebellion was beginning to thrive. and from the Millennium Falcon, Anakin looked to the ground and saw him, the Grand Inquisitor, the man that murdered his mother in cold blood. And now, at about 17 years old, Anakin was ready, and he simply couldn't help himself. He ran to the ramp and opened it. At once, Boba, Han, and Chewbacca all yelled at him, but Anakin simply saluted and backflipped out of the ship. As Obi-Wan looked in the distance, he saw the Grand Inquisitor approaching, and he prepared for a fight. But all of a sudden, a boy landed in front of the Inquisitor and unleashed a force push on the large group of troopers behind him. They all flew back into the trees, and Anakin looked at the Inquisitor as he asked Anakin who he was, igniting his lightsaber. Anakin yelled at him that he killed his mother, and the Inquisitor smiled, saying he has killed many mothers, and Anakin will have to be more specific. And so Anakin said he is the man that will end his life. The Inquisitor swung down at Anakin, and Anakin flipped over him, kicking him in the back, pulling out dual pistols, firing quickly at the Inquisitor. He blocked the shots, but then Anakin shot a cable that wrapped around the Inquisitor's legs. Anakin used a force pull, punching the Inquisitor in the face as he flew towards him. And then Anakin used the force, grabbing as many nearby rocks as he could, lifting them into the air, pelting the Inquisitor. He tried to hold them off with the force, but it was no use, and he soon fell to the ground. Anakin had caught the Inquisitor completely off guard. He was badly injured, and he tried diving at his lightsaber, but Anakin pulled it into his own hands. He spun the saber around, swinging for the Inquisitor's neck to kill him. But before the saber could cut through his neck, it was stopped with the force. And from behind Anakin, an old Jedi appeared, holding out his hand to keep Anakin from killing the Grand Inquisitor. Rebel fighters ran out from the forest, taking out the stormtroopers that were re-emerging, as the old Jedi told Anakin to not give in to hatred, or he will be just like the Grand Inquisitor. Anakin remembered his mother, how she always wanted him to be a good man, and so he deignited the saber, and he backed up. The Grand Inquisitor scowled, said that he does not fear death, and he bit down as an electric shock filled his body and his brain as he fell dead. It was preferable to him over being a prisoner to the rebellion or returning to Darth Sidious as a failure. Anakin turned away as he died and asked Obi-Wan who he was. Obi-Wan smiled gently, then said the real question is who Anakin is. Anakin said that he was a bounty hunter, and the Millennium Falcon landed nearby. Boba, Han, and Chewbacca began unloading the weapons crates, and Obi-Wan asked Anakin if he wanted a more purposeful life, and that the galaxy could use someone with his talents. Anakin thought about it, and would spend the evening with the old Obi-Wan, talking about the possibility. Obi-Wan said that the galaxy was shrouded in darkness, but he could feel inside of Anakin that he held a great light. The two would eventually separate for the night, as Anakin and his crew were staying here overnight to regain their strength. And while sleeping, Obi-Wan Kenobi had a familiar voice come to him. It was the voice of his former master, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Qui-Gon told Obi-Wan that this boy is the chosen one, born to destroy the Sith. Obi-Wan asked who his family is, and Qui-Gon said that he has no family. He once had a mother, but no father. He was created by the Force. And so the next morning, Obi-Wan would once more ask Anakin what he wants in life. Anakin spent the night thinking about everything, and he ultimately decided that he wanted to take this next steps of his life alone. He was very mature for his age, as he was forced to really grow up after his mother died, but he'd never truly been alone. Obi-Wan said that Anakin could have one of their ships, along with an R2 astromech droid that they could spare, and Anakin would spend the morning saying goodbye to Boba Fett, Han Solo, and Chewbacca. Him and Boba had spent just over a decade around each other at this point, and Boba was proud of Anakin for going out on his own. Obi-Wan decided to trust in the Force that Anakin would learn what he needs to learn on his own, but he still gave Anakin coordinates to a Jedi temple to visit. Anakin thanked everyone, and took off into hyperspace, heading immediately for this Jedi temple. And during the trip, he became friends almost immediately with the droid R2-D2, and Anakin was happy to have him along for the ride. Through the years, he lost sight of the Jedi way, but seeing Obi-Wan reignited something in him, and Anakin wanted to learn more about this side of himself. Anakin would eventually come out of hyperspace, above the planet Devaron, and he traveled through the atmosphere, above a jungle, until he came upon the temple. It was relatively small, especially compared to the one Anakin often saw on Coruscant, but it borrowed the same architecture as that one. The temple was mainly two towers that joined together with a base, and a fountain was in the middle, surrounded by ancient statues. Although the nearby plants were very overgrown, as the temple was abandoned, it was rather beautiful. But as Anakin landed and began making his way inside, he heard footsteps and voices, and from the temple doors emerged a squad of around 10 scout troopers. Upon seeing Anakin, all of them activated electro-staffs of sorts, and told Anakin to stand down. They were carrying containers of kyber crystals, and they weren't about to just let Anakin walk away. Anakin began to back up, then remembered something. He still had the Grand Inquisitor's lightsaber, so Anakin pulled it from his belt and ignited it, the crimson red glow casting it across the surface. And the scout troopers ran at him, as Anakin decided there was no better time to learn to use a lightsaber. The scouts moved in, swinging at Anakin, and with a swift stroke of his saber, Anakin disarmed one trooper, then spun around to deliver a powerful kick to another's chest, sending him sprawling. But the odds were against him, and Anakin knew he wouldn't be able to keep this up for very long. Gathering his strength, he tapped into the Force and unleashed a wave of energy, sending troopers flying in all directions. As they slowly stumbled back to their feet, Anakin readied himself once more. He continued fighting off their staffs. Anakin's movements quickly became more fluid and precise. It was like he was a natural with the blade. But with each trooper he defeated, another one seemed to take their place. Exhausted but determined, Anakin pressed on, and with a final burst of energy, he cut through the last of the scout troopers, defeating them and moving into the temple. Inside the temple, Anakin spent hours just wondering what he was supposed to do here. It was empty and quiet. But eventually, he tried meditating, which he knew was an old Jedi tradition. And in meditation, a strange voice, one that almost spoke backward, said, "Enter the chamber, you will, and discover your destiny." Anakin opened his eyes, and a hidden door opened behind him. Anakin walked through, and in moments, the ground disappeared, replaced by just stars and open space. Anakin looked around confused, when suddenly a stick jabbed into his leg. Anakin turned to see a little green man chuckling, and asking what he seeks in the temple. Yoda could feel Anakin's power. This boy was very powerful, perhaps more powerful than any Jedi before him. And Yoda knew that he must have been the spark that he felt all those years ago. Anakin said he just wants to know his path. He feels lost, like he's being pulled in so many different directions. And Yoda said that Anakin's path is his to choose, but he can show him what it means to be a Jedi. Anakin said he does want to learn, and Yoda smiled, then spent the next hour or so giving Anakin lessons, showing him moments from the past, teaching Anakin to let go of his hatred, his anger, and his desire for revenge. And in the end, Anakin saw that the path of the Jedi would not be easy, but he felt as if it was the path he needed to take. And he even thought he could hear his mother's spirit tell him that she was proud of him. And as Anakin embraced this path, a yellow kyber crystal floated down into his hands, and Yoda disappeared. Anakin was back in the temple alone, and he spent the evening rebuilding the Grand Inquisitor's lightsaber to fit his own, then installed the yellow crystal. When he ignited it, it was perfect. And Anakin spent the next few months here, restarting training droid programs, running through the jungle with his eyes blindfolded, just learning how to truly use the Force as his ally. And he truly was strong. Months would turn into years, and 3 years would go by when Anakin felt he was finally ready for his next steps, and a visitor would come to the temple. It was Obi-Wan, and the old Jedi said that the galaxy is in need of Anakin's help. An Imperial battle station, called the Death Star, was en route to Yavin 4, the Rebel base, and the Rebels are in need of the Chosen One. This was Anakin's first time hearing the Chosen One, and it was strange, but something called at him, telling him it was right. Obi-Wan said it's time for the return of the Jedi, and Anakin said he would come, but he needs to make one final call. On the Millennium Falcon, Boba was on another mission with Han, and they were about to finally separate from each other when he got a call from Anakin. Anakin laid out that the rebellion needs help, and there is a huge payday waiting for them if they come along. Boba couldn't believe he was actually considering it, but spending so much time with Anakin made him actually want to help those in need sometimes, and a big payday could be worth it. So Boba said that the Slave One and Millennium Falcon would be coming to help. Han tried to object, but Chewbacca said they were going, and Han reluctantly agreed because of the money involved. And so, as the Death Star emerged from hyperspace above Yavin, with Emperor Palpatine on board to observe the destruction of the rebellion, the rebel fighters came to meet it, while Anakin, Han and Boba emerge near the hangar. Han and Chewbacca flew next to the hangar, taking out the nearby turrets, shields, and TIE fighters, and allowed Anakin and Boba to enter inside. And Obi-Wan was also flying with Anakin, so now inside the Death Star hangar, taking out the nearby stormtroopers, were Boba Fett, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan was still an extremely capable fighter, as he'd spent the last 20 years in action on Stujan, rather than in exile on the sand planet of Tatooine. And once the hangar was cleared, the three of them ran into the halls, determined to find the Emperor. Anakin led the way, his yellow lightsaber ignited, casting a faint glow in the corridors. Obi-Wan followed closely behind, his own blade at the ready, while Boba Fett brought up the rear, his blaster rifle poised for action. And as they rounded a corner, a squad of Imperial troopers appeared, blasters raised and ready to fire. But without hesitation, Anakin leapt into action, showing off his years of training, deflecting the incoming blaster bolts with precise strokes of his lightsaber. Obi-Wan joined the fray, his movements graceful as he dispatched troopers with a series of swift strikes. Boba Fett remained at a distance, providing covering fire with his own blaster, picking off troopers with deadly accuracy. And together, the trio fought their way through wave after wave of Imperial soldiers, their determination strong as they pressed on towards their ultimate goal, confronting the Emperor. And as they neared the heart of the Death Star, the resistance grew fiercer, the troopers seemingly endless in number. But Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Boba fought on, their skill unmatched, as they carved a path through the enemy ranks. And finally, they reached the chamber where the Emperor awaited them. His presence was an aura of true darkness. With a shared glance, Anakin and Obi-Wan readied themselves for the final confrontation, while Boba went back to join the fight outside. His job in here was done, and the Jedi were ready, knowing the fate of the galaxy hung in the balance. As they entered, Sidious turned in his chair and simply told the royal guards to leave them. Sidious looked out the window to Yavin, saying that in mere moments the Death Star would be ready to fire, and the rebellion would die. But Anakin said that his overconfidence was his weakness, and together, he and Kenobi charged at Sidious. Sidious was ready, and he moved with unreal speed, his attacks coming fast and relentless, each blast of lightning laced with the dark power of the Sith. Anakin and Obi-Wan fought valiantly, their skills honed by years of training and experience. Anakin as a Jedi bounty hunter, and Obi-Wan as a Jedi rebel leader, but they knew that this would be their most difficult battle yet. And as the duel raged on, the throne room became a storm of flashing sabers and crackling lightning. Anakin and Obi-Wan fought together, their movements synchronized as they sought to overcome the Dark Lord's defenses. Their differing styles blended well, as Anakin was extremely offensive, while Kenobi was on the defensive. But Sidious was a master of deception and manipulation, and with each passing moment, his power seemed to grow stronger. Lightning crackled from his fingertips, arcing toward Anakin and Obi-Wan with deadly accuracy. And despite their best efforts, Anakin and Obi-Wan found themselves pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Their strength was waning as Sidious pressed his advantage, and Obi-Wan knew what he must do. He emerged from his cover, and the lightning poured into him, but he embraced it. He used the Force to hold Sidious in place, as Sidious poured lightning into him, and as Obi-Wan was sacrificing himself, Anakin leapt from his cover and sliced through Sidious's hands, then across his chest. With a roar of anguish, Sidious staggered backwards, his cloak billowing around him as he stumbled to his knees. He scowled at Anakin, saying that this was all for nothing. The rebellion could never win. And Anakin simply said, "We'll see," then spun around and cut off the Sith Lord's head. Anakin began running, grabbing Obi-Wan's unconscious body and getting to the escape pods. He could only hope that the rebellion outside could take down the Death Star. And as Anakin ejected his pod into space, Boba Fett and Han Solo flew together through the Death Star trench, and they fired their ships at the same time. It was a perfect hit, and torpedoes infiltrated the open exhaust port. Anakin looked out of the escape pod window, and the Death Star exploded into billions of pieces. They won. 1 year later, Anakin Skywalker was on Stujan with a woman named Tetha, and she was the niece of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Upon returning Obi-Wan to Stujan after the Battle of Yavin, he died and Anakin met Tetha. She had the Force, and she and Anakin quickly fell in love with each other. They had plans to rebuild the Jedi Order someday, once they knew more about the Force. And elsewhere in the galaxy, Boba Fett and Han Solo both got huge payments from the rebellion, both of them arguing over who got the final shot, but both still would work in smuggling and bounty hunting. It was just in their natures, but they were happy, and they stayed in touch with Anakin. The remnants of the Empire were being defeated slowly but surely, and a woman in her mid-40s named Padme Amidala would step in as the Chancellor of the New Republic, helping restore the galaxy to be without the tyranny of the Empire. And folks, that is where our video ends. What if Anakin Skywalker attacked the Jedi Council after being denied the rank of Master? That's our story for today. Hope you guys enjoy. I really like this one, so I hope you do as well. Our story begins inside of Padme Amidala's apartment, as Anakin and Padme are sleeping in the same bed for the first time in so long. The Outer Rim sieges were long and terrible, but finally, Anakin was back and things were good. Dooku was dead, and it was only a matter of time until Grievous was also found and destroyed. But as Anakin slept, the Force was turning all around him, as Darth Sidious was manipulating his dreams, turning them to nightmares. But Sidious was also exploring a new power, one he'd been figuring out for the past few years, and it was a variation of a power known as Force Psychosis. If Sidious could manipulate the Force in just the right way, he could put Anakin into a state of paranoia surrounding the Jedi Order, ensuring his turn to the dark side would be successful. And so as Anakin slept, Sidious performed the Sith alchemy, changing his dreams to nightmares of Padme dying, but also trying to put Anakin into a state of Force Psychosis. In Anakin's dreams, he soon saw Padme crying out for help as she gave birth, but no one was there to help her. Instead, Anakin would also see Obi-Wan ignite his saber next to her body and say, "I will do what I must." And then Windu stood over her and said, "I am going to end this, once and for all." While Yoda looked to a scared Palpatine and said, "At an end your rule is, and not short enough it was." He saw various Jedi cutting down clones, just trying to defend themselves. Clones were dying everywhere. Anakin was seeing Padme die, Jedi turning against the Republic. He was being poisoned with these visions, and he couldn't handle it. Anakin jolted awake, and Sidious could feel all across Coruscant that his dark side manipulations were working very well. Anakin had the nightmares, and was now infected with the Force Psychosis. In the apartment, Anakin ran out of the bedroom, into the bathroom, and he threw up immediately. He couldn't get the images out of his head, the screaming, the lightsabers cutting, the death. He stumbled out to the balcony, trying to breathe in the fresh air, but it was hardly working at all. Eventually, Padme would come to him and help Anakin calm down a bit. He told Padme everything that he saw, and Padme said that perhaps Anakin should speak with Yoda in the morning. But Anakin said that he cannot trust Yoda right now. He will go to Palpatine instead. Padme didn't love Anakin being so close to the Chancellor, who she was not happy with, but it helped Anakin to talk to him, so she said it was a fine idea. Morning would eventually roll around, and Anakin wouldn't get another minute of sleep. He could barely calm down, but in the morning he was able to travel to Palpatine's office. As he entered the office, the extremely intense fear began to fade almost immediately. Palpatine always had that calming, reassuring effect on Anakin, which was such a huge help whenever the Jedi were getting to be too much for Anakin. And almost immediately, Palpatine noticed something was wrong with Anakin. He was always great at reading emotions, Anakin thought, and Anakin decided to talk to Palpatine about what it was that he saw. Part of him wanted to ask Yoda for help, but could he trust the Jedi? He would tell Palpatine about his night and about the nightmares that came to him, and Anakin admitted that his trust in the Jedi was greatly shaken from seeing this. He revealed that in these dreams, someone extremely important to him was dying. He didn't reveal it was Padme, but deep down, they both knew. Palpatine smiled and said that he may just have the thing for Anakin. The Chancellor said that he, too, has had his trust in the Jedi shaken recently, and he needs someone on the inside to be his eyes and his ears on the Jedi Council. So Palpatine said that he was personally promoting Anakin to be his representative on the Jedi Council. And Palpatine said that with this promotion, the Council will surely make him a master, and once he is a master, then surely the Jedi will have all of the answers he needs to save his loved one. And Palpatine said that if they don't, there are always alternative paths. Anakin barely heard that last sentence, as he was now processing everything. Not only was he going to be on the Council, but he would be a master and finally get access to the restricted section. He would find the answers to save Padme. Anakin was ecstatic. He thanked Palpatine, and before long he was riding this high all the way to the Jedi Council chambers, where he would be gracefully accepting this promotion. But when he got to the chambers, Anakin was instructed to wait outside of the doors, and so he waited, and waited, for what seemed like forever. The Council was clearly discussing his new promotion, and how exactly to handle it. Luckily,
Anakin thought. The Chancellor had enough control, so the Council wouldn't dare deny him of his new rank. And when the doors finally swung open, Anakin was already angry from having to wait so long. He walked to the center of the room and bowed his head in respect, but behind this sign of humility and grace, he was hiding. Not hiding behind the anger exactly, but behind the dragon that was burning inside of him. The feelings from last night, the extreme paranoia in the dreams, visions, whatever they were, of the Jedi turning against the Republic were still swirling in his mind. Could he trust these Jedi? He suddenly remembered the first time he was ever in these chambers, within the ring of Jedi who sat here, judging his fate. Yoda, Mundi, Windu, all of them had seen when he was just a child. They'd seen the worm of dread that ate away at him. He could not let them see what that worm has now grown into. And Anakin faced the heads of the council, as Windu said his name in the icy cold tone that he seemed to always carry with him. But Anakin didn't care about that tone right now. He just needed to hear the words that granted him access to mastery, and as Palpatine told him, access to information that could save Padme, information only allowed to Jedi Masters. And Mace Windu spoke again, saying, "You are hereby granted a seat to the High Council of the Jedi, as the Chancellor's personal representative." And Anakin stood very still for a moment, until he was absolutely sure that he'd heard what he thought he heard. Palpatine was right. He seemed to be right about a lot of things lately. In fact, Anakin thought he couldn't remember a single time when the Supreme Chancellor had been wrong. And finally, as it began to sink in upon him, as the Council finally decided to grant him his heart's desire, that they finally realized his dedication, his power, Anakin took a slow, deep breath and genuinely thanked the Jedi. Now Yoda spoke, saying that the Council does not allow this appointment lightly, and that this move by Palpatine is very disturbing on many levels. Anakin didn't really care, but he inclined his head and said that he understands. But now Windu leaned forward and told Anakin that he's not sure Anakin truly does understand. But Anakin was barely paying attention. In his mind, he was already leaving the council chambers, riding the elevator down to the archives, demanding access to the restricted vault by authority of his new rank. But as he was thinking this, Mace spoke again. He simply told Anakin that he is on this council, but he is not granted the rank of Master. And Anakin froze. He could only say, "What?" And he felt his ears begin to ring. It felt like stun blasts were going on inside his brain. The room was spinning around him. He felt the paranoia, the psychosis of the night before. It began to rise in him, and he couldn't stop it. He was seeing red. He needed to get rid of this feeling. He stared down Windu and he growled, "How dare you? How dare you?" It was as if someone else was controlling his voice. It sounded like Dooku, like a Sith, but he couldn't stop. Instead, he continued, saying, "No Jedi in this room can match my power. No Jedi in the galaxy. You think you can deny mastery to me?" And he looked into Mace Windu's cold eyes as the Jedi Master snapped at Anakin, saying, "Take a seat, young Skywalker." And this is what broke Anakin. The cold, unnecessary tone that Windu always took with him. And through the fire inside of him, the burning anger that he couldn't quite quell, Anakin said, "Perhaps I'll take yours." And he ignited his blue lightsaber, then leapt through the air towards Windu with true intent to finally get rid of him. And as Anakin Skywalker flew through the air, Obi-Wan Kenobi felt like he was watching the galaxy shift in slow motion, from day to night, light to dark. He remembered when his master, Qui-Gon Jinn, died on Naboo. Obi-Wan promised to train Anakin, and he tried so hard to make Anakin into the perfect Jedi. The two of them were so different, but Obi-Wan did everything he could to make it work. He even accidentally formed an attachment, though he didn't truly realize it until now, and he genuinely loved Anakin as a brother. But now, as he watched Anakin fly out Windu, Obi-Wan knew he failed, but perhaps he could still stop Anakin from making the greatest mistake of his life. So Obi-Wan reached his hand out, grabbing Anakin with the Force, pulling him through the air towards him, instead of Windu. And as Anakin was now pulled towards Kenobi, he backflipped in midair, and decided he would have to kill the entire council if he has to, starting now with his master, who always held him back. Anakin landed on the ground with fury, and he swung violently at Obi-Wan, who barely ignited his saber in time to block. Anakin swung high, then low, then to the side, and Obi-Wan blocked all three strikes, but Anakin was able to elbow Obi-Wan in the face, and in a split-second opportunity, he cut his master through the stomach. All of this happened in about 10 seconds, but immediately after Anakin cut through Obi-Wan, the paranoia, the anger, the psychosis, all of it faded, and he was left only with his dying master. Anakin tried to catch Obi-Wan as he fell, but Plo Koon and Kit Fisto threw him to the ground, as Satine, Shakti, and Agen Kolar were holding him to the ground now. Anakin was able to look up at Obi-Wan for one final second. As Obi-Wan had a tear roll down his cheek, he made eye contact with Anakin, and he apologized, and then Obi-Wan fell dead. It was the last thing that Anakin saw before a group of Jedi Temple guards sprinted in, injecting Anakin with some sort of needle, making him quickly go unconscious, as he realized what he has done. Across Coruscant, inside of his office, Chancellor Palpatine, Darth Sidious, sat with his eyes closed as he felt this shift in the Force. The Force psychosis that he induced on Anakin Skywalker worked, but did it work too well? He has done something terrible, perhaps something that can never be undone, and Sidious knew now that Anakin's descent into darkness has begun, and so he must get Anakin out of the temple and back to him. And inside of the temple, Anakin Skywalker was unconscious in a bacta tank as Yoda, Windu, and Plo Koon spoke with the temple doctors. Anakin's outburst and murder of Obi-Wan Kenobi was extremely concerning, but the Jedi couldn't believe Anakin would act like this without some sort of outside force influencing him. Has he shown signs of anger in the past? Absolutely, of course. But the one thing Anakin always valued above everything else was his friends, his attachments. As much as the Jedi tried to get rid of him, he would always form these attachments, and the Council knew that Obi-Wan, like Ahsoka, was right at the top of that list. And if Anakin didn't break when Ahsoka was expelled from the Order, well, he wouldn't have done it now. Just like that, like the blink of an eye, something had to have gone wrong, and so they were having Anakin's brain studied for anything unusual. And after extensive searching, the temple doctors went through multiple brain scans, and they did end up finding something strange. Anakin's amygdala, the part of the brain that causes anger and unusually hostile or aggressive acts, was unbelievably active, more active than one person could ever really get without something terribly wrong in the brain. And the Council had some confirmation that Anakin did not act on what he would actually want to have done. Someone was influencing him. And Yoda thought back to one of his meditation sessions where he went deep into the Force just before the attack on Coruscant. There was one question that he couldn't get out of his mind during that time. Did the Sith know of the Chosen One? The obvious answer was yes, but the next question was whether or not the Sith would try to ensnare Anakin. Perhaps this was what was happening here. Plo Koon spoke up, asking the Jedi if this could be some sort of dark side Force psychosis, and Yoda said that could be the case. The Sith may very well have gotten into Anakin's very vulnerable mind, but in order for a Jedi's mind to be open to this, they must have vulnerabilities, fears, attachments. And Yoda thought back to recent news regarding one of Anakin's other closest friends, Senator Padme Amidala. It was recently made known that she was pregnant, and perhaps that is the vulnerability exploited by the Sith, the child of the Chosen One. And so Yoda would pay a quick visit to Padme Amidala, trying to confirm his suspicions, informing her that Anakin has gotten into some trouble. He didn't disclose that he killed Obi-Wan, instead just saying that he confronted the Council directly. Yoda asked Padme if Anakin had mentioned anything strange recently, visions, dreams, anger, anything, and Padme tried to hide it for a bit, but it was no use. Anakin needed her, so she told Yoda about Anakin's dreams of her dying and the Jedi turning against the Republic. Yoda thanked her, promising that Anakin is getting the medical attention that he needs, and Yoda took off for the temple. Later that night, Anakin finally began to wake up on a bed with his arms and legs strapped down. As he awoke, he saw Yoda standing above his head with one hand on Anakin's forehead, and Anakin slowly remembered everything. Then he felt no anger, only remorse, sadness, failure for what he has done. He could only say, "Obi-Wan," but Yoda told him that he was gone. His funeral was held that evening in the temple, and Anakin wished he could have been there, but that was obviously not possible for many reasons. Anakin could only stare at the ceiling. He felt numb, but Yoda soon tried to assure Anakin that the murder of Obi-Wan was not completely his fault. Somehow, Anakin's brain was tricked into extreme anger, but it was still partly his fault, of course, as this Force psychosis could only be activated if Anakin let any anger in, which of course he did. But Yoda would spend this entire night with Anakin, meditating with him, being with him, doing whatever he could to reverse this Sith alchemy, this psychosis that was taking over Anakin. And Anakin would cooperate, being here with the Grand Master, trying to find peace, to let go of his anger. And upon learning about the possible Sith influence in his brain that made him go after the Council, Anakin became extremely determined to focus all of his negative emotions on the Sith, rather than the Jedi. He'd let himself be manipulated, and was now determined to avenge Obi-Wan's death. So he sat here with Yoda, finding peace, until the night became extremely late. Yoda would retire for the night, telling Anakin to have patience, try to find peace. Hours would go by, and Anakin would not be able to get much sleep at all. Yoda had unlocked his restraints, but he had no intention of going anywhere. He felt safe here, deep inside the temple, and he had a group of 5 Jedi Temple guards monitoring him at all times. But as the hours went by, and the Coruscant sun began to rise, Anakin heard commotion outside of his doors. Basically, the entire temple was asleep for the night, but Anakin heard fighting, then the sounds of 2 bodies being cut down quickly. The door to Anakin's medical bay opened, and 2 temple guards were battling a third that seemingly was betraying them. The 3rd temple guard stabbed one, then used the force to lift the other in the air, choking him to death. Anakin was completely taken by surprise, but the surviving guard ran to Anakin, telling him that he has been tasked with bringing Anakin to a new master. Part of Anakin wanted to kill this temple guard right here, right now, but the other part of him knew that this was the opportunity he was looking for. It was clear that Sidious, whoever he may be, is bringing Anakin to him. And so Anakin got up, discreetly grabbing his lightsaber, and followed the temple guard through the temple. Clearly, Sidious had this guard working for him. The 2 of them would reach the hangar, and Anakin very carefully pulled a ship tracking device into his hand, activating the tracker as he boarded a speeder with this temple guard, and the 2 of them would speed off into the Coruscant morning traffic. Anakin had to hope that the Jedi would realize that he activated a tracking beacon. Inside the temple, a sudden scramble would take place as the temple doctor found the 4 dead guards. Inside the communications room, Mundi wondered how Anakin could have escaped and done this, but Windu actually spoke up, saying that he didn't think this was Anakin. Yoda agreed, saying that the attacker came from the outside, and one of the guards was missing. This was an inside job, and as they talked, Syndrelic emerged into the room, saying that a member of the Coruscant blockade has reported the activation of a tracking beacon, but the tracker never left the atmosphere. The Jedi in this room all looked to each other, then began running to the temple hangar. Anakin is giving them a chance to help him. And Anakin was brought deep into the industrial sector, inside of a building, and as the speeder landed, Anakin immediately felt the aura of darkness. The temple guard removed his helmet to reveal he was Padawan, and he knelt on the ground, waiting. Seconds later, a hooded figure would emerge, telling Anakin he's been waiting for this day for a long time. The hooded man asked Anakin how it felt to finally show the Jedi that he is not to be trifled with, and Anakin stammered, realizing he will have to pretend to still be under the influence of the Sith, and he said it was his true destiny. He sees now that it is the Jedi who will stand in the way of peace. Anakin walked up to the hooded man, kneeling in front of him, saying he is ready to join him. The Sith said this was good, then removed his hood, and Anakin couldn't believe his eyes. Chancellor Palpatine. And Palpatine told Anakin that he has foreseen their power together as master and apprentice. But Anakin couldn't mask his true feelings any longer. It was Palpatine who influenced him to kill Obi-Wan. Anakin was going to avenge his master's death, and so he ignited his lightsaber, pushing it up towards Palpatine's jaw. But Palpatine reached out a hand, catching the saber with the Force, telling Anakin that he is no fool. And so if Anakin has made his choice, Obi-Wan will not be the only loved one that he loses. Anakin tried to push his saber forward, but Sidious blasted him in the chest with lightning, and Anakin flew backwards, crashing into the wall. He was now dazed and afraid. He needed help. He needed Obi-Wan. But a second later, 2 Republic gunships flew into the hangar door, and out jumped Mace Windu, Yoda, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and Shaak Ti. All of them would ignite their sabers, and Anakin felt relief. And through the Force, he even heard the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi himself. Obi-Wan told Anakin that these were his final steps. He must rise and take them. So Anakin rose, pulling his saber back to his hand, igniting it in the middle of the Jedi. The Jedi had every reason not to trust him, but they were here now, trusting in him, helping him. And Palpatine scowled with anger. He was trapped, and the Temple Guard came to his side, igniting his yellow saber, as Palpatine ignited his red one. The air would crack with tension as the Jedi finally stood face to face with the Sith. This would end now. Mace Windu, his purple blade humming with determination, took the lead against Sidious. He lunged forward, his strikes fueled by his unwavering commitment to the Jedi Order and to the Republic. Yoda jumped in and flew around Sidious, weaving patterns of saber combat that seemed impossible to penetrate. And then Anakin Skywalker, hungry to avenge Obi-Wan, unleashed his raw power upon Sidious. His blue blade clashed fiercely with the Sith's crimson saber, the weight of his destiny hanging in the balance, as his shoulders were heavy with it as he fought Sidious. On the other side of the chamber, Fisto, Plo Koon, and Shaak Ti quickly attacked the temple guard, disarming and killing him within just a few strikes. And they then turned to see Yoda, Windu, and Skywalker finishing their duel as well. Yoda leapt through the air, slashing Sidious across the face, then Windu cut off his hands, and Skywalker was able to plunge his saber into Sidious's chest, killing the Sith Lord once and for all. As Sidious died, any remnants of darkness remaining in Anakin died with him. It was over. The Jedi would return to the temple, and within just hours, Anakin would announce that he is leaving the Jedi Order. This was accepted, as he was still responsible for the murder of Kenobi, so the Jedi would have to probably expel him if he didn't leave. But the Council came to understand the manipulations that he was under. Anakin would go to Naboo with Padme, who also understood the manipulations, the Force psychosis, and she was able to forgive Anakin, but he was not able to forgive himself. Padme was handling the chaos in the Senate with the death of Palpatine, and in a close election, Bail Organa beat out Mas Amedda for the position of Chancellor, and the war would come to a close. Padme would give birth to Luke and Leia, and Anakin would have trouble sleeping every night, remembering Obi-Wan, until one day, the ghost of Kenobi appeared. As he was dying, Qui-Gon was able to bring him into the Force Netherworld, and Anakin was then able to find peace, as Obi-Wan was with him once more. And folks, that is our story for today. What if Anakin went to Utapau without telling the Jedi Council in Revenge of the Sith? Our story begins on Coruscant, as Anakin is meeting Chancellor Palpatine for a show in the Opera House. Over the last couple days, Anakin has returned from the Outer Rim sieges, gone through horrific nightmares of Padme dying, and was denied the rank of Master anymore. But tonight, as a spy for Palpatine and as a spy for the Jedi Council, Palpatine gave him new information: the location of the droid General Grievous. He was hidden away on Utapau. Upon hearing this, Palpatine told Anakin that he hopes the Jedi Council will send him on this mission. Palpatine deep down knew that this would never happen, as Anakin was tasked with spying on him, but it was more just to fuel Anakin's dark side fire. And Anakin knew this as well, so soon the two of them talked some more, and Palpatine told the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise. As the show eventually would come to an end, Anakin would be sitting in his speeder alone, a million emotions swirling through his mind. Padme needs to be saved, but the Jedi were no help. Maybe the dark side could save her. But Anakin shook his head. He knew he couldn't even consider this path. It wasn't the Jedi way. He needed to just get away from it all, away from Coruscant, back into the war, back into battle. Anakin only had to focus on fighting when he was in battle. Everything else would get tucked away in his mind. So Anakin made a probably bad decision that he knew could eventually get him expelled from the Jedi Order. He flew to the Republic hangar and the barracks, and he found Oppo, telling him to prep the men. They are going to destroy General Grievous and end this war. Anakin didn't really mention the fact that he didn't ask the Jedi Council, but that was more on a need-to-know basis. The Jedi Temple was asleep or in meditation. Anakin convinced himself that there just wasn't time to ask them. So as the troops prepared for takeoff, Anakin went and said goodbye to Padme, assuring her that this would be the final battle of the war, and once he is back, he will save her. So he went back to the hangar, saw that everyone was ready to go, and half of the 501st took off for Utapau. The other half was still on Mandalore with Ahsoka, and Anakin planned to speak to her very soon. The trip through hyperspace was full of anticipation. The 501st clones were all ready to end this war, though there was some strange feelings as the 501st wondered what would happen to them after the war. But that was a question for later. Today, Grievous would be taken down, and Anakin would speak to Ahsoka, asking her to bring Rex and the other half of the 501st to Utapau once Maul is captured. Ahsoka said she would do this, and she looked as if she had a bit more to say, but she ended the call with a small smile. and Anakin began prepping his men for the morning assault when he got a new transmission. The Jedi Temple was contacting him. Anakin sighed, then answered to see Windu and Kenobi staring sternly at him through a hologram. Obi-Wan said that the Republic hangar was missing all of Anakin's unit, and he was nowhere to be found. So, Anakin told him that Grievous was discovered. Windu snapped at Anakin, saying that he doesn't get to decide that. Anakin shrugged and said that it is too late. His men are ready for battle. Windu shook his head, telling Anakin to contact them when it is done. He will be dealt with upon his return. And the call ended with Obi-Wan also shaking his head in disappointment. Anakin almost started to regret this decision. Almost. But it was time to go. So he walked through the hangar of the ship, giving orders to all of his men. And as soon as they emerged from hyperspace, countless Republic ships poured out of the hangars, led by Anakin in a Jedi starfighter. And in perfect formation, Anakin led his men down into the sinkhole, scanning for droids, and soon enough, the Republic forces had Grievous and his droids. Anakin leapt out of his ship as R2 flew it away, and he landed in front of Grievous as his clones jumped from their transports, lining up behind Anakin. And now Grievous turned to see young Skywalker. The droid general and Jedi general, the best fighters on either side, now faced each other. The clones and droids all readied their blasters, and Grievous pulled out 4 sabers, then ordered his droids to fire. And so, the final battle began. As Anakin and Grievous circled each other, blaster fire rang out from all around them. Anakin waited and waited for the perfect moment, then leapt forward with power. Grievous, spinning all 4 lightsabers, launched himself at Anakin as well, and the 2 fighters began to clash. Grievous swung each saber down on Anakin, trying to find a weakness in the young Jedi, but Anakin blocked every single strike without much issue. The 2 of them would move through the crumbling ruins and jagged terrain as clones and droids fell all around them. Explosions and firepower derailed the fight time and time again, but the fight did not relent. Anakin flipped over Grievous, his blade moving with insane speed, but Grievous's own defense was very strong. Grievous had heard from Dooku that Skywalker was very powerful, and Grievous knew that he'd killed Dooku, so Grievous was more focused than ever. His reptilian eyes glared at Anakin as the 2 locked sabers now, then clashed again and again, sparks flying off of the walls. Grievous grabbed a clone with his clawed foot, then threw it at Anakin. Anakin dodged, but then was kicked in the chest by Grievous, and Anakin skidded across the ground, his lightsaber clattering away, as he now stood at the edge of the cliff. Grievous began to laugh, and was about to lunge forward with a lethal strike, but he was distracted as a new group of Republic ships emerged from hyperspace. Anakin smiled to himself. Ahsoka was here, and as Grievous was distracted, Anakin pulled his saber back to him and began running at Grievous. The droid general was caught off guard, and Anakin cut off one of his hands, then sliced into the ground to cut into Grievous's leg. Grievous growled in anger, crawling on 3 hands towards Anakin, and Anakin switched to lightsaber form 1, which he wasn't too familiar with, but it was a form he knew Grievous would struggle with. He could have done it earlier, but he was too stubborn. Now he knew he had to give in, and use this form. So as Grievous stood back up, Anakin moved in, slicing off another hand, pushing Grievous towards the ledge. And as Grievous was at the edge of the cliff, Anakin delivered a perfect set of moves, cutting off his final 2 hands, and Grievous screamed in anger. He stared at Anakin though and said, "So long, Jedi," then prepared to jump to his ship that was rising through the cavern. But before Grievous could escape, his ship was blown to pieces as a Jedi starfighter flew through the air. Ahsoka leapt out of it, force-pushing Grievous towards Anakin, and Anakin swung through Grievous, killing him instantly. Ahsoka landed as Rex and the other 501st half followed her, then poured into battle. Utapau was going to be won very soon. The droids were outnumbered, and Grievous was destroyed. Anakin and Ahsoka stood side by side, watching the men that they fought with for years go into what could be their final battle. And Ahsoka asked Anakin to come with her back to her ship. She'd captured Maul, and he has some important information for him. Anakin contacted Rex and Oppo about this, then went with Ahsoka. While this was all going on, Commander Oppo contacted the Jedi and told them that Grievous was destroyed. And so, inside the temple, Mace Windu, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Satine, Agen Kolar, and Kit Fisto decided that it was time to go to Palpatine and force him to give up his emergency powers, whether by choice or by force. The Jedi would stand for his mockery of this democracy for no longer. So the group of 5 Jedi would travel to the Republic Executive Building, and upon their entering, a member of the Coruscant Guard would alert Palpatine that the Jedi were here to see him. This was not ideal for Palpatine. When Anakin left for Utapau without telling anyone, it took Palpatine by complete surprise. He didn't expect this. Anakin was going to be his apprentice, his heir to the Empire. But now the Jedi were here, and Palpatine had to make a choice. So he decided that, if Anakin can survive, he will be given a chance to join him. So Palpatine moved to his communicator, sending a message out to all of the clone communication channels, saying that the Jedi have betrayed him. Execute Order 66. And he then moved to a hidden doorway just outside of his office, the doorway that would lead him to the industrial sector if he wanted to go there, and he waited for the Jedi to arrive. So as Windu, Kenobi, Kolar, Tin, and Fisto got to Palpatine's office, they could collectively feel a shift in the Force. Something has gone terribly wrong. And as they looked into Palpatine's office, clone troopers began emerging from the stairs and the elevator, pointing and firing at the Jedi without warning. This caught the Jedi off guard completely, and Aegon Kolar was immediately shot dead. Kit Fisto was hit in the shoulder, but the surviving four ignited their sabers, blocking the blaster fire. And from the hidden doorway, Darth Sidious let out a haunting scream, spinning towards the Jedi. He was aiming for Windu, but Windu was able to block him, but still, Sidious cut right through the chest of Windu just a bit. He also sliced right through Fisto and Sazy Tin with ease. Windu was caught off guard, but he now turned to face Sidious, was hit in the leg and in the back by blaster bolts, but Obi-Wan tried to cover him. Sidious blasted Force lightning at both Jedi. Windu had to block it, but this allowed another blaster bolt to hit his leg. Windu fell to his knees, and Sidious swung up, killing the Jedi Master. He then held up his hand, and the clone stopped firing at Kenobi, and Sidious stared at Obi-Wan, his yellow eyes and frightening smile sending a chill down Kenobi's back, and Sidious moved in towards him. Aboard the Republic Venator above Utapau, Ahsoka brought Anakin to Maul's cell, then unlocked the restraint on Maul's mouth, allowing him to speak. Maul smiled slightly and said, "The Chosen One, at last we meet. Although I fear your place in his plans was not as important as I once thought, it appears the end has begun." And Anakin felt a cold chill run down his spine as well, as the Force felt darker than ever. Something terrible has happened. He asked Maul what he was talking about, and Maul told Anakin that he has long been groomed for his role as the next Sith apprentice. Moments later, all of the clones aboard this Venator ran down to Anakin, Ahsoka, and Maul. Anakin asked them what was going on, but they lifted their blasters and fired. Anakin and Ahsoka dove to opposite corners, and the clones fired at Maul, killing him. Anakin and Ahsoka ignited their sabers, blocking all of the blasts, then used a Force push to knock these troopers out. They looked at each other. Both were speechless. Something was terribly wrong with the clones. Anakin tried to contact Rex, but got no response. One of the clones that he pushed was seemingly repeating the same phrase, and Anakin took his helmet off. The clone's eyes were darting around, and he was repeating, "Good soldiers follow orders," over and over again, until he finally passed out. It was the same thing that Tup did when his inhibitor chip malfunctioned. And Anakin wondered if this was a mass chip malfunction, or worse, someone was doing this to the clones. Dooku was dead, though, so that only left Palpatine, and that lined up with what Maul said about Anakin being groomed. So Anakin realized the Jedi were right about him. He told Ahsoka they have to get out of here. This is happening to all of the clones. The two ran through the ship, pushing away more clones coming at them, not killing any of them, and they soon reached the hangar. But as they did, the clones blew up each and every ship inside the hangar, cutting off the Jedi's escape. This explosion sent Anakin and Ahsoka flying back, and they began running to the escape pods now. And as they reached the pods, automatic ejection was beginning. The two of them were barely able to dive into the final pod, closing the door before it ejected down towards Utapau. Anakin took over the controls of the pod, guiding it as best he could, but it was not easy. It flew towards the surface, and Anakin did just enough to make the pod land directly in the water. Him and Ahsoka were injured from the crash, but they were alive, and they escaped from the pod, hiding under a cavern, catching their breath for a moment. They were two of the only surviving Jedi in the galaxy. In a matter of less than an hour, the light side of the Force was blanketed with darkness, and now the two of them sat here in complete shock, unsure of what to do. Ahsoka was crying after seeing the clones basically turned into droids. She wanted to do something to help them, and Anakin tried to calm her, saying that as Palpatine's personal representative, perhaps he will have the power to deactivate the chips once Palpatine is dealt with. And after some more time, the two of them would sneak up to the main level, climbing aboard a Republic gunship, then take off from a landing platform. They would be chased up by a group of clone fighters, but with Anakin piloting, they were able to escape and jump to hyperspace. But luckily for the clones, they were able to see exactly which ship the Jedi stole, and Rex reported this information directly to Palpatine. And so, as Anakin and Ahsoka flew through hyperspace, they got a communication directly from the Chancellor. Anakin told Ahsoka to get out of sight, then answered the communication. Palpatine and Anakin now stared face to face, and Palpatine held a wicked smile. He told Anakin that it is not too late. He should come to Mustafar, find him, join him in his new empire as his Sith apprentice. But Anakin lifted his chin a bit and simply told Palpatine that he would come to Mustafar, but he would kill him for what he has done to the Jedi and to the clones. Palpatine laughed, then said we shall see, ending the call. Ahsoka would soon return, and Anakin said they were going to Mustafar. Something was way off with Palpatine, besides the fact that he was now the Sith Emperor. There was something more. Anakin tried contacting Padme, then Obi-Wan. Nothing. And he set course for Mustafar, trying not to let his emotions overwhelm him. Upon finally arriving at the lava planet, Anakin would walk alone through the Mustafar platform and buildings. Ahsoka was still in the ship, waiting for a signal from Anakin. The two of them had a feeling this was some sort of trap. Palpatine wanted Anakin here for a reason, so Ahsoka would wait for her time. Anakin entered the communications building and saw the ground littered with bodies. All of the separatist leaders were here, slain by a lightsaber. Echoes of the dark side could be felt, and Anakin stepped over Newt Gunray, Wat Tambor, Sandhill, and the others, soon emerging outside to see Palpatine. But behind Palpatine were two platforms, suspended over the lava. One of them had Padme, handcuffed, and the other had Obi-Wan handcuffed. And next to Palpatine were 10 of his royal guards, and Palpatine told Anakin it is time for him to make a choice. Anakin subtly tapped his comm, alert Ahsoka to basically sneak over here, and Anakin stared at Palpatine, asking what he wants. The Sith Lord told Anakin it's time to make a choice. In both choices, Padme and Obi-Wan will die, but Anakin must choose if he will die with them. So Palpatine gave Anakin two options. Either he pushed the button to send both Padme and Obi-Wan down into the lava himself, then swear himself to the Sith, letting go of everything he's loved for power, or he can choose to remain a Jedi and die with them. The choice is his. Anakin stared at Palpatine, then looked to Padme, then to Obi-Wan, and Anakin turned back to Palpatine, saying that he has won. Palpatine honestly didn't expect to hear this, but he allowed Anakin to move towards the controls. He looked out at Obi-Wan, then to Padme, then down below them, and below, on a small, rocky surface, Ahsoka was waiting. Anakin subtly nodded to her, then to Obi-Wan, then to Padme, and Anakin clicked the controls to drop them down into the lava. And Ahsoka caught both of them, pulling them to her, throwing Obi-Wan one of her lightsabers, and Palpatine watched as Ahsoka and Obi-Wan jumped up, engaging his royal guards as Anakin flew at Palpatine, lightsaber ignited. Palpatine pulled out his red blade angrily, determined to destroy Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Padme, anyone else who dares to get in his way. So he swung at Anakin, and the two of them clashed sabers, moving across the Mustafar bridge. Anakin was able to elbow Sidious in the face, then slice through the floor, forcing Sidious to flip over Anakin so he doesn't fall down to the lava. And now Obi-Wan and Ahsoka got to the other side of Sidious. He was surrounded, and the three of them moved in. Palpatine spun to defend himself from the three Jedi, but as the duel went on, he knew he wouldn't be lasting for long. These three together could beat anyone, and Anakin soon sliced through Sidious's shoulder as Obi-Wan cut into his leg. Ahsoka was able to kick him to the edge, and as Sidious moved forward for one final attack, the three of them unleashed a collective force push, sending Sidious down into the lava. From here, the group, including Padme, would be able to return to Coruscant safely, finding Yoda with Bail Organa, and upon learning of Palpatine's death, Anakin would step up to the Senate as Palpatine's personal representative and expose all of his lies. The galaxy would find out they were all fooled, and they would reject this new empire, forcing a new election, where Mon Mothma would be elected as Chancellor. Anakin would be able to stop the clones from hunting the Jedi, due to his position, and the Republic would officially end the war and bring peace. As for the Jedi, they would go into hiding away from the Republic, with around 50 members finding the Jedi Order now on Lothal, where they would rebuild in the Hidden Plains for now. Luke and Leia would eventually join the group, but not until Anakin and Padme deemed them to be ready. And folks, that is our story for today. What if the Jedi Council wanted Anakin to be trained in the Phantom Menace? Our story begins just a few months before the blockade of Naboo and the Sith revealing themselves to the Jedi, as Darth Plagueis and his apprentice Darth Sidious are using Sith alchemy to try and see the future. They're using an ancient power that requires maximum strength of two dark side warriors, putting their minds together, pouring their life energies into the cauldron, trying to get a glimpse of the future of the Sith. This technique took a toll that would take weeks to recover from, but the Sith thought it to be worth it, as their plans were in motion. As they poured their energies into the alchemy, the Sith were soon granted a vision, but the vision was not of either of them. Instead, they saw a boy, roughly 20 years old, and he shifted from having long hair and a gentle smile, to immediately having yellow eyes, swinging a blue lightsaber at countless Jedi, unable to defend themselves. And then, the breathing began. Loud, heavy, mechanical breathing, followed by laughter that Sidious recognized to be his own, but he didn't think Plagueis recognized this laughter. And both Plagueis and Sidious would stumble backwards, realizing now that the future of the Sith was in a boy that they did not yet know. But what these two Sith also did not know in this moment was that Grandmaster Yoda was able to feel these dark, swirling energies, and he called the Jedi Council into session to meditate on them, find out what was going on. So the entire council gathered, setting up in the middle of the chamber, searching into the Force, and they, too, were granted a vision of the future. There was a dark shadow swirling around, saying that the Jedi die and the Sith rise to rule the galaxy. But from the other side of the room, a beaming figure of light ignited a blue lightsaber, striking the shadow down, and whispers filled the air, whispers of the prophecy of the Chosen One. So both the Jedi and the Sith had different visions, both of them realizing just how important this young boy, yet to be discovered, will truly be. And Yoda vowed that when this Chosen One is found, the Jedi will adjust their ways to survive the revenge of the Sith. And now we fast forward a handful of months, back to the Jedi Temple. Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn is standing in front of the council after bringing Queen Amidala away from Naboo. But he tells the council he has made a discovery. A boy from Tatooine with a midichlorian count that exceeds even Master Yoda himself. And Qui-Gon told the council that he suspects this boy is the Chosen One. The council began murmuring, looking to each other as Yoda closed his eyes. The future was uncertain. Darkness clouded his vision, but he did not know where this darkness resided from. But he knew how important this boy could be if he truly was the Chosen One. So Anakin was brought before the council and tested to see if he had a baseline in the Force. And of course, Anakin was great with the initial tests, but the council sensed much fear in him. Yoda thought to himself that he would never let this boy be trained without the vision that he had months ago. But today, he went against his better judgment, giving Anakin a kind smile, saying that he will be trained. Anakin lit up with joy. He was extremely nervous to meet these Jedi, but being met with kindness made him very happy. And Yoda told Qui-Gon the two of them have a ton to discuss, so the Naboo mission to deal with the Trade Federation and protect Queen Amidala will be reassigned to Mace Windu, Saesee Tiin, and Agen Kolar. Yoda would take Qui-Gon aside while Obi-Wan began giving Anakin a tour of the temple, and Yoda asked Qui-Gon's advice about how they should go about training the boy. Qui-Gon told Yoda this was no ordinary Jedi training, and they should not treat it as such. The boy has formed unbreakable attachments to his mother, and it was in his nature to form attachments with anyone close to him. Qui-Gon said he suspects that Anakin was already attached to him, and possibly to Padme Amidala. Yoda shook his head. He was nervous about this. He sensed much fear, deep anger in the young boy. But Qui-Gon asked what the alternative is. Send him back into slavery? Wait for the Sith to find him instead? Qui-Gon urged Yoda that the Jedi need to take this opportunity, and he laid out a plan for Anakin to be trained. This must feel more like a familial setting than a newly forced lifestyle. It cannot feel anything like the slavery. He must feel welcomed, comfortable, safe. He needs a motherly master, a fatherly master, and the Grand Master must support him. Yoda agreed, and it was decided that Yoda, Qui-Gon, and Shaak Ti would split training duties between them. The mission to Naboo, led by Windu, Kolar, and Tiin, would see Satine eventually take to the air, taking on the Trade Federation battleships, while Agen Kolar was aided by the Gungans in a battlefield against the droids, and Mace Windu would take on Darth Maul himself. All three of the Jedi would win their respective battles, with Mace getting Maul to surrender on the ledge, but upon losing, Maul knew that failure was unacceptable, so he told Windu there were things far scarier than death, before allowing himself to fall off the ledge into a plasma pit, dying quickly to avoid the wrath of Sidious. Naboo was freed, but the seeds were sown for conflict in the galaxy, and Sidious finally killed his master Plagueis. Now, after the events of Naboo, he found out about the young Skywalker, and knew he would be able to exploit his early life to turn him to the dark side, all in due time. But Palpatine quickly learned it would not be as easy as he initially hoped. Qui-Gon Jinn was alive, and his intel from the Jedi Temple was that Anakin was being trained by not only Qui-Gon, but also Shaak Ti and Yoda himself. So Palpatine came up with a plan for Dooku, his new apprentice. Dooku would visit the temple very often, form a relationship with Anakin, and in time, hopefully that relationship would be exploited for him to join the dark side. Palpatine knew that Anakin was the future of the Sith. He would not be denied. So from here, the training of Skywalker would truly begin. The first meeting between Anakin and Shaak Ti was very pleasant. She took this new opportunity with open arms. She could feel Anakin through the Force, feeling that he needs real connections, not just Jedi training. And Shaak Ti's compassion was perfect for this. In the first year of his training, Anakin Skywalker connected more and more with Qui-Gon, who became a true fatherly figure to him that he never really had. Qui-Gon recognized Anakin's raw talent, nurtured it with patience and understanding. He taught Anakin not only the ways of the Force, and soon began lightsaber combat, but the importance of self-discipline, humility, and Anakin would flourish under Qui-Gon's mentorship, developing a truly strong bond with his master, as he learned to channel his emotions into strength, rather than hide from them, succumb to them, fear them. He must use them in the light. Shaak Ti and Yoda were certainly involved with this all, but Ti would become much more of a lead after the first year. She would join Anakin's training as his second master, embodying the motherly figure for the young Padawan, and Shaak Ti's serene presence, nurturing guidance complemented Qui-Gon's teachings perfectly. She helped Anakin cultivate compassion and empathy, emphasizing the Jedi Code's principles of peace and harmony. Shaak Ti also focused on Anakin's physical conditioning, combat skills, pushing him to excel in various lightsaber forms and techniques. And under her watchful eye, Anakin learned to balance his inner turmoil with his sense of inner peace, laying the groundwork for his growth as a Jedi. Together, Qui-Gon, Shaak Ti, and Anakin would travel to Tatooine, finally freeing Shmi and giving her a home on Coruscant. It was safe, she was happy, and Anakin would often be able to visit her. Yoda's involvement in Anakin's training would become much more prominent in the third year, as the Grand Master took on the role of a tough love mentor. Yoda recognized Anakin's potential, but also saw the darkness that lurked within him. With his characteristic bluntness and wisdom, Yoda challenged Anakin to confront his fears and his insecurities, pushing him beyond his limits, unlocking his true potential. They would travel to Ilum, to Dagobah, and other ancient temples, where Anakin would have to confront himself, and Anakin would eventually emerge stronger for it. The combined influence of Qui-Gon, Shaak Ti, and Yoda continued shaping Anakin into a great Jedi. Qui-Gon's fatherly guidance, Shaak Ti's nurturing presence, Yoda's tough love provided Anakin with a well-rounded and balanced approach to his training. Together, they would help him overcome his inner demons and his insecurities, the darkness that would always be inside of him, guiding Anakin to a deeper understanding of the Force and his role within it. And at around age 16, Anakin's training had progressed extremely well, but not without a dark influence. Because the Jedi provided Anakin with what he needed emotionally, he never had to form a connection to Chancellor Palpatine. Anakin had very little interest in politics, and instead, he saw the Republic as a bunch of elites that don't truly care for the people of the galaxy. This included Palpatine, but this was also because of Dooku. While former Jedi Master Dooku was building a secret separatist alliance in the galaxy, he was also often visiting the temple to check in and put seeds of doubt in Anakin's mind. Dooku, under Palpatine's instruction, was trying to get Anakin to see just how broken and evil the Republic really was, so that when the Clone Wars begin and the Jedi join, Anakin will be filled with conflict that can then be exploited. So for a couple more years, as the Jedi trained Anakin, and Dooku continued to tell him just how terrible the Republic truly is, Anakin would become much more powerful. With only Obi-Wan training him, and never having the true trust of the Council in the original timeline, Anakin grew up knowing that he had power, but he feared this power. Now, in this timeline, Anakin was encouraged to use his power for good. He learned how to be the Chosen One, without fearing that if he gives in to his power, then he will go down a path that he can never return from. It would not be used for darkness. His power would be used for good. Yoda, Qui-Gon, and Shaak-Ti would allow Anakin to just be himself much more, while staying in the constraints of the light side. And Anakin flourished up until the conflict with the separatists and the Republic reached a breaking point, and the Jedi learned that Dooku was secretly in control of the Separatist alliance. A war would begin, but as it did, the trio of Qui-Gon, Shaak-Ti, and Yoda had extensive discussions with the Jedi Council about their role in the war. Qui-Gon now had a council seat along with Shaak-Ti, and after many long talks, the two of them were the leading voices that would convince the Council that it is not their war to fight. Yes, they have sworn to protect the Republic, but what they are not seeing is that the Separatists are also part of the Republic they have sworn to protect. Only they have broken off for reasons the Jedi need to try harder to understand. Ironically, one of the main reasons the Jedi altogether never joined the war was because of Dooku's influence on Anakin. As Anakin slowly learned more and more about how bad the Republic has become, he would often talk to Qui-Gon and Shaak-Ti about it, and now those two Jedi Masters convinced the Council to stay neutral. They could provide aid and refugee help, but they would not fight a war. Palpatine hated this, but when he found out, he couldn't exactly order the Jedi into war, so instead, he subtly began spreading propaganda about how the Jedi were traitors to the Republic, refusing to fight for the people. But for a lot of citizens, actions would speak louder than words, and the actions of the Jedi quickly would become noble instead of like warriors. The Jedi would actually meet with Duchess Satine of Mandalore. She would allow them to help lead the Council of Neutral Systems. This was a large collection of planets, including Mandalore, Scipio, Cato Nemoidia, that were initially neutral in the war, and the Jedi would be stationed on these planets with medical aid, safe camps away from the fighting for anyone affected by the war. One of these camps would be led by now Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, and he was happy with his role. The Clone War was affecting trillions across the galaxy, but instead of fighting, he worked with the Jedi and the neutral systems to talk to senators that could be trusted to help bring peace. Through the first year of the war, Palpatine continued to urge the Jedi to get involved, to help the people of the Republic, but time and time again, they would simply refuse. The clone army would take on the droids in countless battles that the people of the galaxy would see only as pointless bloodshed. Palpatine knew that it was not long before the Jedi work with senators to end this war abruptly. It may have happened already if it weren't for Palpatine's intervention on both sides. But he knew something drastic had to change. They needed Anakin in the war. So he and Dooku would come up with a new plan. Dooku would draw Anakin and his two masters into a trap. They would be killed in front of him by Dooku and Grievous. Anakin will be filled with rage, and then he will have no choice but to follow his crusade into the Clone War as he finds the darkness within himself. So a few days later, as Anakin, Qui-Gon, and Shaak-Ti were reunited on Scipio, the Council contacted them with urgent news. The ship that Master Sifo-Dyas was on when he died had its signal reactivated, and it is being traced to the Scipio moon. So Yoda and Windu asked these three Jedi to check it out. They agreed to do this, and Yoda warned them that it could be a trap, so be wary. On the Scipio moon, Anakin, Shaak-Ti, and Qui-Gon would travel through the cold, snowy air, finding the crashed ship of Sifo-Dyas. Dooku took this ship from the moon of Obadiah, and he planted it here, activating the signal to draw the Jedi into it. And as the three Jedi reached the ship and began approaching, Qui-Gon told Anakin to be ready. He senses something dark here. And a second later, the ship they approached suddenly exploded, sending all three of the Jedi flying backwards, extremely dazed, somewhat burned from the explosion. Anakin felt his vision going dark, and he saw a speeder fly into view. He tried desperately to get back up, but as he did, he was hit hard with Force lightning, falling back down to the ground. And Anakin looked up again to see Grievous and Dooku. In the past, he'd trusted Dooku, but he saw now just how wrong he was to do this. Dooku lifted Qui-Gon with a Force choke, while Grievous lifted Shaak-Ti into the air. and Dooku called out to Anakin, telling him it's time to show the power of the Chosen One. Give in to the dark side that calls to him. Anakin got back to his feet, telling Dooku he was not weak like him. He will never join the dark side. Dooku told Anakin that he will have to draw it out of him then, and he turned to Qui-Gon, apologizing to his old friend. And Dooku genuinely regretted what he had to do now, but he knew this was for the greater good of the galaxy, igniting his red blade through the guts of Qui-Gon as Grievous laughed, doing the same to Shaak Ti. Both Grievous and Dooku ripped through the Jedi, killing them instantly, as Anakin screamed out in horror, reaching out his hands, hitting Dooku and Grievous with a massive force push. Both of them flew through the air, recovering to see a slight shift in Anakin as he ignited his blue saber, saying that this ends now. Dooku said this was good. He knew he could take Anakin into this state. His anger would unbalance him, as he didn't know how to truly use it, and he had Grievous by his side. But as Anakin marched at the two of them, two voices in his head made him suddenly stop. Qui-Gon and Shaak Ti spoke to Anakin now, telling him to trust in the Force, remember his training, trust in the light. And Anakin stopped now, taking a deep breath, and he threw his own lightsaber away before calling both Shaak Ti and Qui-Gon's sabers to his hands. He would end this today, but he would do it as a Jedi. And with two lightsabers ignited, Anakin would launch himself at Dooku and Grievous, aided by the presences of Qui-Gon and Shaak Ti in the Force Netherworld watching over him. Dooku, with his elegant yet malevolent style, and Grievous with his mechanical movements, would fight well against Anakin, but Anakin was trained to perfection by the Jedi, meeting their attacks with a great force. And against Dooku's calculated strikes, Anakin would counter with a whirlwind of aggression, balanced by the serenity of his training. With each parry, he thought of the patience of Qui-Gon. With each strike, he thought of the determination of Shaak Ti. As Grievous moved in for a strike, Anakin would flip over him, flipping around in the air, throwing a saber at him. Grievous turned as the green saber sliced through his gut, and with a surprised cough, he fell in half, dead. And now Dooku looked to Anakin, saying this was very impressive, but Grievous was an unbalanced monstrosity. Now it is time for him to defeat a true foe. And Anakin circled Dooku, memories of their good times together coming back, but Anakin knew Dooku was lost. Once the war started, the dark side infected Dooku like an incurable virus, and Anakin was determined to avenge the man that Dooku once was, running back in with two sabers. Anakin swung with immense speed, as Dooku was ready, parrying each blow again and again, but he underestimated Anakin. Through the years of trust and belief in the Jedi, Anakin became who he was always supposed to be, and the two of them battled up to the ledge of a mountain. Anakin spun and flipped as Dooku struggled to stay with the young Jedi. They eventually got to the ledge of the mountain. Dooku overstepped an attack, allowing Anakin to quickly slice through the ground. The mountain began to break, and as Dooku struggled to climb back up, Anakin reached out, hitting Dooku with a force push, and he fell far down the mountains to his certain death. Anakin would go on to recover the bodies of his fallen masters, but first he investigated Dooku's ship for recent destination logs, and one of the most frequent ones was Coruscant. This was curious, and so Anakin brought the ship to the temple, and upon arrival, the two bodies were brought to the temple tombs, while Yoda, Kenobi, and Windu investigated Dooku's ship, finding the same destination logs that Anakin described, and so they rounded up a crew of Jedi to go investigate. With them, the Jedi also had a battalion of clones sent into the industrial sector. While the Jedi didn't have authorization to lead the clones, they heard that Anakin killed Dooku and Grievous, and this new lead could lead the war to end. And so they searched the sector, while the Jedi squad of Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Windu would travel to the coordinates in Dooku's ship, entering into an eerie building where a hooded man stood waiting as the ramp descended. Darth Sidious sensed something went wrong with Dooku in the Force, so he waited here to see if he would arrive. And when his ship entered, Sidious felt only a second of relief before the four Jedi exited, telling this man to surrender. Sidious was going to try to run. He still had so much more to do, but through the back entrance, clones began pouring out of it. Palpatine realized he was heavily outmatched, but he had an idea. He could execute Order 66. He could sense the Jedi approaching, but he knew they wouldn't kill him without a fight. They would take him in. They would make him surrender. But as he turned to the clones and opened his mouth, Anakin's blue blade was stabbed through his spine, and Anakin said this was for his masters. Palpatine said that revenge is not the Jedi way, gasping as he fell to his knees. But Anakin didn't care right now. He saw what the Sith turned Dooku into. He knew they were too dangerous to be left alive. Yoda watched as Anakin did this, and Sidious died, but the Jedi felt some disappointment. Anakin killed the Sith Lord in revenge, but the Jedi knew that the Sith had to be eradicated. This was a dangerous, but necessary move from Anakin. And from here, the Jedi would aid the neutral systems in helping to quickly end the war upon the discovery that Palpatine was working with Dooku. It was a war that went all the way to the top, benefiting only the elites, and citizens around the galaxy were happy to help end this war. The clone squad that was in the Sith lair with the Jedi told the Senate that Palpatine was waiting for Dooku. Records showed that they worked together before, all the time. The war would end as the separatists would negotiate with new Chancellor Padme Amidala about a peaceful re-entry into the Republic, with Dooku and Grievous gone. Anakin would continue living on through his fallen masters, as they were always with him, and he would soon be promoted to a council master after training Padawan Ahsoka Tano to knighthood after the war. Training Jedi gave Anakin peace, and he always aimed to make young Jedi feel welcomed, as he once felt welcomed by Qui-Gon and Shaak Ti. Over the years, as Padme helped to reform the Republic, Anakin would continue to help make the Jedi better, and as a council master, he would have great influence for years to come, forming a great relationship with Padme that remained mostly professional, as they brought peace to a galaxy that needed Anakin and Padme working together. And folks, that is our story for today. What if Obi-Wan and Ahsoka died in front of Anakin during the Clone Wars? Our story begins inside of a Jedi transport ship as Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka are about to leave Kuat. They were dispatched there to investigate a separatist threat that turned out to be nothing more than a false alarm. But before they could depart back for Coruscant, the three of them got a transmission from Mace Windu. He told the three Jedi that clone intelligence was just reporting a newly discovered, top-secret facility on Iadu, a terrestrial planet deep in the Outer Rim that they think was now going to belong to the separatists. Windu said this was a strange move by the separatists, and Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka are the closest to it, so Windu was assigning them to go on a simple recon mission. Report back with their findings. If they see anyone, do not engage. Simply reconnaissance. The three Jedi acknowledged the mission, then ended the call. Anakin sighed, jokingly saying that he almost missed the battlefront with all of these boring missions they were being assigned to. Obi-Wan and Ahsoka both told him not to jinx it. They were lucky to have a few rotations off from the constant fighting, and they took off for Iadu. On the Outer Rim planet, the separatists certainly were building a new hideout, but it was not exactly for the Clone Wars. No, Iadu was actually harboring one of the largest kyber crystals ever discovered, and so the separatists were going to create a base here and begin mining for more crystals for their long-term plan for Sidious and Dooku, the Death Star. And because of this important discovery, Darth Sidious actually made the trip to Iadu with Dooku. Very few things were important enough for him to actually leave Coruscant as Darth Sidious, but this was one of them. It was risky, but it was a necessary risk, as the Death Star was very important for his long-term plans. And so together, Dooku and Sidious now stood on a newly built platform underneath the rocky terrain of Iadu, inspecting the giant kyber crystal, going over the future plans for the Death Star. And as they did so, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka followed the beacon placed by the clone commandos that scouted this planet, eventually coming upon the area where the Sith were gathered. After some hiking in the rain that was only getting harder, the three Jedi reached a peak, using binoculars to search the area. It was hard to see through the rain, but after some time, Anakin saw something. A giant kyber crystal, and next to it, Dooku. But Anakin felt excitement running down his body as he saw someone else, a hooded man next to Dooku. Could it be the Sith Lord? Anakin told Obi-Wan and Ahsoka, and the two of them exchanged a look, saying they must report this back to the Council immediately. But Anakin said no way, telling them that there will never be a better chance to capture the Sith Lord. Again, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka urged him not to act on this impulse, but Anakin was only thinking one thing. With the capture or the defeat of the Sith, this war can end, and he can live in peace with Padme. With a smile, he told his former master and his Padawan that they can go report to the Council, but he is going to be down there ending this war once and for all. And Anakin flipped backwards, straight down for the Sith. Obi-Wan sighed frustratedly, saying that Anakin is going to be the death of him, and he and Ahsoka had no choice but to follow Anakin into battle. As Sidious and Dooku spoke with the scientists on Edu, Sidious put a hand up, sensing something. And a moment later, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka landed in front of the Sith, igniting their lightsabers in the pouring rain. Sidious pulled his hood further over his face, cursing that the Jedi found them here, turning to leave, telling Dooku to take care of them, not to have any mercy. The Jedi could not discover their true plans. Dooku ignited his red lightsaber, telling the Jedi they made a terrible mistake coming here. Anakin told Obi-Wan and Ahsoka that he could not let the Sith Lord escape, so he jumped over Dooku and began chasing Sidious. Dooku let him go, then began the duel with Ahsoka and Obi-Wan, and Dooku would not go easy on them, as he could not risk them finding the plans to the Death Star here. Meanwhile, Anakin chased Sidious through the rain. Sidious moved like a shadow, darting around, and eventually Anakin lost him. The storm on Edu was casting lightning through the sky, and this caused Anakin to not realize that Sidious just shot his own lightning directly into a rocky pillar in the ground. Within seconds, Anakin was running away, but suddenly was hit and buried under an insane amount of rubble. He began angrily clawing his way out, trying to get back to Sidious. He would not lose him. He couldn't. And after trapping Anakin, Sidious moved to the fight with Dooku, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka, and Dooku was handling them rather well. Anakin finally broke through the buried rocks, freeing himself, and in the distance, he could see the duel. Obi-Wan was about to move in once more, but he was unaware of the new fighter engaging the battle. Anakin tried to scream at Obi-Wan to run, but fear made his voice be caught in his throat. And then Anakin saw it. Sidious stabbed Obi-Wan through the back. Ahsoka looked over, distracted and scared, and so Dooku cut through Ahsoka's arms, then slashed across her chest. Both Jedi fell to the ground. Anakin began sprinting, and the Sith leapt up to their now readied ship. Anakin got to the ship, his anger fueling him, and he jumped, trying to land on it, but the engines went into full power, and Anakin was thrown backwards extremely hard, slamming into more rocks. He fell to the ground. Dizziness almost overtook him, but he got up, running to his friends. The rain continued pouring down. Blood was rushing into Anakin's eyes, mixing with tears as he got to Obi-Wan and Ahsoka. The Sith escaped, and now Ahsoka was wheezing, her breath fading more with every gasp. She couldn't even speak. With sad, scared eyes, Ahsoka died, looking up at Anakin. And Obi-Wan, on his final breaths as well, called Anakin over. Anakin tried to lift him up, but Obi-Wan told him to stop. It was over. Obi-Wan smiled, asking Anakin to promise him that he would always choose the light. And he died as well, as Anakin said he promises. And now Anakin found himself kneeling, alone in the pouring rain, his fallen friends on either side of him. He tried to force heal them, tried everything, but they were gone. And the only thing Anakin heard was Obi-Wan and Ahsoka urging him not to fight, to go back to the temple. And he didn't listen. The sadness in Anakin now turned to anger. It was just like Tatooine when his mother died, but this time it was worse. Much worse. He swore to never let this happen again. And now around Anakin, the ground shook, rocks were rising up, lightning crackled overhead as Anakin's anger influenced the surroundings. And with a scream, he slammed his fists into the ground. He would find Dooku, he would find the Sith Lord, and he would destroy them. But from here, Anakin would have to do what he was best at. He would tuck his emotions deep inside of him, forcing himself to be like an emotionless robot, an emotionless volcano, in order to stay sane. He would grab the bodies, bringing them back to the temple, and inside the temple on Coruscant, Yoda, Mace Windu, Plo Koon, and many other friends of Kenobi and Ahsoka stood at the entrance as Anakin carried their bodies inside, placing them down in the burial area, going to his quarters without speaking or without looking at anyone. When Anakin had erupted in anger on Edu, Yoda felt it through the Force. And now he understood why he felt it. Anakin's two best friends were gone. The boy was unbalanced, set for eruption if he was not watched closely. These were truly dangerous times. And the funeral
was extremely hard for Anakin. He had his wife there, Padme, on one side, and he also had his greatest mentor, Palpatine, on the other side. It was tough, but when it was over, Anakin went to a very exclusive restaurant with Palpatine, and Anakin was just happy to be able to talk with someone about it all. Someone he thought that truly cared about him. And like always, Palpatine was so welcoming, so understanding. It was great. Anakin truly appreciated him, and Palpatine said that he was truly, deeply sorry for what happened. From here, Anakin would spend time with Padme, and after a month or so of meditation, calming exercises with Yoda and Windu, both of them guiding him on how to let go and continue to live happily, Anakin started to feel like himself again. Yoda and Windu decided it was best that they help Anakin through these tough times, and eventually, Anakin would feel his rage begin to dissipate. He was thankful for the Jedi Masters, and during this time, he'd stayed completely out of combat. The 501st was taking a long shift defending Kamino, but now Anakin was allowed back on the battlefield. For a few more months from here, Anakin would return to form, leading the 501st into many victories, and he refused to let himself think of Obi-Wan and Ahsoka, for fear of what would happen if he did. Finally, he felt like himself again. And after these few months, Darth Sidious spoke with Dooku, telling him that perhaps it's time they push Skywalker again. They never expected him to arrive on Edu, but both of them felt his darkness erupt when his friends were killed. Anakin hadn't seen the Sith since then, and Sidious had an idea. If he tells Anakin the location of Dooku, then perhaps the dormant darkness will erupt once more, this time for good. So he told Dooku, go to one of the moons of Yavin, an isolated area of the galaxy, and Skywalker will come to him. Anakin was soon returning to the temple after a successful mission on Felucia, when he was called into a council meeting. This was rather strange, but Windu said that the Chancellor requested him specifically for some reason. And inside the council, everyone was gathered, as Chancellor Palpatine said he now knows where Dooku is. After months of searching, they finally found him. Palpatine gave the location to the council, and Windu said that he would put together an attack group to go to Yavin 4, and it will be ready within a few hours. He also told Skywalker to wait in the temple, as this could be a trap. Skywalker bowed and left for his quarters, but he looked back to make sure that he wasn't followed, and then sprinted to the hangar bay. When he found out where Dooku was, something awoke inside of Anakin. It was like a hunger, an addiction that was hiding deep inside of him, and he didn't even know it was there. All it took was learning the location of Dooku for this volcano inside of him to completely erupt. He remembered the feeling when he knelt next to his dead master and apprentice. He swore to himself in that moment that he would destroy Dooku, and now, blinded by his need for revenge, he entered hyperspace, not remembering his promise to Obi-Wan. In the temple, as Anakin traveled, Yoda and Windu discussed Anakin, saying that perhaps he should go with them to Yavin 4, and with Windu's guidance, they can see if he has gained balance in the Force. But, of course, Anakin was nowhere to be found. So now Windu hurried his troopers to get ready to depart for Yavin 4. Dooku was going to have Anakin right where he wanted him. And soon enough, Anakin was walking through the Yavin 4 jungle, headed towards the coordinates that he'd been given, and he soon came upon an ancient temple. And now Anakin could feel Dooku. He was inside. Anakin hurried his pace, entering the temple, and he listened now. As Dooku's voice began to echo through the room, he taunted Anakin, saying that he was not strong enough to save his friends, that he would never be strong enough to save those that he loves, unless he accepts his destiny, the dark side. Anakin yelled out that he will never join Dooku, and the Sith Lord said, "We shall see," before igniting his lightsaber and swinging at Anakin. Anakin was able to barely flip away, igniting his own blue lightsaber, and the chamber was now dimly lit, with only the illumination coming from the faint glow of Anakin and Dooku's sabers. Thunder began to echo in the distance, a prelude to the storm that began to brew outside. And as the two adversaries locked eyes, the air was crackling with tension. Anakin, consumed by his emotions, ran forward with a yell, clashing with Dooku's red saber in a dance of deadly moves. Anakin's movements were fueled by grief, anger,
and an insatiable thirst for revenge. With each strike, he tapped further into the dark side of the Force, allowing it to course through him like a turbulent river, without even really knowing it was happening. With each strike, he saw Ahsoka dying, then Obi-Wan, and he used his anger. As the battle raged on, the storm outside mirrored the turmoil within Anakin. Lightning began to streak across the darkened sky. The wind howled through the ancient temple's corridors. The walls seemed to shudder in response to the intense clash of lightsabers, as if the temple itself could sense the magnitude of the duel taking place within the halls. The two duelists moved up a set of stairs, Anakin pushing Dooku up until they reached the roof, and rain poured down on them, just like on Yaddle. Anakin pressed on relentlessly, his attacks fueled by the memories of his fallen friends. Dooku parried each strike as he continued to taunt the boy. Lightning crackled, lighting up the surroundings, and Dooku saw Anakin's eyes glow with an ominous yellow tint. He couldn't tell if it was a reflection of the lightning, and Dooku realized now that he was never supposed to walk out of here alive. With Anakin's turn to the dark side, Sidious would have his new apprentice, and he would be forgotten. A nuclear flame consumed Anakin Skywalker, and Dooku's decades of combat experience became irrelevant. His knowledge of the Force was a joke, and Anakin pushed forward. He swung with the rage that he used on the Tusken Raiders, knocking Dooku's saber out of his hands, then turned, cutting off Dooku's hands like he did to Ahsoka, then slashing him across the chest. Dooku fell to his knees, and then Anakin stabbed directly into his chest, like he did Obi-Wan. Dooku looked up at him. Lightning shot from the sky, illuminating everything, illuminating Anakin, his anger, and Anakin lifted Dooku up by his throat, crushing it with his fist. Anakin watched the life fade away from Dooku, and he threw his lifeless body down to the ground below, letting out a strong scream as he stood here in the rain. But now, the storm seemed to fade away, leaving Anakin alone again in the reality of what he has become. In the distance, he swore he could almost see the outline of Obi-Wan, and his final words echoed in the air. "Promise me you will stay in the light." And Anakin had promised him that he would, but he failed. And as Anakin saw a Republic Star Destroyer emerge from hyperspace, he knew it was time to go. Anakin ran down to his starfighter, using his communications to send a message to Padme. He said he would be away for a while. He wasn't sure how long, but he needed to be completely alone, away from the war, away from everything. And Anakin took off, blasting past Windu and the Republic ships, heading into deep space. From here, the Clone Wars would begin to shift towards the Republic. With Dooku dead, the Separatists considered surrender, but Grievous only took on more control, refusing to surrender, fighting harder. And Darth Sidious was frustrated, as Anakin did kill Dooku with the dark side, but then he just disappeared. Anakin was supposed to join him, and in time help him wipe out the Jedi. His empire would rise. Days would become months since Anakin's disappearance, and soon Palpatine was being pressured to end the war. So he decided that soon, without Anakin, he would execute his plans to create his empire. On the planet of Tython, Anakin spent the last 3 months alone, meditating, finding peace, finding the light. He promised Obi-Wan to stay in the light, and now he promised himself that he would honor Obi-Wan and Ahsoka by truly staying in the light for good. He would spend days at a time in deep meditation, finding himself. He would hunt for food. Overall, he was truly at peace within himself. And after these 3 months alone, Anakin decided it was time to return to the galaxy. So he went to the Seeing Stone on Tython, feeling into the Force for where he was needed. The Seeing Stone allowed him to feel Force sensitives in the galaxy, while other Force sensitives could also sense him. And one dark side user sensed Anakin, taking off to find him. Around a day later, Anakin was about to take off to Coruscant, as he sensed a great battle was taking place there, but a ship emerged in the atmosphere, landing next to Anakin. It wasn't a Jedi fighter, which was strange, and the door opened to reveal Maul. Anakin ignited his lightsaber for the first time since Yavin 4, but Maul walked out, saying that he was not here to fight Anakin. Maul knew what happened to Dooku, and he wasn't foolish enough to fight Anakin by himself now. But Maul instead told Anakin that he recently had a dream. where he saw Sidious, saw his great plans, and in the middle of everything stood Anakin Skywalker. Anakin asked Maul why he was telling him any of this, but Maul said it was simple really. He lived for revenge, and with Kenobi dead, he now only wanted revenge on Sidious for discarding him. In reality, with Sidious's death, Maul planned to rise from the criminal underworld, but Anakin did not need to know that, and so he told Anakin that he has long been groomed for his role as Sidious's apprentice, telling Anakin to think. And Anakin considered this now. Who could have groomed Anakin for this? The only people he knew for his entire life, aside from the Jedi, were Padme and... No, it can't be. He looked up at Maul, as Maul said it is him. Palpatine is the Sith Lord. And Anakin realized now, the man who stood with him at the funeral, the man Anakin confided in after the deaths of Obi-Wan and Ahsoka, was the same man that caused it all. Anakin felt his anger again, but he killed it immediately. He would not let Palpatine win. He would defeat him in the light side. So now, knowing the truth, he and Maul took off for Coruscant with the same goal: defeat Darth Sidious. And on Coruscant, Palpatine was in his office alone. Outside, Coruscant was recovering from the battle. He would use this battle as an excuse to end the war abruptly and install the Empire. But before his plans for Order 66 could get into motion, the door opened, and two people Palpatine never expected walked in: Anakin and Maul, together. There was no point in putting up any sort of fake persona for Palpatine. If Maul was here, then Anakin already knew the truth. So Palpatine called his lightsaber to his hand, telling Anakin he will now see the true power of the dark side and learn why he must join him. Anakin and Maul ignited their own sabers, telling Palpatine to surrender, but he only smiled, spinning in the air towards them, and a battle began. Anakin and Maul attacked Sidious in unison, their lightsabers a blur of red and blue. Sidious was the master of the dark side, moving with a sinister grace, effortlessly parrying, countering the combined onslaught, and Anakin, devoid of any internal struggle, fought with ruthless efficiency. Beside him, Maul's acrobatic prowess, relentless assault added to the relentless pressure on Sidious. The room echoed with the clash of sabers, as Sidious now separated the two of them. With a smile, he pulled a second lightsaber to his hand from a statue, lunging at Anakin. Anakin did not see the second one, and he was going to be impaled. But Maul saw this, and he made a decision. Maul's hunger for revenge made him jump in front of the sabers, and Sidious plunged them into Maul instead of Anakin. With a burning anger and hatred in his eyes, Maul held up the two sabers in place inside of his torso and screamed at Anakin to kill Sidious. The Sith Lord panicked. He never expected this from Maul, but his need for revenge was so intense. Maul held a steel grip on the sabers on Palpatine's hands as Anakin used one final swing to cut through the necks of both Maul and Sidious, killing both of them instantly. Their heads rolled to the ground, their dead eyes looking at each other. Maul's were satisfied, while Sidious's were afraid. From here, Anakin would go to the temple, and the Jedi would go to the Senate, saying that Palpatine was unfortunately assassinated by Maul. The Jedi were, of course, lying, but it was for the greater good for now. The Jedi said that Maul was a separatist agent, and this encouraged the Republic to only fight even harder. Within a month, Grievous was destroyed, and the separatists surrendered. The Republic would rebuild under Chancellor Bail Organa. After the war, Anakin Skywalker was a newer, better version of himself. He discarded the immature, emotional parts of him that nearly caused his turn to the dark side. And in this newfound version of himself, he could even see ghosts of the past. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi became Force ghosts, as Obi-Wan was granted this in his final moments. And Ahsoka lived on as well, as the daughter from Mortis gave her eternal life in the Netherworld. Anakin lived happily, learning to communicate with them, and eventually having children with Padme, being granted a seat on the Jedi Council as a master. And folks, that is our story.
What if Anakin Skywalker had nightmares of turning to the dark side instead of Padme dying? That's our story for today. Hope you guys enjoy, and let's get right into it. Our story begins as Anakin Skywalker is finally sleeping in a real bed next to Padme for the first time in months. For most of the past year, as the Clone Wars spread further and further into the Outer Rim, Anakin found himself sleeping alone in uncomfortable pods aboard a Republic Venator, intense with the sounds of battle in the distance, or he simply did not sleep at all. So being back on Coruscant after the death of Dooku, knowing the war should soon be wrapping up, made it all the more exciting. Anakin felt genuine happiness as he settled in for the night. At first, everything was normal. Anakin slept peacefully, but soon enough, he began to dream. Anakin saw a Jedi transport ship flying away from him, and moments later, Anakin was surrounded by a red room. Sounds of lightning were being poured into the night, and moments later, Anakin found himself kneeling in front of a dark figure he couldn't quite make out. Anakin stood to reveal who was under the hood, but the dreams threw him into the Jedi Temple, where clone troopers were sprinting around, firing their blasters. Anakin realized his own hands were covered in blood, and he was holding his lightsaber, and next to his feet was a trio of fallen Jedi. Their screams echoed in Anakin's mind, and Anakin ran to ask a clone what was going on, only for the clone to turn, and the temple to turn into lava, as Obi-Wan now swung a blade down at Anakin. Anakin blocked it, as Obi-Wan screamed that he has failed him, before the swing cut across Anakin's head. And the next thing Anakin knew, he was rising up on a table in a dark suit, and everything felt wrong, as evil laughter filled his ears. Anakin woke up and he put his head into his hands. None of this made any sense. Why would he ever turn to the dark? Anakin was of course missing a key part of the equation, which was Padme potentially dying. The Force did not show Anakin any part of Padme during his nightmares, instead just what will happen if Anakin were to try and save her. It was a terrible path, and Anakin needed fresh air, so he walked to the balcony and looked to the constantly moving Coruscant City. It was still not fully recovered after the battle. Many areas were having power outages, some fires still burned in the distance, and the city reminded Anakin of himself. Damaged, broken in battle, stained with darkness. But Anakin would rather look at the city than remember the horrific dreams, and soon enough, Padme silently walked down the stairs. Her presence was as soothing now as it was on Naboo, when Anakin dreamt of his mother. And those dreams came true. Padme simply stood with Anakin now, waiting for him to speak, trusting that he would. And soon enough, Anakin told her that it was a dream. After a moment, he said it was similar to the ones about his mother. Anakin dreamt often, but only this one, and the ones about his mother, ever felt this real. Padme put a hand on Anakin's shoulder, as Anakin said that this time, the dreams were of himself. He turned to the dark side, killed Jedi, fought Obi-Wan, and became some sort of monster. Padme looked at Anakin, and genuinely could never see him being evil. He was the kindest Jedi, kindest man she ever knew, though of course he was not without his faults. He wore his emotions on his sleeve, and sometimes those emotions were sort of dark, but that was what made him so wonderful. She asked Anakin what could make him fall down this path, and Anakin considered it, then looked back at Padme and said that only she could cause him to do this. The words hit Padme hard. Anakin didn't mean it in any bad way, in fact he meant it out of love. But when Padme heard that Anakin could potentially turn to the dark side for her, it nearly broke her heart. She hugged Anakin, telling him in all seriousness that if he ever turns and commits the acts from his dreams, then it will basically be like Anakin has died to her. And of course, Anakin understood this. He was no murderer, at least to the innocent, and Padme told him that he dreams about his mother, and those came true, but these ones will not. So she urged Anakin to speak with the Jedi, but mainly to speak with Obi-Wan. And Anakin didn't sleep at all for the rest of the night, and in the morning, he scoured the temple, looking for Obi-Wan. The relationship between Skywalker and Kenobi was stronger than ever, but also more equal than ever. Anakin and Obi-Wan no longer saw each other as master and apprentice, but rather as brothers, as they fought together in the war nearly every day for 3 years. And when Anakin found Obi-Wan, the Jedi Master could quickly tell that something was wrong. Anakin debated between talking to Yoda or Obi-Wan about his nightmares, but he remembered when he fought Obi-Wan in the nightmares, so Anakin decided to speak with the man that he knew best. Anakin and Obi-Wan would stand out on a temple balcony, as Anakin said he fears a revelation is coming. The Sith Lord will be revealing himself, and Anakin said he is afraid of what will happen when he does. Obi-Wan looked puzzled, and he said that the Jedi Council is expecting the mysterious Darth Sidious to be revealed soon. The Jedi are squeezing their fist around the war. Dooku is dead. Grievous is on the run, and every day the separatists are losing more planets to the Republic. So Obi-Wan said that whenever Sidious does reveal himself, it will be too late. Anakin was now shaking his head, telling Obi-Wan he is wrong, then telling Obi-Wan about his dreams. Anakin said he saw himself turning to the dark side, clone troopers invading the temple, the two of them fought, and everything went horribly wrong. Anakin told Obi-Wan he is afraid that something awful is coming, and he may not be able to control himself. This greatly troubled Obi-Wan. He loved Anakin, but unlike Padme, Obi-Wan had seen Anakin in battle. He did carry a darkness to him that could be unlocked in the right situations. So, Obi-Wan asked Anakin what could make him turn to the dark side, or more importantly, who could make him do this. Despite their rock-solid relationship on the battlefront, both Anakin and Obi-Wan struggled with anything more than a roughly surface-level relationship. Anakin knew about Satine, Obi-Wan knew about Padme, and yet, despite some shared experiences struggling with the Jedi Code, both of them just pretended to not know. Obi-Wan always pretended not to know, because he knew Padme made Anakin happy when nothing else truly could. But now was the time for Anakin to tell the truth. So he told Obi-Wan about Padme, saying that if she were in danger, he wouldn't be able to control himself, just like after his mother died. And now, both Anakin and Obi-Wan were silent, as Anakin just accidentally revealed what happened on Tatooine after his mother died. The slaughter of the Tusken Raiders was something only Padme and Palpatine knew, but something Obi-Wan suspected. So Obi-Wan urged him, asked what he was talking about, and Anakin said it was nothing, then told Obi-Wan he had to go. The Chancellor was hoping to meet him this morning. And as he left, Obi-Wan called to Anakin to be wary of Palpatine. The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor, and perhaps the nightmares involve him, Obi-Wan said. When Anakin arrived at Palpatine's office, the words of Obi-Wan still rang in his head, as Anakin was recalling the dreams. He knelt in front of someone in a red, mysterious room. Anakin looked to the walls in here, and they did match those dreams. The clones firing at the Jedi inside the temple. Anakin knew that Palpatine had direct control over the Grand Army of the Republic. Maybe the Force was just playing tricks on him, Anakin thought, but now he remembered killing Dooku. Palpatine basically ordered him to murder Dooku in cold blood. A chill ran down Anakin's spine as he forced himself to consider the idea that Palpatine could be part of it all. So when Palpatine told Anakin that he wants him to be his personal representative on the Jedi Council, Anakin was excited, but also wanted to know the Chancellor's motivations. Of course he would love to be a Jedi Master, but something was not sitting right. So he told Palpatine about his nightmares last night, and his fears about turning to the dark side. When Palpatine heard this, he was extremely disappointed. He could feel the currents of the dark side flowing through the night, and he expected Anakin to have nightmares of the future, but not ones that were so direct. Palpatine told Anakin that the darkness was not something to fear, and perhaps it is the right choice if the Jedi continue to be so untrustworthy towards him. But now Anakin ignited his blade, which surprised both Anakin and Palpatine, but Anakin said that he needs to know the truth. Does Palpatine have anything to do with the Sith? Palpatine was suddenly low on options, so he told Anakin that he does indeed know more about the Sith than he has been letting on. He told Anakin he knows the legends that the Jedi are afraid of, such as the story of Plagueis, and the power to save people from certain death. But the time was not right. Anakin did not fear Padme dying. He feared himself turning, and the more Palpatine talked, the more Anakin feared that Obi-Wan was right. So Anakin blatantly asked Palpatine if he is Sidious, and Palpatine said that he is. But this should show Anakin that the Sith are not evil like he has been taught. The two of them have been great friends for years. But Palpatine suddenly had to duck, as Anakin swung right for his head. Anakin held a look of anger, betrayal, and he remembered Padme's words last night. If Anakin were to ever turn, then she could not love him. Sidious hissed that Anakin was a fool, and that he can give him all the power he has ever dreamt of. But Anakin realized he didn't dream of power any longer. He dreamt of a life with the family he always wanted. Deep down, Anakin knew that was better than all the power in the galaxy. So Anakin told Sidious he was going to bring him down. Sidious snarled, blasting Anakin with lightning, catching him off guard as he was thrown into the hallway. Anakin scrambled to his feet, burned but ignoring the pain, and he blocked a strike from a sudden red blade. Sidious moved like a shadow. It was power unlike anything Anakin had ever seen before, and Anakin flipped backwards down the stairs. Sidious knew he couldn't let Anakin tell the Jedi about this, so he chased after Anakin, pulling up his hood to hide his face from cameras and onlookers. Anakin turned to deflect a series of strikes in the winding stairs, as he once more turned to escape the strike from the Sith Lord. His heart pounded as he rounded the corner, lightsaber still at the ready. The building was mostly cleared of people, as Anakin was looking for Sidious. The red blade of the Dark Lord cracked to life as Sidious appeared at the end of the corridor now. He knew this building better than anyone, and he would not let Anakin escape. Anakin knew he couldn't face Sidious head-on. Not here. Not now. His only hope was to reach the Jedi Temple, but every step was met with the relentless pursuit of the Sith Lord. The two of them clashed again, lightsabers sparking violently, as Anakin parried Sidious's ferocious strikes. They fought through another winding staircase, the force of Sidious's attacks sending debris flying around the area. The metal railings were twisting and crumpling under the intense range of their duel. Anakin leapt from one staircase to another, using the force to propel him across the gaps, with Sidious following closely, his cloak billowing like a storm cloud. Anakin's mind raced as he navigated the halls, each turn leading him deeper into the heart of the building. Sidious gave him no room to breathe, no chance to regroup. Anakin needed a plan, a way to escape or turn the tide of the battle. And finally they burst into the control center, a room filled with blinking consoles, flashing screens, and Anakin yelled at all of the workers to get out of here. His eyes darted around, and with a sudden realization, Anakin slashed his lightsaber through the central power conduit. The room was plunged into darkness, and Sidious thought Anakin only put this room into dark. But no, Anakin cut the power for the entire building. And this would get the attention of the Jedi in Council. They were waiting on Anakin, as Palpatine was promoting him to the Jedi Council. They were going to have Anakin spy on the Chancellor, but as they waited for him, emergency reports came in from the executive building. The power to the entire building was cut, and there were reports from bystanders of some sort of fight, with a red blade being seen. The council members looked to each other, and all of them had the same thought: Sidious. So a squad of Obi-Wan, Yoda, Windu, and Fisto was quickly mobilized as they took off for the executive building. And deep inside the building, the control center was completely dark, as Anakin hid behind a wall in the corner of the room. He was completely silent, but he could still feel that Sidious was here with him. And from somewhere deep in the darkness, Sidious said that Anakin cannot hide forever. He urged Anakin to give himself to the dark side. And now Anakin realized the reason he was hiding. He wasn't afraid of Sidious. He was afraid of what he would become if he fought Sidious. The darkness stuck deep inside of him, the same darkness that was awoken versus Dooku, could be unleashed forever. Sidious said that turning to the dark side and destroying him is the only way to save his friends from certain death. And Sidious laughed before saying Anakin's thoughts have always betrayed him, and especially for his wife. Sidious said that he will not rest until Padme and all of Anakin's Jedi friends are dead, and this did the trick. Saying Padme's name was enough, as Anakin's blue blade sprung to life, and now the only light in this room was coming from the fiery glow of their clashing blades. They were fighting with a renewed intensity, as Anakin was fighting for his friends. Sidious's blade was a blood-red streak in the blackness, while Anakin's blue blade was like a beacon of light. The Force was guiding their movements, faces illuminated only by their sabers. Sidious was ready for this, though. He waited decades, and he would instead just capture Anakin, force him to watch as the Jedi Order and the Republic burned down. So he spun around Anakin, kicking him to the wall, before slamming his blade hard, time and time again, down on Anakin, until his mechanical hand was exposed, for Sidious to cut it off, and Anakin's lightsaber tumbled away. He was defenseless, as Sidious poured lightning into him, laughing at Anakin's pain in his struggle. And inside the building's great halls, the 4 Jedi Masters that were here split up. Yoda and Windu went to Palpatine's office, while Fisto and Kenobi split up in the lower levels. Obi-Wan had an idea, and he traced the power outage deep into the building control center, where sounds of electricity could be heard. Obi-Wan did his best to mask himself in the Force, and he saw Sidious blasting Anakin with lightning, telling Anakin to join the dark side, and Anakin was saying he would never join him. Anakin thought this was it. He was going to die here, but it was preferable to joining the dark side and losing Padme. She told him that herself. But before Sidious could blast Anakin for the final kill, a blue blade emerged from his back and through his heart. Sidious gasped in complete surprise, and he fell to the floor, dead. And Anakin saw Obi-Wan standing above him, with his blue blade lighting up the room. Obi-Wan would pick Anakin up over his shoulder as they left the room together. The truth about Chancellor Palpatine would be revealed by Anakin in a Senate broadcast. The galaxy admired and trusted Anakin, so when he came out with these accusations about Palpatine, the people believed him, and many in the Senate believed it after realizing how much they'd been manipulated. The man stayed in office far past his terms, citing his emergency powers as reason for staying in office. The war was dragging on, and it allowed Palpatine to secure more power every day, until his death. A group of senators leading a delegation to end this war would call for a new chancellor vote, and the winner of this vote would be Bail Organa, as he would work to end this war as quickly as possible. Records in Palpatine's office showed that he knew where Grievous was, but he was hiding the information. So Bail used this info to see that Grievous was on Utapau, dispatching Windu and Fisto to find and destroy Grievous, which they did while also capturing the separatist leaders. The war was over, and Padme would give a safe berth with Anakin by her side as he stayed in the light through it all. The Jedi Order and the Republic would survive, and they would grow further and further. And folks, that is our story for today.